You doing? Well, that's good. Welcome to PHLY Flyers, the Draft Party edition. My name is Bill Matz. I'm your director of fun and games tonight, and we have a ton of fun and games in store for you. That's right, it's draft night, and I am joined by Broad Street Hockey's own Kelly Hinkle, really the one who puts this all together. You are the queen of the draft party. This is really your thing, Kelly. And we're here again.
Meltdown about an hour ago.
We are here again for the 8th time. Our 8th draft party together. Started all the way back in 2017. Now here we are, PHLY and Broad Street Hockey together for the 2025 NHL Draft. Tonight's show is brought to you by our friends at Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. And of course, our tremendous presenting sponsors, Philly Sports Trips. If you've never been on a Philly sports trip, I don't know what you're doing. You got to check them out. They are the absolute best when it comes to in-game travel. We're just looking forward to having so much fun here. There's already been some trades, already been some stuff going around, but the biggest phone call made yet, Kelly, it was to you.
Mr. Dan Hilferty, William, called us again. Third year running, he has purchased a round of drinks for everyone here at the Broad Street Hockey PHLY Draft Party. So this is the kind of stuff that you miss out on when you decide not to come to our party. So next year, when we're pushing draft party tickets, if you want to get one free beverage from Dan Hilferty, you better get down here and hang out with us. That's all I can say.
I had all this time to get ready and just sent the "We're live" tweet because I'm a professional. But we are here tonight at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. And a big thank you to Dan Hilferty, as he has for the past 3 years, buying a round of drinks for the Flyers faithful here. Of course, Philly Sports Trips. We love Philly Sports Trips, Bet365. And the Flyers charities, the Ed Snyder Youth Hockey and Education Foundation, they are here with us tonight. We have a ton of great giveaways, a ton of stuff going on. If you're not in South Philly, I guess you can still enjoy the draft, but you're really missing out. The best place, though, if you're not here, is to be with us live on YouTube. Thank you all to the people who couldn't make it but are watching us live on YouTube, Hinkle. And I am freaking excited. I don't know what else to say. This is hopefully the beginning of the end of the downtime. The 6th overall pick, we have said so many times what makes this draft so important, is that this is hopefully the highest they draft. If they draft lower than this at any point in the near future, it's because some stuff really went wrong. But right now we are thinking 6, 22, 31, all those seconds. We'll see what unfolds, what picks get made, if any trades are made. But just leading it off right away, we had some action a little earlier. I thought this was going to be something we announced on the noon show, but when I looked it up, it was not official, but it's done now. The Habs have traded.
Oh, yeah.
Picks 16 and 17. They had back-to-back firsts. They have traded them to the Isles for Noah Dobson. This feels as if it is part of the Islanders' plan to eventually have enough ammo to go and get themselves James Higgins.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, that is the move for them, right? Like, it would be kind of crazy when you have the pajama kid available to you and he's actually good. You're going to want to try to do what you can to get him. I hope they don't, because,
that means we can.
Right, exactly. He's kind of one of the guys that we're kind of hoping is there at 6 so that we can pick him. But, I see what the Islanders are doing.
No, and it makes sense. They know that it would be organizational malpractice not to draft Matthew Schaefer first overall. They have to.
Right.
They won the lottery. They get the best player. But they really, this is something that has come up on, I've heard it on Puck Soup, I've heard it on 32 Thoughts. It's a national story that, yes, the Lou years were what they were, and now they're trying to kind of be more of an out front team, a bias for action team, to borrow a phrase. And part of that, the community outreach being a part of their neighborhood, it's going and getting James Higgins, and it feels like they're loading up to do that. My question, Hinkle, what if we're the team they call? What's it going to take for you to part with that number 6 pick?
Would you trade 6 for Matt Barzal?
It's a great question. A couple of years ago, 100%.
Yeah.
And are they going to get someone better than Matt Barzal at 6? Like, Probably not.
Probably
But
not.
does he fit the timeline the way someone drafted this year would, alongside Michkov, Drysdale, and hopefully this slew of guys who will be joining the team over the next few years?
You know what, though? Although he probably wouldn't. I'm talking myself out of this. Because we've been saying all along, like, Brady Martin, if we're picking 15, 16, 17, Brady Martin's a great pick. We're psyched about that pick. But he's probably not going to be there at 16.
No, and
He might
that's
not even be there at 6 because everyone's lost their minds.
That's kind of the issue. Is like he might go 4. You know,
Right,
like he
everyone's
might.
crazy.
There's a really good chance he goes ahead of James Higgins, who the Islanders are desperate to get up into the top 10 to get. And
Everyone lost out on Sam Bennett, so now they got to do something.
Yeah, Bennett has signed. It appears that Bennett has signed
Florida 8x8.
Has signed 8x8 in Florida. You know, I'm really happy that the new collective bargaining agreement is going to kill all of those big market teams that have just been dominating over the past few years. Take away the signing bonus advantage, take away LTIR loopholes, and they have focused on not addressing the tax situation at all. How about that? 8x8.
I'm personally glad that Florida made it so that, you know, I mean, I don't think the Flyers were gonna, but, like, you know, just in case. They've been saved for themselves now.
So I assume no one's probably on the clock yet right now. We're in an odd situation right now.
7 o'clock. No, not yet.
We're in an odd situation where we will be announcing the picks to you because the party behind us, and again, Chickies and Pete's amazing atmosphere here. They have our audio on at the bar, at the party. So we're going to be announcing the picks as we see them come in. Obviously, we're pretty sure it'll be Matthew Schaefer. There's not going to be any sort of mystery to pick 1. Pick 2, kind of up in the air right now, though. Michael Misa, as you see on the big board, he is still listed at 2.
Yeah.
But it feels as if those Sharks, the rumor that came out yesterday, and there's been nothing to throw cold water on it, they like Anton Fondell at 2.
That is very. You know what's interesting about that, Bill? I wasn't really sure about him until we did that show with Alex Appleyard. And after talking to him about Fondell, I was, like, fully on board with Anton Fondell. But I didn't realize that, like, everybody else would be too. Because it's been Schaefer Misa for the last, like, I feel like 10 years.
Yeah.
Like, we would talk about this forever. Schaefer Misa, Schaefer Misa, Schaefer Misa. And, like, now all of a
draft
sudden,
starts at 3, you know?
Yeah. All of a sudden now we've got Anton Fondell in there sneaking in.
It's very funny to see how he has risen, just because when we started our real draft prep here on the show, Charlie and I, like, Fondell was a real option at 6, it felt like.
Yeah.
He was one of the first guys I really did some research on, really, really liked him. I was like, oh, if he's there at 6, yeah, he might be. There's a really good chance. This is going to be great. And now it's, if he gets past 2, it's going to be a little bit of a surprise, and he's not getting past 3. A real shock the way he has risen in the past few weeks. But it's fun to see that sort of movement around this time of year. We even saw, actually, pick 2's getting traded a couple minutes ago, but I doubt that's real. Gary Bettman, and I think you might be able to hear the boos here at Chickies as well, as he announces the beginning of this draft, and I assume it'll culminate with, he's got to congratulate Florida on cheating their way to another title, obviously. And
Gary looking at
it'll eventually end with, he's looking good. He's getting some sun. I think the
on HGH.
the warm weather. I think the warm weather Stanley Cup Finals have been agreeing with him over the past few years.
I think so. He's at that age.
I'm sure he's congratulating Florida, thanking LA, doing that whole deal, and this will culminate with the Islanders finally being on the clock to select Matthew Schaefer. Do you think there's any chance it's Higgins at 1? Like, that's not happening. Like, that is a non-starter.
It would be organizational malpractice. I don't think that they can do that. Like you said, I think that they're trying to get there in some other way. But you gotta take the guy.
Like,
you can't win the you gotta take the guy.
Does 16 and 17 get you back into the top 10? I just don't see that as a realistic possibility here.
It would need to be plus something else, I think.
Yeah.
You know what bums me out about this, actually? There's no podium. I like Gary walking up to the podium because then you know something's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's true. People are just going to kind of
No
walk out on
podium.
stage. It's like a play right here. It isn't a
Yeah.
theater, so
That's true.
while we are waiting for Gary Bettman to finish droning on, I got to tell you about a very special deal we have going on with Philly Sports Trips just for tonight. 24 hours. This is a draft day deal. $99 deposit, which is fully refundable for an upcoming trip, and it'll be announced the date and all that when the actual NHL schedule is announced. I know we have preseason, but this is going to be a regular season game. It might be to one of the happier places on earth.
One of the it might be warm.
There might be some cutting going on with this trip. You might want to
way into the
boo
strip,
a guy with a very interesting name who at one point we thought was going to play for the Flyers.
I don't know her.
And maybe Ryan Paling's there as well.
I know him.
We can say hi to our old pal Ryan, but whatever it is,
Cannot
only
confirm.
only good for these next 24 hours. It is going to be a ton of fun. We went to Montreal with Philly Sports Trips. Despite, the season kind of being a joke at that point, it was so freaking much fun. No one does it better than Philly Sports
Seriously,
Trips.
I'm going to be honest with you. These guys put on a heck of a trip. It was, like I said at the end of the trip, I would have paid for this experience. That's a lot coming from me.
So if you're watching us live on YouTube, or even, later on, watching on YouTube, scan that QR code.
Scan it.
Get that $99 deposit. It's fully refundable. Get in on this trip that I think we're going to be able to announce pretty soon.
I hope so.
Maybe Charlie Conway and that whole crew are kind of going to be involved in what we're doing.
Maybe.
Just a thought to throw that out there.
Who can say?
As we kind of get through this. Now, we're going to be announcing the picks as they happen. Bettman's still up on stage right now. I don't know how anyone could possibly want to hear him talk for more than, hi, how you doing? All right, Islanders, you're on the clock.
Exactly.
But he's Gary. He's got to play it up. It appears that he is okay. Here we go.
Islanders on the clock.
Islanders, and they have, okay, so this is how we're going to do it with the
Gary's walking into a
decentralized.
room.
I don't want to say what I said earlier.
No, don't.
It is the decentralized draft, and we have the Islanders war room on the screen.
Okay.
And yeah, they have new GM. It's Matthew Darsh is his name. It's Darsh.
Yeah.
I can't remember what his first name is. That screen's a little far away for me to see. I should have probably written this down.
So weird.
But here they are. Yeah, they are announcing the first pick and talking with Bettman about God knows what. But whenever we get a little downtime, Hinkle, I want to talk a little bit about Danny Briere and our assessment of his job recently, because
Our hero.
I went from cautiously optimistic to really excited. All right, here it is. Bettman is this, so he's like whispering it to them. All right. The Islanders. All right, they have not announced it yet. This is a very odd format.
Very
I guess they had to chat first.
There's a boat.
Yeah, every fan of a team in the lottery has to be booing the Islanders. I know. I think Bucci just said it's Rangers fans. But okay, so we have 3 minutes still, 2 minutes 40 seconds. They're going to take the whole time.
They always do.
I guess someone's probably got to get up, use the bathroom, grab a drink. Like there's any idea, like they're already showing. Like we know it's going to be Schaefer.
Who it is.
But we have to use the full 3 minutes because why the hell not?
Gary's like, listen, we paid for this TV time.
Yeah.
We sold ads. We need you to take
ESPN,
the full time.
we need to take this to 11 o'clock, and that means the Islanders, you got to make some stuff happen here. You got to delay. But yeah, they're showing Schaefer on the screen. What a rise for this kid. Played 17 games this season.
That's what's wild to me about him.
It is like,
it affected him none.
I think even, the small sample size thing where we overanalyze guys, the World Juniors. Yeah, he was good, but he only played twice. He got hurt at World Juniors.
I know.
It's to see him jump, and the idea that, no. Like, this draft is one guy, it's Schaefer, and then everyone else, whether you want to put Misa in his own tier and then other guys, or Misa's kind of with the other 4 or 5 there. It's Schaefer and no one else. And he played 17 games. You're judging this guy on, like, what he did at 16, 17 years old.
It's crazy.
There's nothing like the NHL draft and just the age and sample size that these dudes get drafted at. But we are expecting very shortly for the first pick to be announced. And then
are the other sports the children this young?
basketball.
Basketball there.
You are able to now come out of high school again in basketball, which wasn't a thing for a while. You had to do at least 1 year of college. Now you're able to come out again. But yeah, football, I mean,
They're all in college,
a kid
right?
can't play football. They would die.
Oh, the pick is in.
All right, pick is in. They didn't even take the full 3.
Let's go.
Let's see. A lot of mystery here.
Who will it be?
With the first overall pick, Gary Bettman says 2025, not 2025. Drives me nuts. It is the Erie Otters' own Matvei Schaefer, defenseman, now a member of the New York Islanders organization. Many, if you're unfamiliar, have heard he lost his mother at a very young age.
Yeah.
This is a very emotional moment for him. No matter how much you knew, like you don't know until it's done.
Exactly.
And now it's actually happened. A dream realized, and that's really freaking cool. Regardless of the Islanders moving from 10-1 or any of that. Like for him, I think that is what makes drafts so great. Like, yes, fan bases get to celebrate their own hope, but really what it is, this is human drama. You watch young men's dreams come true.
Yeah.
And regardless of what you think of the Islanders, I'm not a fan. Kind of hate them. It's awesome for Matvei Schaefer to now be like, I did it. This is it. Now my next goal is a Norris and a Conn Smythe and the Hall of Fame. Like it's
step one. Check the box.
Just to think about that, I had a meeting a few weeks ago with our boss Vince, and he asked me a question I'd never pondered before. Said, "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" I have never once thought about that in my entire life.
I don't know what I'm going to do 5 minutes from now.
This guy knows.
Oh, yeah.
He very much knows what's going to be happening.
He was like 12 years old.
Yeah, and now I'm going to probably go back to Erie for a year because he only played 17 games in his draft year. And then I'm going to be an NHL hockey player, and then it's all about how great can you be. That's really special.
It is special, and honestly, he seems like a really good kid. Like everything that I've heard about him, his stuff that came out about him at the Combine.
Really strong. He's personable. Strong personality. He's done a ton of interviews. He's talked so much about his mother and the things he's gone through. And like, it's terrible story, but you glean so much of who he is, and it's
really
pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think the NHL's getting a good one with this guy, so we'll see.
I think so too. It's just a real shame for all of us that he's got to play for the New York Islanders.
All right, so up next is San Jose with pick number 2. They'll be on the clock at some point.
We did see some rumors
kicking around. It was David Pagnotta, so it's not like,
that's
is that how you say
period
it?
Guy, right?
Yeah,
Pagnotta, Pagnotta.
He's not uncredible. Is that how you would say it? Decredible?
Every now and again. I would say maybe like 2 of 5.
He is someone who gets cited sometimes.
Yeah.
He said there's a legitimate possibility San Jose moves this pick and perhaps the Flyers are in on 2. What the hell would that cost? Like it's obviously 6, 22, and 31.
It's got to be all of them, right?
Like if they trade all 3, are we done? I know we have a lot of ads to do, but is that a thing?
Let's think about it. So what is San Jose doing? Like, is San Jose ready to shift into win now mode? Like, I don't think they are.
And it is apparently a nice place to live, nice place to play. They have California going for them. They're not exactly Southern California, though.
The taxes.
But California is a heavily taxed place. They don't have that going for them. It feels like they are not close to being, 2-6, what's the difference? Why not accumulate all this talent? Otherwise, what was the point of losing literally every game this year? I know I used literally wrong. It's going to be a long
No, you're not. Unless you're thinking like that it would be better. So, I mean, everyone's kind of saying that like you said, this is a one-man draft. After one, it's kind of just like a mush of dudes.
If you see Misa, Hagens, Fondell, Martone, all those guys is the same.
Exactly.
Then okay.
So maybe you're thinking like, okay, maybe it's better for us if we think we can find some gems in the late round. Maybe it's better for us to come out of this with 3 dudes instead of 1.
All right, the Sharks are on the clock, and that will be announced very shortly. But we have to take our first quick ad break. Oh, I got to tell you about our friends at Ace Hardware Home Services, because you know what, Ace, they got that. That's right. If you have that outlet you said you'd fix last summer, guess what? It's almost July. You haven't done it. It's time to close YouTube, not this show, but your tutorial videos, and go to the Helpful Hardware folks. Because at Ace Hardware, not only do they have the tools and everything you need to get the job done, they have the person to do the fixing as well. Because now they're not just the Helpful Hardware folks, they're also the Helpful Home Service and Repair folks. From plumbing and electrical to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long at Ace Hardware Home Services. They're bringing Helpful Home, the help you love from the store, now to your front door from Philly to the Jersey Shore. And if you're dealing with air conditioning issues right now, please call Ace. It's 6 million degrees, and it doesn't seem like it's stopping anytime soon. Visit Ace Hardware Home Services online at acehardwarehomeservices.com to get started on your next project. And while we're here, let me tell you about our friend at Art of Words. That's right, because they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and one local Philly artist has proved it with a collection of amazing pieces made entirely from handwritten words. Say you want, the link formed by every name of players on the Eagles, you can get that. Same with Citizens Bank and the Phils. And it's not just sports. He's captured Boathouse Row, Reading Terminal, the Skyline, the Shore, and so much more. These are unforgettable gifts for any occasion. I know I have a few, and I love them. My gritty one is in our studio that we do our show at every single day. They started selling these at the K-Lot and Rice's Flea Market, and it has launched an artistic career available for dozens of teams and cities as well. So there's something for everyone. Pieces are conversation starters. You know how we always say, dude's just hanging out, you name an athlete, suddenly you've been talking for, 2 hours. That's what these pieces are, and they're pretty cool looking as well. So check it out at artofwords.com. That's artofwords.com, and use code PHLY at checkout for 15% off your purchase. All right, and we got it in before the Sharks make their pick. Do you think there's anything to it? Do you think there's any chance they're not going to make this selection?
Like Charlie says,
it never happens.
It never happens. So it'll be very surprising.
What was the point of losing all those games?
Exactly. The thing is, listen, the hockey men are just like us. They want the boat.
And you have the best chance of getting one with the highest possible pick.
Exactly. They want to know that whatever they're picking could be a boat. That's more fun than, trading for Owen Tippett.
That's it would have to, I guess it could be all 3 firsts, and it's well, who cares? Because we got Michael Misa, maybe the best forward in the draft, right, if the Flyers were to do this. But I just don't see this as a realistic possibility. But it is fun to think about. Now, here's the question. Do you think it's Misa or do you think it's Fondell?
Trying to think about what they need. They got a lot of centers, don't they?
They do. They have Smith. They have Celebrini, obviously. Yeah. You could always kick, Will Smith over to wing. Obviously, the Ducks did not want to do that.
Yeah.
Fondell is a center, but Charlie and I, in our assessments, think he might be a guy who doesn't stick at center. Maybe that's why they want to move down. Maybe they're we have Celebrini, we have Smith. We need a defenseman, so it's better to get one at 9. Maybe that's it. Schaefer, and then it's Mertka, Jackson Smith, Kashawn Aitchison a little later.
Yeah.
But there's no sure thing top 5, top 8 defensemen.
No, it's a pretty weak draft defense-wise.
So maybe that's what they're thinking, but if I had to guess, they're going to make this pick, and they are going to take Michael Misa.
I would be surprised if they don't.
It would just be Chicago's luck.
It really wouldn't it just?
If Misa falls to them.
Come on.
I think that may hurt. That may hurt the Islanders' chance of getting in back for Hagens if Misa is the fall, because I would think Chicago is that first team that may be a target because they have a bunch of young pieces and they think about maybe filling out depth more so than stars at this point.
Yeah.
With Bedard and some of the guys they've drafted recently. But very interesting to see when the Isles try to jump back into this thing and what exactly is going to happen. And we see the pick is in here. The pick is in for the Sharks. It appears as if they will be making this. Not a huge surprise. I'm sticking with Misa. I know we did a lot with Fondell in the last couple days, but I'm thinking it's still Michael Misa. Now they're on the screen talking to Matthew Schaefer. They cut over to the war room in San Jose.
Where are these? Where are they?
just someone's office.
Somebody's office with a bunch of chairs.
They just brought in a whole new setup and, like, you know, their Jonesy's office.
Yeah, right.
That's my guess here. Sharks fans. I was out. Did they do the chomp? That's cool.
That's
all right.
All right.
I mean, it's just a
give
gator
him
thing,
something.
but I guess you got to do something. I would like a hand motion. What can we do?
Could you not make it that easy on me? I can't.
Can we do like Flyers like the Eagles? What could our thing
don't
be?
like that.
You don't like it?
No.
All right.
We don't need a hand.
What?
I got a lot of hand motions when I think about the Flyers. None of them are suitable for television.
I think you could do it and just not reference it because it's really the audio we got to worry. But we're not live on Roku, right? So we can say whatever we want tonight. I heard at least 2 F-bombs on the Sixers show tonight. So on the Sixers draft show. So we are allowed to swear tonight. I have been given permission. There are children here.
If the Flyers do something spicy, I'm not going to be able to control myself.
The pick is in. Here we are. They're still at the desk, so they're not going to announce this anytime soon. There is no reason for this to take 3 to 4 hours. They could bang, especially the first 10 picks, they could bang out in 10 minutes.
Yeah, we could do this in a half an hour.
Easily.
30 picks?
I say this, and
32
then
picks, 32
like,
minutes.
my friends and I's fantasy football draft takes 8 hours every year without fail.
Well, that's because you guys are drinking and
it is mostly a see how hammered you can get party.
There's no snacks in the war room. At least that's what they show us. They probably do have snacks, though.
If you said snacks and some people just walked up the stairs with food, I was like, is that for us?
No.
But it is not. They are paying customers.
If anybody wants to bring me a Diet Pepsi, I wouldn't fight you.
You know how I was, I've been hammering everybody in the days and weeks leading up to this. The tickets were not going to last. It is freaking...
There's so many people.
It is insane down there. There is no
wild.
room to move. And we sold 300 tickets,
more
including
crowded than when I
100
came up here.
VIPs. We have the absolute best listeners, best fans in the world. Everyone down there, thank you so much. They'll be able to hear me in like 8 seconds. Thank you all for coming out tonight. And thank you to everyone who's joining us live here on YouTube. As the pick is in and Gary is on the stage to announce San Jose's selection, I'm guessing Misa. Let's see.
We have a trade to announce.
Come on.
No? Okay. No.
Let's go. Announce a trade, Gary. It's Danny Briere. No. No, oh, it's Bailey. That's right. I heard she was going to be doing their selection.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, that's very cool. Love Bailey.
I love when...
Hey, we want some Bailey.
I love when the Bills' worlds collide. It happens
It's really
so
fun
frequently.
for me.
Yeah. The wrestling hockey crossover is like so... It's so much.
For some reason, it's just these things I love that the internet is in agreement on. All right, here is Bailey to announce. Yeah, she is famously from San Jose.
She has cool hair.
She is very, very cool. All right, she's announcing the pick. She's a big Sharks fan. Let's get to it, Bailey. I want to talk about other stuff.
Come on.
Without further ado, with the second overall pick, at least she said it right. It is Michael Misa of the Saginaw Spirit.
You have to remember.
All of the rumors and everything were for naught. It is not Fondell. It is Misa. The board remains chalk through 2 picks.
Here's the thing. And this happens every year. Charlie was joking with us.
Yeah,
I love the hour before the draft.
You texted us that they're going to trade the pick thing, and he's like, I love this.
All of the spicy stuff comes out. At the end of the day, these hockey GMs cannot help themselves. They are so boring. They're going to just do what we think they're going to do. Good for Michael Misa. He seems like he's going to be really good. I would have liked the Flyers to get him. That was never going to happen.
No, it was just, when you see it, you have to get a little excited, even though you know it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You know, there's lots of things in my life that I was positive weren't going to happen. Like, I don't know, something like this. Having a night like tonight where we have 300 of our closest friends literally surrounding us.
Yeah.
I could easily stage dive and be caught off of this.
Please don't do that.
No, I shouldn't. That would be unfair to the people below us. But I could if I really, if I had their attention, I think that they would be able to catch me if there's enough of them down there.
There's a lot of people.
But, like, it was fun to think for just a second, oh, maybe they will trade for 2. But honestly, that was never going to happen.
So now the interesting thing is, what does Chicago do? Because this is where it started to get mushy. Like,
Yeah, that's
Megan Chaika has Desnoyers as her third best overall.
You know, I've
Everyone's
thought
talking Fondell now.
Charlie and I did a mock draft. It's here on our YouTube page. It's a little bonus content yesterday. And I had the odd number picks. He had the evens. He won the coin toss, so he got to pick the Flyers. Made sense. I would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
But for Chicago, I was really debating. Do I want Porter Martone, the winger, to pair with Bedard, or do I want the center? Okay, now we have 1-2 backbone of our team and go with a Fondell or maybe Desnoyers or any of the other centers. I think it's going to be Fondell. Fondell would be my guess here.
If I was building their team, that would make more sense to me because everything that I've heard, particularly from Alex, your foreign correspondent, is that while he is technically a center, he's probably going to be a winger in the
And
NHL.
just some of the things he does well. He's a shoot-first player. He's really good on the forecheck.
Yes.
Like, maybe that's the case, but I don't know if Martone isn't the best winger in this draft. That's the thing. I really, really like. I keep wanting to call him Phil, and I know it's Porter. And it's all because of Phil Veroni, and those two things aren't even that close.
The vibe is the same.
My brain just works in weird ways.
It's great.
They had me when I was on Gargano this morning. He had a Cherry Hill Mitsubishi read,
Bro.
and the whole chat begged until Andrew actually spoke up and said, "Let Bill say it." And I obviously know how to say it now, but I got to give the people what they want.
I gotta say, buddy, you were everywhere this morning.
It was. I don't like waking up early and doing things, but today is a special
media
day.
tour.
Today is a special day, and Vince, just remember, we're going to be negotiating that contract real soon.
He's a star.
As I look at myself instead of the camera because I'm a professional. We probably have a little downtime here before Chicago's picks. I want to talk about Danny Briere, our esteemed general manager. And thank you once again to his boss, Dan Hilferty, for buying that round of drinks for the bar and like 300 freaking people here. I'm not going to say he's fully earned my trust. Like, oh, no matter what, Danny or let Danny cook. Like, he's not Howie Roseman. When I think about scrutinizing Howie Roseman, I go, well, he's smarter than me. Briere can get there, but he isn't yet.
Why, though?
But Danny has earned a lot of the benefit of the doubt, really with his last few big moves more than anything. Obviously, last year we didn't love the draft. Jet Luchenko, we'll see. It seems like it's a better pick than we thought.
I was going to say, how are you not on board with that one yet?
Because he didn't score a goal in the AHL. You need to score a goal. But Danny and you see all those picks Danny has at his disposal tonight. I go back to the Frost and Farabee trade. Tough decision, but needed to be made, and he did it. I go back to the Lawton trade. We know he didn't want to do it, but it was time he decided. And after all of the criticism we gave Danny for holding on to Lawton for so long, he ended up getting as much or more for Scott Lawton as the Boston Bruins did for their captain, Brad Marchand, who very well could have won the Conn Smythe.
That is correct.
I got to give him that. The patience also paid off in that Trevor Zegras market.
Sure did.
I thought Trevor Zegras was a thing that was a fun pipe dream a few months ago, and now it's over. And look at the reduced price he got Trevor Zegras for.
Practically free.
Ryan Poehling, nice player. Second round pick would be cool to have. They have 3 more. A fourth, I don't care. That is a penny to me. Oh, look, a penny. Oh, maybe I put it in my pocket. Maybe I put it in that little dish. It's nothing. It is not going to be an NHL player probably. That patience that he has shown, his plan is starting to come a little more together for me. He's doing stuff, which is great. And the stuff is stuff I like, especially recently.
So what is it? Is it going to take them winning before you are like, yeah, he's good?
When they start, and it could very well begin tonight. We just showed you all the ammo. I very much doubt they make 3 picks tonight and 3 picks in the top 40.
It would be surprising.
Top, in what is it? 36, 40, and 48, I believe. I really doubt they make all those picks. It's just when they start to add and when they start to sign guys. So it's 36, 40, and 48. 45 is what they traded for that went in the Zegras trade. Yeah. So looking at what they have, what they could do. It's when they start to add and when they really start to put this thing together. That's when he'll start to really earn the trust.
Okay.
We got about 40 seconds here until Chicago makes the pick.
They're really thinking about it, Bill.
They do have some decisions to make. I'm sure they are receiving phone calls from the Islanders and other teams right now. It's a matter of time before the Islanders try to get back into this first round to get James Higgins.
The pick is in.
The pick is in. All right.
What
Chicago's pick is in. And these these long-suffering Blackhawks fans, you really got to feel for them, everything they've been through, Kelly. If Michael Misa had fallen to them, honestly, that's the reason I'm happy about that pick more than anything.
Yeah. I don't want good things for them.
No, never. They beat us. They won 3. It's done. All right, the pick is in. We do not have Bettman is approaching the stage, and here we go. They've played that music. Bettman getting some booze here at Chickies and Pete's, as is to be expected. Make him get on his knees to speak into the mic. Oh, it's not CM Punk. That's a little bit of a bummer.
It's Chelios.
Is it Chelios? Is that who's making their pick?
Oh,
JR. Boo! No. No. You get to identify as a Flyer or nothing else.
Not one of us.
Not one of us.
Never
Clearly a Blackhawk.
Back here again.
Cried when they won. All right, JR. Who do you got? All right.
No.
JR is pandering to the crowd, and we will see. He was the 8th overall pick in 1988. The year I was born, he was selected. That is, wow. Yeah, it makes sense, because now the kids, when I graduated high school, are being drafted. It's a real mind F, looking at all
I keep saying it's so strange because we're only 28 years old.
I tell everyone I'm gonna be 17 forever, and it's really not coming together.
Just Jeremy.
It looks like it's gonna be Anton Fondell. Elite Prospects is ahead of us.
Oh, okay.
That appears to be. It looks like it's gonna be Fondell, but we will wait for JR to make the official selection. All right, here we go. Blackhawks select. It is, in fact, Anton Fondell. So, through 3 picks, we have chalk. We have Schaefer to the Isles.
Is this one chalk?
I think it's kind of the consensus where we landed in the last week or two. I think Fondell at 3 started to become the most obvious thing. I think now is when the draft starts. One, because we've heard Utah loves Brady Martin. We've heard they're willing to trade.
So, yeah. I was going to say.
They kind of have what's available.
Yeah, this is, I think, where it's going to get interesting. I was listening to 32 Thoughts on the way up here, and Friedman made a point to say that what Utah needs is they need a little bit of a toughness. They need a little size. They need to get a little bit bigger. And that makes me wonder, are they going to be the team that saves the Flyers for themselves and takes Brady Martin off the board at 4? Honestly, okay, here's the thing.
Are you that much against Brady Martin?
No, I'm not.
Because I'm not anymore.
I'm not either. I have been talking. Okay, so I was telling you to stop talking yourself into it. I have spent the last few days talking myself into it because I think it's going to happen. If he's there at 6, I think they're going to take him.
And that's the fact that it's me and you on this show, there's not the voice of reason here.
Yeah, they're Charlie
as
to tell us we're being dumb.
Someone goes, oh, he's Mike Richards. Sam Bennett, that's cool. Kachuk, obviously everyone would want a Kachuk, but Mike Richards?
You have my attention.
Oh, my favorite player of all time. Well,
I know.
But yeah, I still want other guys more.
Yes.
But I have decided if they take him, I will not be angry about it. I will say, okay, Danny, this is kind of one of those, you haven't earned my trust. I'm not mad, but this better work.
Yeah, better work.
I really don't think it's going to be him, though. Did you, today, we played a clip on today's show, but I saw you join maybe a little later.
Yeah.
Of Jonesy's answer, kind of about their philosophy. And he said, yes, while guys like Sam Bennett and those playoff dudes that come through for you in the playoffs are very important, so too is having a mix. You have to have a little bit of everything. And I think that is, I think that's pretty encouraging here. All right, while we have a minute, why don't I tell you about our friends at Rothman? Let's talk about getting you back to what you love, especially this summer. 'Cause, you know, it's activity season. Whether you're biking by the Schuylkill or chasing your kids through the sprinkler or just finally tackling that hiking trail that's been on your mind for years, it's really tough to accomplish those goals when your body doesn't cooperate. And that's where Rothman Orthopedics comes in. From aches after a pickup game to old injuries flaring up on summer adventures, Rothman's team of experts is here to help. And they're here to help with evidence-based care and a commitment to restoring your mobility. They'll get you back out there stronger than ever. Maybe if they take McQueen, we can just send him to Rothman. Don't let pain put your summer on pause. Visit RothmanOrtho.com/PHLY to book your appointment today and get back to doing what you love and doing it pain-free. Rothman Orthopedics, getting you back to your summer. Getting you back to your summer game is their mission. While we're here, I got to tell you about TrueMark Financial Credit Union. You know I love me some TrueMark. Summer's here, which means kids, well, they're out and about, they're hanging with friends, maybe even picking up that first summer job, which makes it the perfect time to set them up with something that teaches real-world money skills and gives them a little freedom. It's the Greenlight Debit Card and Money app. If you're a TrueMark Financial member and you get a free Greenlight account for your kids or teens. It's really that simple because it's a simple way for them to manage their own money, whether it's from a job allowance or that birthday cash. They'll get their own debit card. They can learn to set savings goals, track their spending, learn how to budget, all while you stay in the loop from your phone. You're still in control, but they get to learn how to manage their money in the real world. So before the summer rush kicks in, this is a great way to help your kids build smart money habits that'll stick with them long after the season's over. Head over to TrueMark.com/greenlight and get all the details and sign up today. Don't miss the chance to set your kids up for financial success. So it is Utah on the clock here. It's about 2 minutes and 20 seconds before they make that fourth overall pick. This is where it starts to get a little interesting. Where do you think this is going, Hinkle?
I don't know, man. I feel like Brady Martin makes sense for them.
If there is a team, because they already have Cooley and they already have Keller,
Right.
I think.
Like, what does Danoy or Higgins do for them?
I think this is the spot it makes the most sense maybe for the Islanders to try to jump in. Now, it also, like, is Higgins going to fall even further than we thought? Like, trading for 4 is going to cost more than trading for 8. If Higgins is going to get past the Flyers and Bruins, maybe they wait it out.
Yeah.
Brady Martin, I just can't imagine he goes 4.
Like,
it just doesn't make sense.
Bill, you've seen the way it's gone. Like, as you say, the helium on this kid. He's got many balloons tied to his head. He's everyone, the Florida brain. Everyone's lost their minds, and I just think, I don't know. You don't. Well, the pick's in, so I guess
the
they're
pick is
making
in,
it.
so it appears as if they will be making it. We are still, for some reason, on Chicago's draft room.
They're the most important boys.
I'm sure the ESPN crew is explaining, because they're showing, all right. They're showing.
I swear to God, if they show the goal again, I'm going to lose my mind. I feel like every time we're talking about the Blackhawks for any length of time, there's a danger that we're going to have to see the goal.
There will always be an opportunity. It was even like during the Stanley Cup playoffs, they have Bush.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, we got to bring up Bob. When did you guys play together? Oh. And that's 2011, but that hurts just as much. Yeah. There's always a way to throw a dig at the Flyers somewhere. But it's only a couple of picks now. Utah, 20 seconds, counting down for the 4th overall pick.
Here's the thing: we've been talking this whole time, and each time a pick has come in, it has been the chalk pick. So what would be the chalk pick here? Is it Desnoyers? Is it Higgins?
I think Desnoyers might make the most sense. Maybe Porter Martone.
Martone, yeah, I got
to go with that big winger. All right, here comes Gary to announce the 4th overall pick.
To make their pick.
Let us see where they go with this one.
I will absolutely not bear with you.
Okay.
Joining us from Utah is one of the PGA Tour's longest and most decorated athletes.
Golf.
Tony Finau.
I guess there's only so many people from Salt Lake City. Do we know who's making our pick? Is that a thing we know?
Charlie.
That'd be really funny if it was Charlie. I get a call from Hilf. It's Brenna. Brenna's making the pick.
Absolutely incredible. Our inaugural season, I thought.
Is it incredible? I mean, I guess it's cool for them.
Yeah, whatever. I have to say their logo kind of slaps.
The mammoth thing is really cool. It's not
good.
bad at all. I do dig the colors. There's not enough of that.
Yeah,
Like there's so many blue teams. There's not that blue.
Too many. But like the mountain
All right.
thing, it's kind of cool.
There's golfers just droning on. Is that their thing? Chi hoo 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 hoo? Is that what they're gonna do?
I don't know.
Chi boo 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 boo. How about that?
Do they have culture in Utah?
I don't know.
I thought it was just
All right.
soda with
Here
stuff
comes-
in it.
Here
All right,
comes.
let's go.
Utah is proud.
Oh,
From the Moncton Wildcats.
it's pronounced
It is
Caleb.
Caleb
I'm told.
Desnoyers
Desnoyers, okay.
is going to Utah,
All right, all
which
right,
only
all right.
leaves Nashville between us and our pick, Hinkle.
Now, why
We
would
have Schaefer,
Nashville take
Misa,
Brady Martin?
Fondell, Desnoyers off the board, which means Porter Martone, James Hagans, Jake O'Brien, Roger McQueen, Brady Martin, and Victor Eklund all still available.
Martone seems like a Nashville guy, don't you think?
I do. I can't believe we haven't heard more Brady Martin to Nashville because it feels like them.
That does feel like a Nashville move, too. Smashville, if you will.
They do want a center. Maybe they go Hagans here. It just doesn't feel like a very Trotz pick.
No, it doesn't.
I think they could potentially go a little off the board with McQueen here. I wouldn't say that's that far off the board. It would just depend on what you think of his medicals.
Well,
I don't think it's that crazy.
Like, they came back good, right?
He reported they're good, and I think it's just kind of like the team doctor call now.
Okay.
Like, yes, he said it's a broken bone, and now the bone is healed, so, like, I'm good. He met with all the teams. He did the testing at the combine. So it's really just like, do you trust your doctors to look at him and go, yeah, man, it's not a long-term back issue. It is a bone that broke and is now healed. 18-year-olds tend to heal pretty quick.
They are resilient. How would you feel about the Flyers taking that kind of swing? I think I would kind of
Man, I would really, it scares me a little.
Yeah.
Just because guy who comes in his draft year already injured. I have real Nolan Patrick vibes.
I know. We
Tall
have been
center
damaged.
with back issues. I have real, Steve Jaco, Mr. Fly Hyperbole.
Jaco.
Talk about an MVP.
You're a hero, and I love you.
We have Couturier. We know the bad back, but this is different.
This is a different back thing.
It's not just as if back is a catch-all term. I think I guess I have to trust the doctors, even though that's a real scary proposition. That's a real scary proposition with this franchise.
Right. I don't know about trusting Flyers
but perhaps
doctors.
Nashville will make that decision for us. At least one of Hagans or O'Brien is going to be on the board.
Yeah.
We know that for a fact.
Yeah. What are they going to do?
It's probably one of them. This is exciting. And we got Nashville and then Philly. Danny, if you trade down all those nice things, the goodwill of the Zegras trade, it's over. At least they traded down with the first pick last year. They traded both picks last year. One for one spot later, one for a year later.
The choice, so I feel like, okay, if we're choosing between Hagans and Martin, that I feel like for the Flyers, in my mind, is going to be an easy choice in the direction that we're all thinking they're going to go.
It looks as like there's a real possibility that two guys I like way better than Martone and Hagans are there.
But J.O.B. and Martin. I'll tell you why.
I don't like Jake O'Brien.
It scares me.
I'm an idiot. I don't know.
No, you're not. It scares me when Charlie says, the floor is Boyd Kane. Do not like this. Like, I don't want to hear that the floor is good AHL goal scorer.
I said this at some point today. Maybe it was to Steve on the noon show. I think there's two outcomes for who the hell are we talking about? Oh, for Jake O'Brien.
Jake O'Brien.
Mind cramp there. I think there's two outcomes. One is Claude Giroux. Awesome. Take Claude Giroux all day. He's
like
a
him.
freaking amazing player. He's still pretty damn good at 37 years old. And the other outcome is Morgan Frost. And now, Charlie made this point when we were together yesterday. He has the draft year production, even the blows away Morgan Frost.
Yeah.
And the draft -1 production was on par with what Frost did the year he got drafted.
Yeah.
So maybe this is just in my head for no other reason than I need a take. But something about him, I don't trust Jake O'Brien to pop. I think I like, honestly, Brady Martin ahead of Jake O'Brien, but I like Martone and Hagens obviously the most.
Yeah, I feel like you have more of a sure thing with Brady Martin. With Brady Martin, I think you're definitely getting an NHL hockey player.
Yeah, he might only be a second-line winger who knocks people out and scores on slap shots on the power play, but that's pretty good. That's a pretty good player.
I like that.
I would like that.
I would enjoy watching that guy play.
So, all right. I'm going to rank it
really
Martone, Hagens, Martin, O'Brien. That's my wish list here. I think I want McQueen more than O'Brien too.
I think I would take the swing on McQueen before O'Brien.
McQueen is the perfect when he starts to slip, then you go up and get him again.
Yeah.
And I just don't know.
I don't know if he's going to slip that far.
I don't know if 22 and 31 is enough to get you up to where he's going to slip to.
Probably not.
In our mock draft, I had the Flyers trading to 13.
How'd you do that?
22 and 31 to Detroit to take Kashawn Aitchison.
Okay.
And a couple of the comments were, Charlie just wants to say something, but he knows he's talking to a brick wall. 22 and 31 can't get you to 13. Throw in a second round or two. We did a top 16 mock draft.
Have you seen what the Sabres have been doing? Some NHL GMs are stupid, and you can talk them into things.
Yeah.
You just keep adjusting the trade until it turns green or whatever happens on
About a minute 20 here until Nashville is going to make their pick. Looking at what it is, Hagens really going to fall out of the top 5? The presumed number 1 a year ago,
I know,
is now not a top 5 pick. And listen, it's not as if a lot of these guys didn't make a great case for themselves in their draft year. It's just just because he's not Celebrini or Fantilli doesn't mean he's not going to be awesome.
Who was that one that was it Shane Wright's draft where he kept falling and they kept showing him being like, I wonder, Hagens, I guess, kind of knew.
All right, 40 seconds here before Nashville is going to be forced to make their selection. I just always assume when it gets to the final 30 seconds, there's going to be a trade.
Pick's in.
All right, pick is in. Cameras on the Nashville draft room.
This is huge for us because
Let us see.
They're making a choice for us.
They are essentially removing a guy from the potential options here at 6. We will see who it is in about 15 seconds. I do not see Gary on the stage yet, but this is got to be stressful. I'm starting to really feel it now. This is it, and then the Flyers are on the clock. So let's see here. All right, the pick is in.
Okay.
The Predators logo is up there. Here comes Gary.
What will they be doing?
Let us see what they will be doing.
Who's making the pick? Is it Carrie Underwood?
Nashville's all-time great.
Shea Weber. Who is it? Oh, it might actually be.
Oh.
Oh, it is.
That's so funny.
Look at that. Flyers great, Shea Weber.
Should have kept.
That week where waiting was one of the most fun weeks of the last 2 decades of Flyers hockey. I have no idea what this guy's saying.
Why is he outside?
Why are you in the wind?
Did they call him? Like it was a surprise that they called him? Oh shit, I forgot I was supposed to do this today. I'm out golfing.
All right. Fred select.
Yo!
Brady Martin.
Okay.
The draft party erupts below us because Brady Martin is off the board.
Yo, what are we gonna do?
Wow. Leaving James Hagens for the Flyers at 6. The Hagens chance have begun. Will it be will
Is
it
Brady
be?
Martin with puppies?
Brady Martin goes 5th overall to
Yo.
Nashville. Not even on the board for the Flyers. Let us now see
Okay.
what will happen. What's happening? Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
No, we're
I
just
thought they were
recapping.
announcing a
We're
trade or
recapping.
something.
Yeah, I
but
know. I thought something was
okay. So Shea Weber announces one of the great hitters of his era, one of the baddest motherfuckers to ever lace them up for the Preds. We're allowed.
Okay. I got scared.
Announces Brady Martin, who
Smashville?
Smashville. I guess
They
it
be
makes sense.
smashing.
I wonder if this was their plan, and that's why Shea Weber was involved. But it's
This is so interesting because Nashville needs help, man.
yeah, like
They
they're
need
not
help.
a good
They're
team.
not good.
They're old.
Yeah.
They don't have really good young talent.
They need talent.
That's an interesting choice. They do have 2 other first-round picks. This is kind of like, there's a lot of similarities between the Flyers and Stars in 2017 draft.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is Nashville's kind of in that Dallas position where they mirror us a little bit.
Yeah.
So they are, yeah. So yeah, they're at, I think.
Hagens or more. I think it's going to be Hagens or Martone. Who do you think it's
Give
going to
me
be?
Hagens, man. I love Martone too. I will be happy with either. Yeah.
Is Jake O'Brien the one that's going to make you go, ooh, ooh?
Yeah, that's kind of the one that I'm just not sure
that
about.
Charlie was saying they really like him, right?
They seem to. They do seem to. Man, this is just turning around to see the room is anticipating heavily. There's a lot of cameras out to capture the reactions that we get as the Flyers, of course, on the clock about 1:40 as we're at commercial.
Oh my God, I'm so nervous.
I'm gonna say it's Porter Martone.
You're saying Martone? Okay.
The way that they kind of came out and said we're not going to be beholden to a certain position.
Yeah.
Maybe that was like, hey man, if Martone's there, we're doing it. He's really. I would be all about a Porter Martone pick here. I am going to say it's Porter Martone.
I'm gonna say they do the thing and they go Hagens.
They go Hagens. Okay.
They're gonna continue to not do Flyers.
All right, and it would be very interesting. It would be very interesting if they went with, after trading for Trevor Zegras, another little bit undersized center. It is funny to call a guy, he's 5'10" and a half and weighs about as much or maybe more than Sam Bennett, like undersized. Like he's just a little short.
Our general manager, the smallest boy to ever play.
And
kick
great
ass
playoff performance.
all over the ice.
Better in the playoffs than in the regular season.
Flashing wrists, scoring goals, going offside, not getting caught. That is who's running this team.
I'm a little disappointed I'm not going to be getting to watch Brady Martin. I talked myself into it to the point where I'm disappointed, even though
thing really got me.
we're almost guaranteed now to get a better player.
I know.
All right.
This is good. No, it's good.
All right, I have Martone, you have Hagens.
We're gonna get Blake
We
Richardson,
are coming back. The pick is in. Here we go. All right. Flyers on the board here. Do we have a celebrity? Is there a who is it? Flyers up next. Here comes Gary to make the pick. The room has erupted with anticipation. Here. Okay, we do have a celeb. Legendary.
Probably next to Rocky.
Our most famous athlete.
A great friend.
Chuck.
Oh, Barkley.
No Chucks at the draft, damn it.
I like his glasses.
I do. We know Charles loves hockey. All right, they definitely got him someone whose name he can pronounce. We know that. What's up, Charles Barkley? Okay. I'll just announce it. Come on.
What you love about our game.
Come on, Gary.
Tell everyone what you love about the game. What I love is the fast-paced nature of it and how we don't waste time on this, personally. Charles is so cool.
He's cool.
And at the end of the day, that's all sports should be. And we're all trying to win a championship.
All right, Charles. Yep. Come on. Who are we taking, Charles? Tell me. I'm sure it's announced somewhere, but I want to enjoy
I don't want
it
to
with
get
everyone
spoiled.
else. All right, here we are with the 6th pick.
Charles, please.
Come on, Charles. With the 6th pick.
Okay. Porter Martone.
It is Porter Martone. Porter Martone, one of the most productive players in this draft, comes in at number 6 to the Philadelphia Flyers. Martone, 37 goals and 98 points for the Brampton Steelheads in a mere 57 games. The man is a large playmaker. He can score around the net. He's 6'3", 205. He'll be 19 in October, so maybe a little old for the draft, but he's physically mature, 6'3", 205.
That's a big boy.
Scores around the net. Unreal playmaking skills as well that maybe you wouldn't expect from a player of his size. This is very, very exciting to have.
What I'm hearing is Michkov, Zegras, Martone?
Yeah, I think so. And he's right-handed. You can see him maybe on that far wall. Maybe you see him in front of the net on the power play. This is a great moment for the Philadelphia Flyers as they select Porter Martone, 6th overall from the Brampton Steelheads. Just a little bit of a bio here. Number 3 in the EP consolidated rankings.
Nice.
Number 3 on EliteProspects.com.
Sick.
McKenzie had him at 3. Button had him at 4. Ferrari had him at 5. THN had him at 3. McKean had him at 3. Flow Hockey had him at 6. Let's see. Daily Faceoff had him at 3. Central Scouting, 6 North American Skaters. This is a guy who was, by all accounts, a top 5 pick, and we got him at 6.
Okay.
Porter,
I'm
and
excited.
it's not as if, yes, they missed out on the physicality of Brady Martin, and this is a guy who maybe, despite his size, isn't the most physical. He can be. There are plenty of highlights of him throwing his weight around, getting in on the forecheck. I love this pick for the Danny Briere. The trust is building, Danny. The trust is building.
Okay. I'm excited.
I am quite excited as well. And now that we have crossed into the 8 o'clock hour, I got to tell you how appreciative we are of our friends at Bet365. And, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. It is not ordinary here at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Is Bet365 my sportsbook of choice? And that Porter Martone under comes in. We have Danny talking to Porter now. We'll try to step aside a second here. The crowd is elated with this selection. I'm excited as well. Creating an identity. How does he fit it is the question.
Well, a combination of
size, skill, playmaking. All right.
I feel like the 3 of us are just going to be sat next to those guys tomorrow in Atlantic City, right?
We're just going to be hanging out.
Yeah,
if you love tonight, don't forget, tomorrow we'll be right back here, noon to 4. I think we're actually going to start at 11:30 tomorrow for day 2 of the draft. But that's Martone is a Flyer, as they announced to the theater in L.A. And again, thank you to Bet365, and thank you to our awesome presenting sponsor, Philly Sports Trips. And Philly Sports Trips freaking rules. If you want to know how great they are, all you got to do is scan the QR code that's going to appear on your screen in just a second to put down a $99 fully refundable deposit on a great Flyers trip we're going to be taking with Philly Sports Trips this upcoming hockey season. Now, the schedule hasn't been announced yet. We can't say anything is definite.
No.
But say you're maybe a Disney adult. Say you really love the West Coast. Say you really want to boo a guy who said he didn't want to be a Flyer, drafted 5th overall a few drafts ago. This might be the trip for you. No guarantees. Can't say anything exactly. But scan that QR code, put your deposit down, and I bet you we have a ton of fun on a trip when the schedule gets announced in a few weeks.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's going to be a great time.
I truly cannot
Philly Sports Trip.
How much fun I had in Montreal.
All right, I guess now the story is waiting out till 22 and seeing if the Islanders get back in, seeing if Danny does anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's either we're going to be real bored or things are going to get real spicy.
All right, so I love this pick. Porter Martone. I never actually did the My Guys list because it turned out it was everybody but Jake O'Brien.
Yeah.
I love Keshawn Aitchison, just to throw that out there. It's why I traded up for him in the mock draft and everything. They did not address, however, the most glaring need. In fact, they got a right-handed winger. Now, I guess the most glaring need is just overall skill, and they got a really freaking good player. Again, of all the draft-eligible players, I believe he was third in total points.
And so we didn't really get to hear it, but on the broadcast, Megan Chaika compared him to Mikko Rantanen, and like, hello.
I'll take that.
I'll take a Mikko Rantanen.
So of all the players who scored the most points, all draft-eligible guys, Michael Misa, 134. Amazing.
Pretty good.
Benjamin Kindle for the Calgary team, for the Calgary Hitmen, 99 points. And then there's Porter Martone and Jake O'Brien, 98 apiece. But they didn't address the most glaring need yet, center. Do you think that they kind of have to now?
They have
or
been
does Zegras
addressing it.
They have been.
So here's the thing. I do think that if your fear is that they're too small down the middle, then you can find a big dude late round, right?
Yeah, and looking at what has been mocked to the Flyers, a beer and a water would be great, Vince. A beer and a water, you know. Let's get a valet up here or something. You don't got to do it. Vince is a tremendous boss.
Hold on, let me go back in the
Water and a
hockey
beer
Slack chat.
would be awesome. Don't care. Whoever's paying for us. Bernie's coming. Oh, Bernie Perrant is going to be joining us real soon. So that is freaking awesome to hear. All right, but I'm trying to talk on the show, Vince.
Bernie.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, of course.
It's a live broadcast, folks.
Yeah. Of course. Bernie Perrant is going to be joining us very shortly. But based on what we have seen, and here we have a pick is coming in now. The who the hell's even up? I've lost track here. Oh, right, Boston. It's next.
You know what's good? Boston's not getting Brady Martin.
Boston is not getting Brady Martin.
Things for Boston ever.
Do they go with, while he's from Long Island, obviously went to school, do they go with the hometown guy, Higgins? Oh, they go with Adam Sandler in the Happy Gilmore Bruins jersey.
Yeah.
Oh, my mom is here. What's up, Mom? Hello. Always have Happy Gilmore on the screen. My mom is in the VIP section. What an awesome night for me personally. I love this party. I love it every year.
The cutest.
She is. She's looking good. Her hair's done. She got it done today. She got the PHLY shirt I was wearing earlier today. It is Higgins. I forgot to announce it. It's Higgins. Higgins does go, so the Islanders don't get back.
The Islanders' dream is dead.
And Higgins remains in Boston. He doesn't have to move too far.
Good for him.
Yeah, great.
Whatever.
They need centers as well. They are definitely center deficient after the retirements of the last few seasons. I guess I will throw this out there now. I showed you that DM I got, and this is not coming from a reputable source whatsoever.
Or is it?
This is my cousin's boyfriend's hairdresser's
It was
fiance.
a very Ferris Bueller.
But Charlie and
DM.
I both got the same DM.
Let's read it.
The Flyers will trade one of their firsts to Boston for Pavel Zacha. This is by no means a reputable source. I'm just telling you what I've heard, because that's my job as the voice of the people here, to tell the people what I have heard, even though it's nonsense.
We're trading like 22 for Pavel Zacha?
Yeah. All right, and I think we are going to have an especially awesome guest right now. The greatest of all time, the best goalie in franchise history, two-time Conn Smythe winner, two-time Vezina winner, shutouts in the only two Stanley Cup clinching games in this franchise's history. It is the legend, #1 Hall of Famer, Bernie Perrant. Bernie, it is wonderful to see you. Bernie now getting the adoration of our crowd below us. It is like, I don't know if Like if Mick Jagger walked in here, he would get this reception.
No.
I'm only 37. I have no modern references. I'm not even 37 yet. Bernie joining us right now here at the table with pick. Oh, please, Bernie, please. Yeah, as we are now joined.
Is there a bag there? Move that bag.
Let's make some room here for a legend.
There we go.
So who is so Seattle and then Buffalo at 8 and 9.
Here we go.
And they still have there's
Mr. Perron,
really good
hello.
players still left on the board. Bernie, welcome. Welcome, my friend. It is outstanding to be joined by a champion, a legend, a Hall of Famer. Thank you so much for being here.
Here we go.
Could you repeat that, please?
Just thank you so
No,
much.
just kidding.
It's pretty loud in here, huh?
You can usually hear me without the headphones. It's not, but Bernie, you know, it dawns on me, this is the 2025 draft. It is now 50 years since you lifted that second Stanley Cup, were awarded your second Conn Smythe. Where does the time go? Can you believe it's been 50?
It's incredible. I'm looking, show the folks the rings, right?
People love to see the rings, right?
They're absolutely beautiful.
74, 75. And every morning I look at them, it's like they're brand new again.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
It absolutely fantastic.
And you know what? So grateful that I was part of a great team. So grateful we have great ownership. But you know what? The most I'm grateful for, the crowd we had at the games.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It was packed every game.
Amazing crowds.
I'm really, really looking forward to that atmosphere coming back because now, I wasn't around for your era, but even in the Wells Fargo Center when those playoff series would start rolling and the team was good, it was just something you couldn't describe. And it feels like it's been gone for so long, but I don't know, the atmosphere here pretty great tonight, Bernie. You've been meeting a lot of people.
Yeah, you know, that's nice. And I think we have, Briere is involved, Jones, and Talcott is going to coach a team.
Yeah.
So I think those guys are going to bring this thing around here.
I think we're in good hands, yeah.
Yeah.
Bernie, now you're the only Stanley Cup winning goaltender in this franchise's history, legendary team, nearly a dynasty. What was the key? Because we've been debating so much about now. Is it toughness? Is it skill? Is it having the best goalie in the league like the Flyers happen to as well? What was the key for you guys?
Well, having the best goalie in the world.
Of course. That's all you need, right?
I know. No, but you know what? We had. Well, let's face it, we haven't talked about him, but we had Clarkey. Clarkey was a great leader, and then we had, we had the right team, and I keep telling people in life, if you want to win, you can't do it by yourself. You have to be part of a team.
Exactly.
And this is what we were. You look at from the goaltender, defense, forward, and then the beautiful crowd and the coaching staff, the whole bit. We, you know what? I'm so grateful that I was with the team at the right place at the right time.
I think you did a little more than be at the right place at the right time, Bernie. How big of a part was Fred Shero? He's thought of as this legendary coach. If you look at that roster, it's filled with Hall of Famers, it's filled with tough guys. How big a part of it was the coach to bring it all together?
Well, Freddie became part of the family, okay? And it wasn't him coaching the team. It was him as a partner coaching the team. And everybody respected him. Everybody liked him. And he was kind. Sometimes you don't have good games, but Freddie was kind, and great individual. He, as a matter of fact, when we had a game on the road, he used to pick me up and take me to the airport.
That is outstanding.
I didn't know if he was going to take me back, but he did.
I never got to interact with Ed Snyder like on a personal level. By the time I got into the media, he really wasn't around nearly as much. I need a great Ed Snyder story that really tells the younger generation, especially people younger than me who don't even remember when he owned the team. What was Ed Snyder really like as the boss, the man in charge, the granddad, as some people have called him? What was his personality?
Well, you know what? That was one of my favorites, of course, you know. But it was a warm person. You know what? Got along with everybody. One person. He wasn't one of those guys where he stood up above everybody else. He was part of it. He was part of the team. You know, part of the city, part of Pennsylvania. You know, whoever cheered for the Flyers, he was with them all the way. What a great individual.
That's outstanding. I have to know, what was the more fun night of your life? Winning the cup or the parade afterwards? Which was better for the players who actually did it?
Well, the winning the cup, of course, is something else. But during the game, a 1-0 game, the first Stanley Cup.
A little stressful.
You know what? It puts a little bit of pressure on you, you know. But when we had the parades, you know, and waving to people, we had millions, you know, and waving to people was just incredible.
I bet that was crazy.
You know, and I look, it's been 50 years. I look at my rings every day, and I'm so grateful, you know. And the rings, like it looks like it just happened, for God's sakes, you know.
Yeah, I still look pretty good.
Yeah.
You keep those rings nice, Bernie. I got to. They don't look worn at all.
No.
Who was? I just love stories about that old team, the Rexy's gang, everything. Who was the funniest guy that maybe we don't know from those teams? Like, who was someone we wouldn't realize was like the personality of that team?
Well, the whole team.
They all seem like fun guys.
You know what? The whole team, that's how we beat Boston. Boston, or Esposito and all those guys. And
We have a waitress.
And they should have won.
Yeah, I mean, to win, you beat the Bobby Orr Bruins. Like,
That's pretty
that
wild.
is a legendary team. They win before that, they win after, and you guys have that ability to not only defeat them, but shut them out.
Yeah.
Like, that just must have been the greatest accomplishment. It makes sense that you won the Conn Smythe both years.
Well, you know, it cost me a couple of bucks, but I won the trophy. Yeah. But no, but you know what? And I shared this with a lot of people, you know. If you go in life by yourself, you're not going to make it. You know, I'm a firm believer. But if you're part of a good team, wow. You know what? Everything beautiful things will happen, and that's what happened to us. Well, we're a team. You're on our team. Somebody gives you a bad shot. He paid the price for it. You know, and that's how we ended up winning as a team.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Yeah.
If you played in '76, is it a three-peat?
Oh, what kind of a question is that? Yeah. Of course.
I just want to hear you say it because I like to think it.
Yeah.
But you know, when you say it, it's true, Bernie.
Yeah. You know, it's you know what? As we're talking, I visualize in the dressing room with the boys, you know, and I was on the side of the dressing room with the defensemen, and then you have all the other players, you know, and that togetherness that we have is just incredible.
We are going to have to hit an ad break, Bernie, but I can't let you go before I get one great story from the WHA. I know they bought you a boat at one point, but I am just so fascinated by that time period of hockey. I need to know a little bit. I need one good story.
Well, you know what? With the World Hockey League, I played a little bit in Florida, but I played most of that year in Philly, you know, for the World Hockey team there in Philly. And you know what? It was an experience. you know what? I'm glad that I did it, because it made me, and you had a lot of good players in there, right? But it made me appreciate even more the National Hockey League. This is the ultimate right there.
Yeah.
Well, this was the ultimate for us, getting to sit and chat with you for a few minutes, Bernie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Franchise
much.
legend,
Thank
Hall
you.
of Famer, two-time champ, Bernie Parent. And now we have to take one quick commercial break.
Thank you, Bernie.
Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. From their 90 million users worldwide to their almost 800,000 events live streamed each year. And those early payouts, I love those early payouts for hockey and basketball. Bet365 has pioneered live in-game betting. You knew if Bernie was a net back, wish we could have bet back then. Just take the unders every night. It would have been the simplest thing in the world. But hockey, it's come to an end. The NBA is done. We only have baseball now. Oh, but not at Bet365, where they have over 78 sports to bet live in-game. You can even bet over-unders for draft position on the ongoing NHL draft. And we have breaking news from our friends at Bet365. New customers now get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5, win or lose. All you got to do, sign up. Use the code PHLY365, deposit $10, and make a bet for $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. Whether you win or lose, that's right. Bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, player props, futures, and more. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 21 and older. Must be 21 or older and physically located in PA. If you or somebody who has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Of course, they gave me this tonight. It's Cherry Hill Mitsubishi. Cherry Hill Mitsubishi. If you're looking for the most affordable 7-passenger SUV in America, Cherry Hill Mitsubishi.com has you covered with the 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander. And they're celebrating Memorial Day savings even now into the end of June with their massive selection of budget-friendly and gas-sipping Mitsubishis. Here's the fact that shocked me. Mitsubishi Motors is the #1 in customer service satisfaction with dealer services among mainstream brands and SUV owners. That's not just me saying it, it's J.D. Power. Combine that with the best warranty in the automotive business, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, and 5 years, 60,000-mile bumper-to-bumper. Why settle for a lesser warranty and be on the hook for costly repairs down the road? So stop in today, tell them PHLY sent you, and receive a $100 restaurant.com gift card just for taking a test drive or completing a trade-in appraisal. I know people buy Mitsubishis elsewhere. I just don't know why. Drive home in your new Mitsubishi today. Just minutes from all bridges are available online 24/7 at cherryhillmitsubishi.com. And that was just so freaking cool, being joined by Flyers legend, Hall of Famer, two-time Conn Smythe winner, two-time Vezina winner, Bernie Parent.
Wait a minute. Speaking of legends,
What's going on?
you can say Mitsubishi now.
If I really think about it, I can say Mitsubishi.
Mirka.
Radim Mirka goes 9 to Buffalo. We got some catching up to do on some of the selections made. Oh, it was really only one.
Not a lot. We didn't miss too much.
Who went to Seattle? I did not catch that.
What's his name?
Oh, of course, yes. I could probably just refresh here the old elite prospects. And it was Jake O'Brien. It was Job. Okay, that's what you said. I hate having both headphones on because I can't hear how loud I'm talking.
Oh.
But I can't really hear anything anyone else says if I have them off. Kelly, no negative self-talk. Certainly not tonight.
Sorry, Vince is texting me.
So that was Jake O'Brien goes 8, and then Radim Mirka goes 9 to Buffalo. I wonder if I do wonder if the Islanders are still on the phone with Boston. Like, what do you want?
I feel like you got to pay more for the guy than you do the pick, though, right? You think?
In most situations, I would say so, but it was always that guy. Like for the Islanders, they were always buying that guy.
That's true.
All right, so we have Anaheim coming up at 10.
So McQueen.
Then Pittsburgh again.
McQueen's still on the board.
McQueen is still on the board, and we're getting into that.
Do we think anyone's going to swing for him?
I don't think it makes sense for Anaheim after they just
not
traded
for Anaheim.
Zegras because they have centers. Now McQueen, maybe he's not ready for a few years and all that, but
Yeah.
I don't think he makes sense there. And then we get into the back-to-back Pittsburgh picks, and I do think
Cuckoo does get old.
I think Pittsburgh, it makes way too much sense for them to come away with like McQueen and then maybe Jackson Smith, something like that.
I'll be I don't want good things for them.
Where do you think it becomes possible for the Flyers to get to with 22 and 31 or 22 and some seconds? Please don't trade away any of the seconds, though, Danny. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot of time to kill tomorrow. Trade the firsts. We're already here. Anaheim. Where may Anaheim go here? Just looking at this list as we look at the rankings and who is remaining. And maybe they go defense. Maybe they end up going with a Jackson Smith or a Kashawn Aitchison just because they are pretty set at forward. It's they just traded for Chris Kreider. They have obviously the two centers. They have Cutter Gauthier, who I don't know. Maybe if you check out this deal at Philly Sports Strips, you might be able to see in person next year. No guarantees. No guarantees. Just saying. But you
supposed to go that high now?
You go down the Anaheim roster, and I do wonder if this is a spot where they go defense simply because we're set at forward. Like I mentioned, the Kreider trade. They have Troy Terry, Mason Matavich, Frank Vetrano, Cutter, Leo Carlson, Cutter.
Yeah, but that guy sucks.
Yeah, he did end up scoring 20 goals. He did end up scoring 20 goals. A lot of them in garbage time, you know.
So, do we... But you're not supposed to draft for need, right?
No, but at a certain point, you do need to even out your prospect pool.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, it's not as if I'm the most familiar with what they have in the pipeline. I could probably look it up on Elite Prospects, but I can't, just naming all the guys that they have and having traded as Jamie Drysdale. They do have a number of defensemen. Like they had, I think they had the CHL Player of the Year like 3 years in a row.
Did they?
So maybe this is luxury. Maybe this is a pick. Maybe this is a pick they're looking to trade for some NHL help now. There is kind of a mandate for them to be a lot better. Hence, like going and getting Trouba last year, going and getting Kreider this year. They've got freaking Radko Gudas as their captain. Maybe this is the first like real trade possibility here at 10.
If you're the Flyers, is there a guy on the board that's worth, like, is there a guy on the board that's worth trading a roster player to Anaheim right now?
That is a...
So I feel like it would take a roster player, right?
22 and something, I bet.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like, how interested are you in reloading Anaheim after, like, okay, we've taken your pieces and here's how you replace them.
Bring in a third.
Bring in a third, obviously. Now, maybe it is, maybe it would take 22 in a roster player. Yeah. Obviously, I am pro trading Owen Tippett. Whatever it takes, baby.
Yeah, like who?
But they already have him. His name's Cutter Gauthier.
They do, yeah. They don't really need an Owen Tippett. There's a lot of teams that need an Owen Tippett.
It's kind of a luxury situation for Anaheim just based on everything they have.
I'll be interested to see what they do.
All right, let me...
Who's the top-ranked guy left right now?
Top-ranked guy left now based on... Let's check out the consolidated 32, which is the average they put up.
Yeah.
Victor Eklund, maybe they could go Eklund.
That's
just
right.
If it's a luxury pick, take a luxury player.
Okay.
Roger McQueen, and then Merck is already off, Jackson Smith, and Carter Bear. I really wonder if they were to go defense here, but why not take the shot on McQueen, I guess? If it's
a luxury pick, why not?
But Victor Eklund is really good. I mean, I'm going to say they take Victor Eklund. That is my guess here with about 45 seconds left on the clock for the Ducks. My guess is going to be Victor Eklund as I bring up my own sheet, keeping track of who's been taken. I'm still so happy about Porter Martone. I'm so happy they didn't outthink themselves and just were like, yeah, he's the best player available.
Yeah, no galaxy braining.
I would have been really happy with Hagens. I would have made Jake O'Brien work in my head. Like, what the hell do I know? I'm wrong. Easy. It happens all the time. Cutter Gauthier was my guy. He didn't even want to freaking play here. So who the hell knows if I'm ever right? But I'm really, really excited that they have Martone in the fold.
Could he compete for a roster spot?
He is a little older.
Large.
He is going to be, I think, 19 in October. All right, here it is. The pick is in for Anaheim. Oh, yeah, the Ducks. They're having actual Mighty Ducks do it.
No. You eschewed this part of your history. You've decided you didn't need it anymore. You're not wearing purple and teal for reasons no one can understand. I don't think you get to bring out the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah. That's apparently.
You threw this away.
It was all Brian Burke. He hated the eggplant and teal. It was like it was all him.
Well, he's not there anymore.
That's why they've originally went to those ugly black ones with the yellow logo, I think, and started wearing a little more orange.
You are not orange.
3 years ago, Disney made a movie that was scrappy PE hockey team from Disney.
We're talking about the Mighty Ducks here. Yeah, great.
Joshua Jackson looks great.
Joshua Jackson looks almost exactly the same as he did in 3.
Great.
Like, it's unbelievable, quite honestly. Doing a little housekeeping here. All right, the final pick of the top. I sometimes forget we're on the air.
We're out here for a long time. It's bound to get weird for a minute.
Did you ever watch that show they put out on Disney?
No.
I watched like one episode. All right, here it is. Pick 10 is in. And they select from the Wheat Kings. Boo!
All right,
It is McQueen. So they go with they take the swing on McQueen at 10, and it makes sense.
Don't hug him too hard.
Yeah.
You don't want to hurt his back.
Yeah, that's the branding connection too.
I'm done with the Wheat Kings.
A big injured center from Brandon. I guess I didn't really need that in my life again.
Some old memories that I didn't really need to think about anymore.
All right, so that's it. We now have our top 10 picks have all been made. The Islanders, just to recap, take Schaefer, San Jose takes Misa, Chicago, Fondell, Utah, Caleb Desnoyers, Nashville, Brady Martin. The Flyers take our newest guy, Porter Martone, hell yes. Boston takes college hero, at least James Hagens, hometown guy. Seattle goes with the jobber, Jake O'Brien. Buffalo goes with the second defenseman off the board, Radim Mertka. And Anaheim rounds out the top 10 with Roger McQueen. All right, so
Pittsburgh's getting Eklund.
Pittsburgh with back-to-back picks now. You have to believe one of them's going to be Victor Eklund.
Yeah.
They have a real talent problem there. They have a real young talent problem. They need anything. I wonder if they go one forward, one defenseman with Eklund, Jackson Smith, but I would bet one of them is Eklund.
You would have to think. Although if anyone likes the galaxy brain, it's Dubas.
That is a fair assessment, I would say.
I mean, you got to hope that they do something stupid because it's the Penguins. But yeah, I would imagine 11's going to be Eklund.
The Detroit, Columbus, Vancouver, the Isles. Oh yes, Detroit, Columbus. All right, these friggin' Pens. Of course, the Penguins have back-to-back picks, but I am glad McQueen is off the board because there was no better a guarantee that his back is totally fine.
Totally fine.
And he's actually the best player in this draft than if Pittsburgh had selected him.
For sure.
But, of course, yeah, 2 picks back-to-back here and next year, Gavin McKenna. They're set. The rebuild ends a year from today.
No.
They'll be fine.
No.
What did you make? So Pittsburgh, that 12th pick, it comes from the Rangers. Now, the Rangers, in the trades they made to eventually acquire JT Miller, and then that pick gets flipped, it ends up in Pittsburgh. It's top 13 protected. So it's within, they get to keep it.
Yeah.
But the Rangers decide, have it. Just
Weird.
take it.
Don't you think that's weird?
I think it's weird, but for two reasons, I think it makes sense. One, if you do happen to stink, you keep your McKenna lottery ticket.
True.
And two, and this is where I think their line of thinking is, they expect to be good again. They have a first-round pick to deal. They have ammo at the deadline to add to a team that won the President's Trophy a year ago. You know, I do kind of think that that is their line of thinking with this.
This draft is so weird. This like video room square.
The fact that this is a little odd. This isn't how they do it in the NFL, and I was just expecting a replication of the NFL. But I gotta say, while it's weird, I like that it's different.
That's different.
Now they're never gonna do it again.
That's quite a mullet.
Now, after we get through a couple of picks here, we get to those back-to-back picks the Islanders traded for.
Right.
They clearly weren't able, at least as of now, to trade for James Higgins. I would be surprised if there was a trade after the fact from here. 16-17. Maybe that's an area they are now looking to get out of, to get some now talent to help them because they missed out on the hometown guy. I wonder if this is a spot where maybe the Flyers trade up to 16 or 17.
The problem with the Islanders is that I don't know what they're doing, ever.
Yeah, I mean, because they suck.
Right. But it's not Lou anymore.
It isn't, and they are just, I think they're making a concerted effort to be different, to kind of separate themselves from that Lou era where it was...
You definitely want to do.
The fans kind of lost interest. Yes, like you go to back-to-back Eastern Conference Finals, that's cool, but they were boring as hell.
Yes.
Everything did kind of regress to the mean, and they did start to become who we always kind of thought that roster was.
How many years did we say? There's
now,
no way the Islanders are actually good.
Now they are so old, and they are tied to so many guys, like, well past their prime. I want to try to bring up their Puckpedia here before the Pittsburgh pick comes in, and we'll have plenty of time to talk about the Isles in a minute. Where the hell are you, Islanders? Let's see. Here we go. Like, they have so many guys signed at least one more year. A bunch of guys signed more than that. Like, Bo Horvat is signed until 2031 at $8.5 million. That's 6 more years. Like, Anders Lee, only one more season. Pajot, only one more year.
He has to be 47 years old.
Paul Mary, 2 more seasons. He's 34 at 4.75.
Oh, my God.
They are so freaking old. It's kind of unbelievable. And you look at Pelican Pulick, they're both 30 now. It's like, maybe they keep these picks because they realize they need to rebuild, but there's a minute until Pittsburgh makes their first of 2 consecutive selections, and we can only hope they botch it the way Boston did when they had those 3 straight.
I was thinking about that. When they could have had Barzal,
Konechny, Kyle Connor, I think. There was like a bunch of guys in there.
3 random dudes.
What year was that? 2016? 15? Konechny and Provorov were, I believe, the 15 draft. I think Rubtsov was, that draft was 16. Yeah, 15. Boston, 3 straight picks. Goes, where'd they go here? Jacob Zaboral, Jake DeBrusk, and Zachary Senyshyn. DeBrusk, decent career, but you look at the next 3 guys off the board are Barzal, Connor, and Thomas Chabot. Like, Evgeny Svechnikov is in there, but like Joel Eriksson Ek,
was a tweet.
Brock Besser, Travis Konechny. Like, there's just so many ways they could have gone, and they just absolutely botched it. Hopefully Pittsburgh does the same with their pick now in.
Go. It's got to be Eklund, right?
I would guess Eklund. We will hit ads in between the Pittsburgh picks, Brenna. We just got to produce on the fly because I can't hear a damn thing.
You're doing amazing.
All right, the pick is in. We are told as we are still... Oh, I moved the mic away and kept talking. The pick is in, we are told, as we are still looking at McQueen statistics here. All right, here we go. Here we go with the first of 2 Penguins picks. Here comes Gary. And luckily, there are no famous people from Pittsburgh, so I can't imagine, even if there are, anyone would own up to that. I don't think a bridge can make the selection.
Dude in a yellow bridge hat. It's the only redeeming thing about the city.
Pittsburgh's all-time great.
One
The
of
corpse of
Pittsburgh's
Andy Warhol.
Chris Letang.
Chris Letang.
You didn't even have the respect to call him Christopher.
His name is Christopher Letang. How dare you?
I got to tell you, Pierre is on with Marek once a week. He's really good.
Is he actually?
Because he gets,
Small doses,
he
Pierre's
gets to
good.
like tell stories and do
That's what
stuff
he's
that
good
doesn't
at. Yeah.
interrupt an ongoing game.
Yes.
Like a playoff team that does a playoff game that doesn't involve Pittsburgh, and he's telling Crosby stories. Like,
Right. Yeah.
all right, let's see who this selection is. Is the crowd really hates Letang and the Pens? Not a
Who
shock.
doesn't?
Not a huge shock.
Benjamin
Kindle, one of the more
Curious.
one of the more productive players in this year's draft class. I believe he was the one of 2 guys who scored more, who put up more points than Porter Martone did. A little bit of a surprise just based on pre-draft rankings where, let's see here, he is pretty far down. Here he is at 20. The consolidated rankings have him at. I know he did not go in our top 16 mock we did yesterday.
Apparently, the Ducks are putting Roger McQueen on a helicopter right now and taking him to Disney World.
Wow. Well, they're in LA. All right.
Disneyland,
Disneyland, yeah.
Whatever one is out
No,
there.
I understood what you meant. So they're putting him on a helicopter,
Right
taking
now.
him to Disneyland. Gotta believe they're gonna film some fun stuff there. That's pretty cool. I'll give them that. That's pretty cool.
Called McQueen. There's
Oh,
a dude-
yeah, Lightning McQueen.
Lightning
That's what
McQueen.
everyone was calling him in the chat. I didn't understand the reference until Charlie explained it to me.
That's why we need
it's-
Charlie around.
Hey, we really,
a
I
Disney
think
adult.
we're doing pretty well without him, quite honestly. I think it's going all right.
We're doing it.
He's not listening, Bryn. I can say whatever I want about Charlie.
Definitely
He's
listening.
busy. He
Writing
did join the
articles.
chat, I think, today. I think I saw him join the chat during the show today. Yeah. I think he dropped a hello from LA, or
He's
hello
at the
from AC.
blackjack table.
That's, I assume he's 6 bourbons deep at the blackjack table.
I can only
All right.
assume he knows how to count cards.
All right, let's
yeah, we
hit
gotta
this
do an
next
ad,
ad break.
don't
I
we?
totally
Let's go.
forgot I said I was
Okay.
going to do that. All right. 1-800-588-2300
Hey.
With Empire today, you needn't look anywhere else for new flooring because they've got the flooring experts. They've got dedicated flooring professionals who focus on flooring every single day. Not like those box stores where if you're even able to find someone to help you, you realize pretty quickly they can't help you. Well, that's not the case because Empire's experts, they live and breathe flooring, and they are with you every step of the way. And they do something no one else can even compare to. They can bring the showroom right to your home so you can pick the right flooring and the right colors for your space, in your space. See how it looks with your furniture, up against your paint, all of that in your house. And I think the best part, they take the precise measurements for you and have all your questions answered, so there are never any surprises. And with Empire today, you know you get that clear upfront and all-inclusive pricing. Plus, you can schedule installation as soon as the next day. Who likes to wait? Schedule a free in-home estimate today because some things are just better at home. And PHLY listeners, listen up, because you can receive a $350 discount when using promo code PHLY. You heard that right. $350 off with code PHLY. Restrictions apply. Visit empiretoday.com/PHLY for details. What is going on? Is something happening?
Yes.
Okay. We got to go.
We're doing it.
We got Mando. The Flyers are doing something.
Pins trading. Yo,
The Flyers are on the clock? Okay.
The Flyers
did you know
trading
with Mando
Oh, yeah.
that
My balls are getting sweaty right now, fam.
if you have sweaty balls, get Mando. It is the safe, awesome,
My balls are
full-body
sweaty.
deodorant that everybody loves. I am sweating head to toe in front of these lights right now. I think I might pass out. But guess what? At least I don't stink for Kelly because I've got Mando.
No ball smell.
Make sure you shop Mando.com and use code PHLY Get your starter pack, all that stuff. Please support our show. Tell them we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. All right, Flyers are on the clock now. Is that what's happening?
I think the Flyers traded. Yeah.
There's
Okay,
a
so
trade.
the Flyers
A trade
traded
has
for
been
this
made.
pick. We're on a delay. Oh, it's
Okay.
text message. Flyers for, okay, so we traded 22 and 31.
22 and 31.
Who do they want?
To get to 12.
Eklund?
Maybe Eklund here. Maybe
Who
a
we
defenseman.
getting? Yo. I want to look because I feel like we're on a delay, but I
Wow.
also, yes,
Okay,
let's
that's
go.
pretty cool trade graphic. Here we go.
Let's go.
Wow.
Okay, let's go.
It's 22 and 31 for 12. Philly is on the clock.
Let's go.
And I would just like,
you spicy bitch.
I would just like to take a quick victory lap to the person who told me 22 and 31 couldn't get you to 13.
Oh.
It got them to 12 from a rival.
What's up, fool?
All I'm saying.
You thought Bill didn't know how to GM.
Yeah.
Bill knows how to GM.
Hopefully that's it, and it's not the other way around with Danny. So Danny has done it. He has traded up.
Okay.
He has traded up for pick 12. The Flyers are on the clock. Pittsburgh will not make a second consecutive pick after Benjamin Kindle. All right. I'm going to say it's Victor Eklund or Kashawn Aitchison. I really, really want Aitchison, though. That's kind of one of my guys.
This is exciting.
This is really freaking exciting. Just trying to kind of figure out all of these tabs I have open right now. All right.
I want it to be Eklund.
Okay, Benjamin Kindle was their pick, and now it is us.
Like Eklund, didn't he?
He did. He, I think one of his pro comps is Travis Konechny, a relentless scoring, tough, undersized winger.
I like those things.
I do. I
Although
just
we
kind
do
of want
need
the
some
huge defenseman
We
who
do
kills
need-
people, and that's Kashawn Aitchison. Kind of hoping it's him.
It could.
Jackson Smith also
that.
still on the board,
Oh,
right?
yeah, Smith is still on the
Yes.
board.
So both defensemen who could go maybe in this range are there, and Victor Eklund. I wonder who the people down there want. This is.
I know.
We will find out when we get the response. But this is just freaking exciting. Danny is doing it, fam. I was hoping for some moves, for some action, for some fun.
Things are
and
happening.
here we are. They make a trade. They make a trade with the Pittsburgh Penguins
Of all teams.
to get the 12th pick. So now it is 2 picks, 6 and 12 in this first round. All right, Danny, long-term action here. Pushing that pick from 32 last year to 31 this year to make this happen for them. The pick is in. We will see who they have targeted now at 12.
I'm excited.
The pick is in. All right, I'm saying Kashawn Aitchison because I want him. That is my guess.
Okay.
I want Kashawn Aitchison.
I'm gonna work on that.
Do you think we have another celebrity? We did have 3 picks. Do you think we have another celeb
They have
lined up?
another one in the bag. They put up a lot
You
of
just know they're
decorations
gonna-
down there at the Hard Rock.
You just know they're going to go to commercial before they announce this. We will not. We will not be going. So the best available on the Megan's board on ESPN is Victor Eklund, Jackson Smith, Kashawn
And then
Aitchison, Braden
Aitchison.
Coots.
Okay.
I'm good with all of them. If it's one of
I
those
take any
4,
of
hip,
those.
hip, hooray. Danny did a great job.
Not Braden Coots. Not computer-generated hockey name.
All right. Not Braden
Okay,
Coots.
let's go,
Okay.
let's go, let's go.
All right. Here we go.
Very excited to see what happens behind us.
There.
Regular season games played as an Eagle and 2-time Super Bowl champion.
BG. BG! Brandon Graham!
Giving the people what
5-5
they want.
announcing the pick, our guy. Hell yeah, BG. Love it. Love Brandon Graham. As an Eagles chant erupts here. As an Eagles chant erupts here.
Knock it off.
All right.
With the 12th pick in the NHL draft, the Philadelphia Flyers select
They select
Nesbit
Jack
Jack
Nesbit.
Nesbit.
Jack Nesbit. They move up to 12 to get Jack Nesbit.
Jack Nesbit. A
That is
center.
a surprise. Mocked to the Flyers a lot in the 22 spot. Early teens, or late teens, I've seen him go. Jack Nesbit seems a bit of a reach here.
This is a Jet Luchenko pick.
This feels Luchenko-ish. It feels reachy for a center. He is also 6'5".
So he big.
I'm a little surprised by this one.
Interesting.
The crowd not in love with this move.
Yeah.
I think there is a bit of a feeling he may have been available at 22, but the Flyers have clearly targeted this guy and wanted him, and were willing to part with 22 and 31 to get him.
You got to think that they must have heard that someone was going to take him, right? Like,
that has to be the intel when these things happen. You have to believe someone else is as high on him as you are that will take him off the board before you are able to get in there. This is the air of anticipation has left the room, and there's a lot of kind of,
a little bit of rabble,
what going on right now.
Why do all of these children have 80s
As
hair?
we take a look at Flyers' 12th overall pick, Jack Nesbit. He turned 18 in January, so he won't be 19 until January 12th. He's an 07. They have him listed here at 6'4", 183. ESPN just had him at 6'5". He's a left-handed center. He is thought of as a guy who is going to stick at the position. The Elite Prospects Draft Guide, little blurb on him I have here. Nesbit brings a 6'4" frame, defensive abilities, and sense. He generates chances by breaking plays on the forecheck with precise stick work and by engaging players with his body, bouncing them off the puck. I really wonder if they wanted Brady Martin.
They wanted Brady Martin.
I really, really wonder if this is kind of an answer to, all right,
yeah,
we went with a winger. We have Zegras, who's kind of small.
They all look very pleased with themselves.
Yeah, Danny looks like
fucking cheesing in there.
Danny looks like he's seeing his first nude scene right now.
Hilferty,
this is like, he looks. It's surprising. I will say it is surprising. He did have a strong U18s for Canada. 5 points in 6 games. He put up 64 points in 65 games for the Windsor Spitfire with 25 goals. A pretty big playoff, 1 goal, 9 assists in 12 games. This feels like a little bit more of a pick for need than it is for actual talent on the board. I'm very surprised they didn't go with hard-hitting defenseman Sean Aitchison. How's the BSH Slack chat reacting?
Keith Jones said, "Looks like a Flyer."
Looks like a Flyer.
Look how happy they all are.
They do look very, very happy about this turn of events here. I can't say I hate it. He is a guy.
Okay, listen. Here's the thing. As you know, I absorb all of the information about these children from other people. And all of the coverage that you guys have been doing, that we've been doing at Broad Street Hockey, no one's been talking about Jack Nesbit.
It seemed very much like a, let's check out Charlie's top 50 draft board to see where he had him ranked. I just think he was a guy who I kept seeing mocked between like 18 and 22 if the Flyers were to get him at 22. And they jump up to 12 and give up 2 picks to get him. Seems like a reach, but again, they had this guy targeted. I do know he's believed to be one of the guys who will definitely stick at the position of center.
Okay, so that's something, and he's large.
Yes.
So let's like try to dig into the thought process here. So like, okay, let's say there's nobody at 31 that you're really that interested in. Like, there's nobody that's blowing your hair back at 31. So maybe you're like, well, we could wait and see if he's going to be there at 22, or maybe we just do it right now because we really want him.
Charlie on his top 50 NHL draft board has Nesbit at 37.
Oh, dear.
Now, that's
37 is a lot higher than
he has
12.
him in tier 5 with most of his most of his tier 3 still available. He has him in tier 5. He also has Brady Martin in tier 3. And that was never going to be a thing. Like, he was never going to go 15th where Charlie has him ranked.
The
This
Charlie's
is Charlie's
feelings.
draft rank.
Okay, so Charlie
This is
and
the
the
PHLY,
Flyers
you know.
are rarely going to think exactly
They
the
are.
same.
But that is a pretty large difference.
I'm going to do some coping.
Okay. I'm just disappointed because I had my mind set on Aitchison.
I know. Okay, so Danny Briere hasn't yet. Okay, last year, we're sitting at that table. The Flyers are on the clock. We're thinking, who are they going to pick? They say Jet Luchenko. We look at each other like, I'm sorry, who? What? Like, we were just like, wait, they picked Jet Luchenko? What? Like, we did not see that coming at all. Right now,
It's a very similar pick.
doesn't look like it was a bad pick. It really doesn't look like it was a bad pick at all. Maybe this time next year, we're looking at this pick thinking, not bad. I'm hoping. I'm doing hope.
I know. I fully understand that. I'm going to figure out a way to make peace with this. It's just very reminiscent of last year where Jet Luchenko, you see the mocks, and it's like, yeah, 19, 20, maybe somewhere around there, and then the Flyers get him in the early, 12, 13, wherever
13,
they got him.
Yeah.
And this is just like, it just feels like there were much better players on the board, and yeah, why not? Yeah, I could use a drink. Oh, we just have all sorts of beers here now.
If I drink a beer, I will be wasted. Nobody needs to see that.
Maybe Danny's drunk.
They
This
did all look
feels
very
like a pick
happy.
for need and not a pick for talent, and that is a mistake.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
It feels as if going with a wing at 6 made them go, all right, we have to do this.
Dave Coulier.
All right, Detroit is on the board.
Cut
Their pick is
out.
in. Pick 13, Detroit. And Dave Coulier is making the selection. Is he actually from there? Or does he just have the jersey in the basement in Full House? So it's like,
Could be that.
yeah.
He's the hockey guy.
Yeah.
Dude, cut it out. Cut it out.
If they got Cutter, that would be like, that would have been something. We got to get, next year we got to get Scott Kahn to announce the pick because he had the Carcillo jersey in his office and entourage. Oh, man. This is
perplexed.
This has kind of popped the balloon in the room a little bit.
People were very excited and they were
that
very
open bar
not.
is going to get hit hard now, I have a feeling.
Yeah, because we are, we're done. Wonder if I should do the raffle a little earlier.
I am just a little shocked. I'm trying to find some other rankings and trying to find the mock draft that had Nesbit to the Flyers at 22.
The 13th pick in the 2025 NHL Draft.
All right. The Detroit pick is in. And it is Carter Bear.
Carter Bear.
Which
over
I feel as if would have been a
over Eklund, over
would have been a much better pick than Jack Nesbitt. But yeah, they leave some defensemen on the board. They go Carter Bear. All right, so the final Wheeler mock had Nesbit going 21 to Ottawa. And it says there are a few players in this range that fit his Senators types. I can see this group liking competitive Moto Center, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Daniil Prokhorov. But the two players I've kept coming back to are Nesbit, a big center with skill and some presence to him, and Malcolm Spence. All right. So he's got skill and he hits.
Carter Bear the guy that Charlie said that if you don't get Brady Martin, Carter Bear's the guy?
I believe so. I believe that is the case.
Interesting.
But he is, of course, 6', 179 Carter Bear, and they decided to go with the 6'5" guy. I don't hate adding the size of Jack Nesbit. I don't hate adding a center. I just feel like you could have made a similar pick at 22 and still had another pick to play with.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they traded up a lot. 10 spots.
Yeah, and that is now the end. Like, That
And with the 3 guys that were consensus good players
yeah.
in Eklund, Smith, and Aitchison, although another team just passed on all 3 of them, so that's interesting.
And those are your Colorado and Edmonton picks they traded. So the Edmonton pick is the final resolution of the Giroux trade because it was the Florida pick last year.
Yeah.
And now resolution on Sean Walker as well.
What
All
is
right.
the Shanna plan?
That's a great
knows.
question. I really wonder how much more slack Shanahan has in Detroit there
Her eyes
as
are
we try to get
I always
things
mix them up.
back on track after a hectic 20 minutes that resulted in the Flyers trading up, everyone
Scrambled our
going
brains
nuts
a little bit.
and then kind of disappointing everybody. But you know what won't be a disappointment?
What's that, Bill?
It's going to Philly Sports Trips right
Yes.
now. Scan that QR code on their screen. Of course, they are one of our great presenting sponsors tonight, and you can place for the next. This is just a 24-hour deal. This is a draft thing only. If you're watching us during the draft, you can get this totally refundable $99 deposit on a Flyers trip next year, which I'm not allowed to reveal details exactly about, but I am told if I don't know, if you maybe want to go see Mickey Mouse, you wouldn't be too far from him by going on this trip and seeing the team the Flyers will play,
Yes.
perhaps even on the West Coast. Make sure you do it right now. Thanks to our friends, the Travel Package Fan Experience. We went to Montreal with Philly Sports Trips last year. Trip of a freaking lifetime. They put on a great event. Make sure you do it right now, and you can join us on a Flyers trip this coming season. Can't finalize anything until the schedule's announced, obviously, but we have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen. And we cannot forget our friends at Bet365, because whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. It is certainly never ordinary here in Flyerland, Kelly, as we continue to make our way through this draft. Columbus, number 14, is on the clock.
Yep.
I'm just... I am still excited. I do not want this to take away from the excitement of Porter Martone. I don't want
We're
that
psyched
to
about
happen.
Porter Martone.
But it just seems like with Nesbit, there were much better players on the board.
Yeah.
And who knows? You never know. I always think about 2017.
That's
always
true.
think about guys we've seen fall, like Cole Caulfield.
Happens all the
Claude
time.
Giroux. It happens.
Mike Richards.
It happens. But damn, man, it just felt like they had a chance to add someone who I think will be a top 4 defenseman or top line player and not like a really good 3C. You need those.
You do, but you can get those anywhere.
But is Jack Nesbitt going to be a second line center? And what is Jet Luchenko? What is Trevor Zegras? What is Noah Cates? It just kind of feels like they shoehorned this because he's 6'5".
We know Noah Cates could be on the wing.
Well, we do.
We've already moved him there mentally. But the Zegras, Jet, Nesbit.
What is Noah Cates?
I don't know. Well, I mean, you have to assume Nesbitt's probably not going to be.
It's not
on the
anytime
team
soon.
anytime soon.
I would guess.
You got.
Like, he has a lot of room to grow, 6'4", 6'5", but only 183, so clearly has to
Needs to
hit the
bulk
weight
up.
room.
Hit the weights, hit the snacks.
Like, you look at the rankings here, 28 on the EP consolidated rankings, 48 on EliteProspects.com, 17 McKenzie, 38 Button, 51 Ferrari, 20 THN, 27 McKean's, 25 Flow Hockey. What was he? 15 NHL Central Scouting, not just North American skaters, 32 Daily Faceoff. Dauber had him at 33. Sportsnet 19.
So
it just feels like a real reach.
Charlie's comment was, my general view was that if the skating was better, I'd really like him. Now, here's the thing.
They don't care about that.
Have shown consistently that they think they can fix skating.
And
always.
I have made a point to say Florida is not exactly fleet of foot. Now, I know not everyone can be Florida, and they're freaking awesome. Oh, thank you so much. Kelly has an endless supply of Diet Cokes being delivered.
Pepsi, which is a
It's Diet
travesty.
Pepsi, excuse me.
Disgusting.
I don't think it's... I remember liking Pepsi Twist a lot when it came out. No, obviously Coca-Cola, but hey, we love Chickies and Pete's, especially the South Philly location.
But we
So
love them
whatever
more with
you have
Coke.
to give us, Chickies, this atmosphere, despite some of the shine coming off things recently, has been absolutely tremendous as we still have a lot of time here. And now look at that. Pick 14 is in. We are nearing the halfway point. All right. We have Meredith Goudreau making the pick for the Columbus Blue Jackets. This is getting a tremendous round of applause, both from the live crowd, a standing ovation, and our party here at Chickies and Pete's, applauding Meredith Goudreau as well, as she is about to announce Columbus's number 14 draft selection. This is
so sad.
This is
God. It's never gonna not kill me.
No, it's beautiful hockey. The NHL has done this, and it's also just sucks so bad. But you hear the Johnny chants coming from the crowd in LA. Keeping his memory alive is the most important thing.
I just want to take this time to thank every single team and every single fan base for your support for my family this past season. It's truly...
Thanking the fan bases around the league, every team.
From the bottom of my heart, I thank you.
All right. All right, the selection about to be made here for Columbus.
With the 14th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select...
Blue Jackets select. Jackson Smith goes to Columbus. Another defenseman off the board. Yeah, sounds like he's committed to Penn State.
So he will peak in college like everyone that goes to Penn State.
6'3", 190 lefty defenseman.
Roasted.
Turned 18 about a month ago, so pretty young. 11 on the consolidated rankings, 6 on EliteProspects.com. McKenzie had him at 12, Button 13. Good selection here for Columbus. One of the guys I would have very much liked to see drafted at 12. I'm going to have to cope with the Flyers are just not always going to do what I want them to do.
And we're not going to know who was right
we have
for
no
5
idea.
years.
Always remember 2017.
Talk to me in 5 years. I don't know what's going to happen.
Colorado apparently was livid when they did not win that lottery in 2017, and then, of course, they end up with the next Bobby Orr.
Sometimes things be happening.
You don't always know. You know, we watched Cole Caulfield drop, and while we really wanted him, like the whole league let it happen. There's surprises every year. I would have wished the Flyers pick wasn't one of those surprises, but maybe Danny just knows best. Maybe Jet is going to be great. Maybe we are now set. Maybe it is Zegras and Jet and Jack, and we have our 3 centers. Maybe it's done.
Maybe. Man, I'm psyched to see what Zegras does here. I'm really psyched.
You know what? I am not going to turn this into a downer.
Nah.
We got Trevor Zegras, we got Porter Martone, and guess what? What am I going to be upset?
We're going to get a goaltender. It's going to be good.
What do you want to see him do in net?
Something.
Like, do you want to see them go with Jake Allen as the short-term stopgap and just sign him for 2-3 years, whatever? Just hold down the fort until one of the guys gets here, or take the risk on a Demko.
Demko is broken.
I know, but is it
His whole body
what if
fell
he just
apart.
gets better?
I guess he could. I mean, if you sign Demko for is he a free agent or does he still have a contract?
I think he has 1 year.
All right, 1 year, I'm done. That's fine.
I think he's in a Zegras situation, but a UFA after. Let me double check. I do not remember. So the Canucks, and maybe
Take the gamble, because here's the thing. If they stink again next year, okay.
1 year at $5 million, then he's a UFA.
We still have our pick next year. So if they stink again next year, it's not really the end of the world. You know what I mean?
I would like to see them maybe take that shot on Demko. I know they've been tied to him for a little bit. Saravalli's been talking about it since I feel like the trade deadline, maybe January. And he is 29. I would like to see them take the shot on Demko.
Why not?
I think that's the way they should go.
If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Let him walk.
And with the way Vancouver's wheeling and dealing,
they're doing so.
Like, you could probably get him for not much.
Not much.
Hey, you're up against the Cat, and you're running out of guys.
Rinking a third.
Give us your $5 million goalie, considering you have Lankinen signed for $4.5 till 2030.
There you go. All right, I'm going to let Steve tap in.
Oh, yeah,
because I'm going to go do raffle stuff.
All the fun stuff here at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly.
You're missing
Kelly,
out
of course,
on a raffle.
the queen of the draft party, and so she will take a brief hiatus.
Yeah, I'll be back.
And we will welcome.
Bring in Steve Jaco.
Welcome, Mr. Fly himself. Okay. I thought you were going to try to walk away with the headphones. All right, and now Steve will join us. Excuse me, as we try to deal. All right, that's Jackson Smith off the board at 14. Now Vancouver is on the clock, and then we will have the back-to-back Islanders picks coming up after that. And as of now, maybe they're able to package some seconds to get into the end of the first, but the Flyers night is done as far as picks on the board at this very moment, as I am joined by, long time no see, Steve, Mr. Flyperbole himself. How is the atmosphere? First of all, how's the party? How is it going? Is it as much fun as it sounds like from up here?
Let me tell you, Bill, it's been a long time since we talked today. Noon, it's been forever. Can you hear me? Is the other one the one?
I don't know which is which.
Which one's which? Can you hear me? Should I train?
I can't tell. I think I got you now.
Yeah,
there we go. Okay.
So let's talk the party.
Okay.
The party was rocking up until the Nesbit.
That's the Porter Martone pick. When I honestly think the loudest this building got until Brandon Graham came on the screen was when Brady Martin was selected, so he was off the board for the Flyers.
Yep.
And then people were elated with the Porter Martone pick. Doesn't feel like they really could have gone wrong there, but Martone, hell yeah, man. I really like him.
Oh, yeah.
And then
they could have gone wrong. They could have gotten Jake O'Brien at that point, which, again, seems like a fine player, but not really like when you're looking at Martone, when you're looking at Hagens, he doesn't have the upside as other guys.
This place exploded again. I was mid-ad read, didn't really know what was going on. Everyone's just signaling. Pittsburgh trades their second of the two in a row to the Flyers. Flyers are on the board at 12. Place goes absolutely bananas. And then Brandon Graham comes on the screen. Place goes even wilder.
Go Birds.
And then he starts to say Jack. And I'm thinking Jackson Smith, hell yeah, great. And he goes Jack Nesbitt. What was the room's reaction and what was your reaction, Steve?
My reaction was, wow, why were they reaching? The room felt very similar. I maybe had less of a stunned reaction than maybe the rest of the crowd, but there was definitely a lot of stunned faces. I saw some angry people down there. Definitely people were not thrilled about the reach for Nesbit there. And I think it all has to do with just the fact that they traded the two picks to move up just to get a guy. And I think a lot of people were seeing Eklund on the board, right? Eklund was the name that really stuck out. And the fact that they didn't pick Eklund there with that, they didn't get a guy. Like, it's like, why reach up for a guy who was projected for like 21, 22?
That's the thing is I've seen Nesbit mocked. Now, a few picks earlier and sometimes 17, 18, 19. But Wheeler's last mock had him at 21 to Ottawa. And I've seen him on mocks 222 to the Flyers. He's a 6'5" center. Would make sense if they were to like him. It just feels like whether it was him or Prokhorov, they could have just stayed at 22. How much do you think, one, trading for Zegras, having kind of a smallish center core outside of Couturier, who knows how much time he has left, and taking a winger kind of influences? It feels like they drafted for need.
It definitely feels like they drafted for need and for size, that's both problematic because it felt like when they got Martone, they didn't draft for need, maybe for size, but they definitely drafted for skill, right?
Yeah.
Martone felt like the best available at that time, even though I love Hagen's. Martone's skill is undeniable. That's a great player. But this pick felt very much like, okay, we need a big center. Let's get a big center. And Jonesy or somebody must have heard that maybe Detroit was thinking about him there. But like, I'm putting a lot of faith in the Flyers brass if I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt to say that there must be something about Nesbit that they felt that strong to move up for him. But that one's definitely a leap of faith. That's definitely putting a lot of faith in Danny Briere and the
And
scouting.
now the 15th pick is coming in as we speak. Vancouver takes from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Braden Coots.
Braden Coots.
Braden Coots, the half of the return for Richards and Carter in 2011. Braden Coots,
That's what I've been thinking
along with Jake Voracek and Wayne Simmons. Not like this is. It just feels like, and listen, the analysts get it wrong all the time. I was saying to Kelly before you sat down, I'll always remember hearing the 2017 draft. Colorado's freaking terrible. They end up picking what, 4th or 5th? They're furious, and then they end up with Bobby Orr.
Right.
That was a 2-player draft, and like, all right, Heishier has turned out, absolutely. Maybe Pettersson isn't what we thought he was, but like, it didn't look like it was going exactly the way it was developing, the way it was said. People are wrong all the time.
Right.
These rankings could be wrong. Charlie's top 50 board that has Nesbit at 37 could be wrong. It just feels like there were much better players available.
Well, and it kind of makes the trade feel pointless if you can get other big centers at 22, and then the fact that you're giving up pick 31 where you could have gotten like Ravensburgen, or you could have gotten another center.
If you get Prokhorov and Ravensburgen, like, okay, no one's excited about Prokhorov, but it's spot appropriate.
Right.
And if, okay, we needed that, good, you got him. And you still have a pick left, and maybe Ravensburgen is there, and maybe they were never going to take a goalie in the first round, and that's crazy. There are some Russians available tomorrow. I expect them to take a goalie in the second round at some point. This is leaving a bad taste, though.
It doesn't feel good, Bill. It just
Charlie's-
doesn't feel like a wise use of their draft capital.
Now we have back-to-back picks coming up for the Islanders. I'm interested to see if they keep both. It felt like they were loading up with assets, like when, all right, the Eagles didn't have the assets to get from 13 to 2, to get Carson Wentz. So what did they do? They go from like 13 to 8, they get some stuff, then they package it all together, and then they get that second pick. It felt like the Islanders were just accumulating to somehow get Hagens, and now they haven't. I wonder if they keep both of these picks. I'll be surprised if they make both, I think. But we were just looking at their roster, and they're old and bad.
They're old and bad, and they just stepped out now. So they're definitely going through a period of change now. And there were rumors that like Matt Barzal might be on the table earlier today. That obviously doesn't really solve the old and bad problem to trade one of their young good players, but that's also Islanders hockey for you, baby. But I don't know. The Islanders are such a weird team. They should take both picks because they need to rebuild.
Yeah, you look at their roster, like, okay, Barzal's 28, still in his prime, very good, signed till 2031 at 9.1. Good for them.
Yeah.
Then you have Bo Horvat, 30, signed till 2031. Andersley, another year at 7. Pajot, 32, another year at 5. Palmieri, 2 more years at 34 at 4.75. Like, Casey Zizekas, 34, 2 more years at 2.5.
That's fair, Bill.
Pellick and Pollock are 30 now, and they are signed Pellick until 29 and Pollock until 30, around 6 apiece. Mayfield, until 2030 at 3.5. Like, they are a team of 30-plus-year-olds. Their young guy is 28.
They were made to not win a few years ago, basically, at this point. Like, they had a team that age-wise seemed like they were primed to compete, but not talent-wise. And that's all Lou Lamoriello for you, because he stinks and he ruined hockey, and I'll never forgive him.
Why would you want talent when you can have truculence?
When you can have truculence, when you can really have left-wing lock. We're talking about left-wing lock, people. We love left-wing lock. We hate it. Ruin the game. But yeah, they should make both picks, I think, because it felt like they were trying to get Higgins, right? They were trying to trade up, get the hometown boy, get that heartwarming story. They didn't get it. So make both picks, move towards the future.
All right. While we are awaiting these Islanders picks, let's take our first commercial break. Not first, but you know what I mean.
I got you.
The first of this hour. All right. I have to tell you about our friends at Parks Casino. You know I love me some Parks. Whether your favorite team wins or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino app. That's right. You can check out brand new casino games like Huff and More Puff and Fireblaze Sky Queen, which is a BetParks exclusive, and it's the only app I use to play my favorite casino games in the palm of my hand. Whether I'm at home or on the go, I can play blackjack, roulette, craps, poker, baccarat, and hot online slots like Cash Eruption, 88 Fortunes, and Cleopatra. And you can play your favorite slots based on your favorite streaming shows like Walking Dead, Squid Game, Breaking Bad, Peaky Blinders, and so much more. And new users, listen up. You can get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Why wouldn't you take advantage of this? Go to betparks.com and download the app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for BetParks. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks, gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. And now we got to talk about something real serious, Steve. This heat, man. Because I walked into my house the other day, and it was a freaking sauna.
Bill, this Philly heat is no joke.
It isn't, and I'll tell you what I did. I have this like inflatable pool in my backyard, little baby pool. Went over to the convenience store, got like 10, 15 bags of ice, and I made a cold plunge. I made a cold plunge for myself so I could cool down a little in this humidity.
Why didn't you just turn on your air conditioning?
Hey, man, go green, go birds. I'm trying to be energy efficient, trying to save a little bit of cash. Summer vacations, I want that money for me, not for my energy bill.
You are always the first person I think of when I think of going green and energy efficiency. But maybe instead of that, you could just check out Pico's energy-saving rebates. They got deals on Energy Star cooling equipment that actually work and cut your bills.
So no more ice?
Nah. Unless it's the ice around your neck.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. I'm signing up for this Pico.
Look, you just head to pico.com/ways to save. They've got tips for everything. Heating, cooling, lighting, you name it.
That's right, Pico. And of course, Pico Power Play. Maybe Porter Martone fixes the power play, and who cares about Jack Nesbitt?
Who cares about it? You know what? He's a big body. Let's just get that big boy in there and teach him how to skate. That's all you have to do. It's simple.
Charlie put out a tweet a little bit ago that Kelly read as we were talking about the Nesbit pick. And it was, the gist was, if he could skate better, I would love him. And while it's like, yo, you know, like the whole game's skating, right? Like, there's never a part where they're not skating. I will say,
you know, they always say in the NFL, if this guy could run better, he'd be a great football player.
His legs work.
His legs work. If Lieutenant Dan's legs work, he'd be a great guy.
Will say, I think the game is a little less speed-oriented than it was, like, during the Chicago dynasty. And even at that point, you know, you had the Kings doing the exact same thing at the exact same time. There are multiple ways to do it. Keith Jones, when I was on the Gargano show this afternoon, we played the clip on the noon show today, and the pick is in here for the Islanders. We'll have that in a minute. But we played the clip earlier of Jonesy on the Gargano show today, where he was talking about having the mix. You know, we have speed in Tippett and Luchenko and Konechny. We have amazing puck skills now with Matvei Michkov. We have the big, skilled playmaker who can score around the net in Martone. Maybe it is time for a little bit of that size down the middle, but it just feels like a reach.
It is a reach, let's be honest. Look, and they did this I think it was Luchenko as well. And I like a lot of what I've seen with Luchenko, but it also leaves me wondering what was so bad about Zeke Buium that they felt no chance in hell are redrafting this guy, because Zeke Buium's already played games with the Wild in the playoffs, and he looks pretty darn good for the most part.
I was very happy to see he wasn't, like when Cale Makar stepped on the ice, and we're talking about the 4th pick versus the 12th, you know. But when Cale Makar stepped on the ice, fresh out of college, into the playoffs. He was one of the best players out there already.
You could tell.
I was happy to see that wasn't Z's. Like, he might come along and be real good, and he probably will. But at least, like, we didn't get that immediate stab.
It didn't look like it was, oh my God, we missed out on a
All right.
generational talent.
The Islanders pick their first of 2 in a row is in at 16. Here comes Gary.
I hope the LA crowd is giving Gary what they.
It sounded like they did early.
The team's biggest fan. He's best known for his role.
Is this E? It's going to be
Oh
E.
yeah, I hope it's E.
It's E.
What about Turtle? Where's Turtle at?
I'm not talking about ecstasy, Chris. I'm talking about E. From
Entourage.
From Entourage.
Entourage.
Still, I know it makes me kind of a douchebag, but I love Entourage. I think everyone knows me enough that I'm like not a bad guy. I love Entourage.
Should I flip my hat backwards? I can just be Turtle for the rest of the episode. That's all my
Is
Entourage.
he getting booed?
I hope so. Well, because LA hates Entourage.
Of course they do.
The doy. Has a little beard now.
Boo. This is the only draft party, E.
This is the only draft party. And
Say
if,
Sloan,
I'll tell you what.
Tell
even
Sloan I
if
said what up,
Nesbit-
B.
Even if Nesbit killed the atmosphere a little bit, this house has been rocking the whole
It is still packed. People are still having a great time. Kelly's moving those. Victor Eklund goes 16 to the
God,
Islanders. Wow.
that stings.
It was only a matter of time before he came off the board.
That's a bad drop
And
right there.
that's another one where it's, I realize, okay, maybe his comp is Travis Konechny. Maybe we do have too many wings.
He's good.
He's really good, though.
He's really good.
It looks as if he's really good. And for the Islanders to get him at 16, that is a pretty nice consolation prize for James Higgins, I would say.
I would say the Islanders having a great draft so far. I mean, Schaefer
Schaefer and Eklund. I mean, this is two guys who are going to go, what, in the top 7?
Yeah. Yeah, these are just value steals right here. I mean, Schaefer's obviously not a steal. However, whatever they did to steal that top pick, I would love to know. Because a crime that the New York Islanders get the #1 pick. I mean, what are we
From
doing?
10-1, yeah. They took away their stupid freaking All-Star game, so I guess they had to gift them the lottery.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eklund, though, I mean.
That's a really strong pick right there.
Based
I
on
forgot
my-
he was still on the board.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been. That's the
No,
thing.
he really shouldn't have been.
He probably could have gone top 10.
I can't believe Pittsburgh didn't do it where they went Kindle.
I don't know. Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania, the state of Pennsylvania, maybe there's a statewide gas leak right now. I'm not sure what's going on.
I mean, Pittsburgh now, like, Kindle is whatever. I think he might have been a bit of a reach, but they themselves identified him. But now they have 2 more picks. They may have reached on a guy, but now they still have 2 late picks from us. I really hope that doesn't bite us in the ass, Steve.
I sure hope it doesn't, Bill, and it really could.
Like,
There's some good players I would have really liked there. I mean, I would have loved Fiddler. Big boy. Get some big bodies in there. Ravensburgen would have been nice. I mean, there's still a chance to get dropped to early 2nd round. When we were talking with with Alex earlier about like the 2nd round picks, there are some good goaltenders there still, but it would have been really nice to get the #1 guy.
It would have been. Yeah, I do think some of the Russian goalies with the 2nd round grades
We know Russians.
might have a little bit higher of a grade if it wasn't for the Russian factor. Like the one Alex was talking about today, just signed a contract till 2030. So
That sounds great.
I don't think teams are going to be in a big rush. That was one of the things.
I might be in a wheelchair by 2030. Bill. I can't do this.
One of the things Jonesy brought up about like why goalies don't go early all that often is what GM is like, oh, yeah, it takes a goalie 5 years. I'm not going to have my job in 5 years. I just got my replacement, his goalie of the future. Great. Like,
True. I mean, how
you
many
know?
years did Chucky True trades last? Chuck lasted what, like 4 years?
It's all just one
It's a
big.
blur. Chuck and Ron Hextall might as well be the same person.
Yeah.
Same incompetent person.
That's when they brought out Charles Barkley. I was like, no Chucks. No more Chucks making picks for us.
You know what? I'll take Bubba Chuck. I really enjoyed seeing him out there.
I would take Allen Iverson. Honestly, I would take Charlie O'Connor.
Okay.
No, I don't want him making the pick.
Would that be
If
the
he
first
gets
time a beat
9-0,
writer-
That would really bother me.
Would that be the first time a beat writer has made the pick? You should make the pick. I mean, come on.
I'm basically a mascot.
Yeah, you're picking.
Even though-
I mean, the way your eyes bugging out, like,
I'm the-
and you would immediately go, "They're picking this guy."
The
Are you kidding me?
The world's most negative mascot would be a really freaking funny bit.
You're negative
actually
gritty.
hates his team. Yeah, like evil gritty.
You're actually the actual evil gritty.
Oh,
It's still back.
we have finally unmasked Dr. Evil Gritty. It is in fact me.
We did it. We got to the bottom of it,
It's
folks.
not- I can't run my own Twitter. I definitely can't run someone else's.
Facts are facts.
they have me on the PHLY Flyers Twitter, and it embarrassed me, quite honestly.
Flyers too good. Flyers too bad. Flyers too real bad.
All right, so another 2 minutes here on the Islanders' second pick.
Let me tell you, I just got a picture of Bernie down there at the insistence of Vince. And you know what Bernie said to me? He points to me and goes, "This guy looks like Jesus." Jesus.
You know,
Me.
the Lord comes in many forms, and
Only the Lord saves more than dirty for us.
that's fair.
Yeah.
So we got
I
the two.
figured if he's
We
the
got the
expert.
two together. We
Jesus and Bernie finally together. Two great flavors. The chocolate and peanut butter of Flyers.
It's really really necessary here.
I mean, he's a champ. You know, he's one of the. He's the.
It
goat,
was
right?
really
the
cool.
Flyers
Just
goat.
getting to talk to him is so cool.
It's always awesome. I interviewed him. We did an event with BSH a few years ago. It was a charity event with Snyder Hockey, where it was the alumni game, and they were playing with and against the Snyder Hockey alumni. Really cool event. I interviewed Bernie at that. It was like such a highlight for me in my podcasting career. Just like, it's a thrill when you're sitting down and you're going, "Oh my God, this is Bernie Perrant, one of the two greatest players in Flyers history." Because it's Bernie and Clark, no doubt about it.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That's
There's a lot of greats, right? But Bernie and Clark are 1 and 2, and it might be 1A and 1B.
I think it was when I was still with the Orange Update. Puck Daddy did like best player from each country for each team, and we were the blog that got chosen to do the Flyers. And I argued so hard for Bernie, and I was just outvoted, and it came down to like career of greatness versus great peak. But the way I look at it, Flyers have won 2 cups. Bernie posted a shutout in the clinching game of both. He was the Conn Smythe winner of both. He won the Vezina both of the years they won the cup. I don't know, man. Without him, we have 0.
Right.
And they went again in 76 and lost. All right, so the pick is in here at 17 for the Isles. Second pick, we'll see what they do. Wonder maybe this is where my guy Kishon Aitchison comes off the board, I wonder.
That was a lot of people were speculating on the floor that that's what the Flyers were going to trade up to pick.
Well, in my mock with Charlie yesterday, I traded 22 and 31 for 13 to take Kishon Aitchison.
You were almost right,
So
Bill.
when they get up to 12 with those picks, I thought I was
You
just
would
going to
have
be
gloated about that so bad to
I
start
just
with.
figured Jonesy watched what I did and was like, let's do that.
This guy, Bill Matz, knows what's up.
And he is staying for the second straight pick. Why? I guess why bring in another guy?
Why?
It is Kishon Aitchison. Damn. The Islanders just made 2 really good picks.
This is a bummer because this is an in-division team.
Eklund and Aitchison at 16-17 in-division team. That's rough.
These are 3 guys now that they have in this draft that are going to be causing us a lot of pain for years to come.
Yeah, Aitchison, big shot, big hitter. 6'1", 96, plays a lot bigger than that. And what was his, I think, did he score, what was his final goal total? It was something insane.
You're going to have to look that up, my friend, because I only have the iPad.
I'm bringing it up here.
The iPad is not good for research.
26 and 64 regular season games, and then another 6. So he had 32 goals in like 80 games in the OHL this year.
Oh, great. Awesome. This is going to be awesome. As a defenseman.
Yes, as a defenseman.
As a defenseman.
As a big hitting defenseman with 88 pins. He had 126 a year ago penalty minutes.
That sounds like a Flyer.
He's I really thought that he would be a target for them. And not to be. He is now a New York Islander. He will be playing in Long Island.
Great. This is a bummer just because it's a division team that's making all these moves, and it's one that we were hoping would be really miserable for a long time because they deserve nothing but misery for thwarting us in 2020.
Yes.
Just being a boring team that slowed us down.
Sucking the life out of the world.
We were having we were having such a good time, not obviously the world, but as Flyers fans, it was a good season. And then the Islanders came and they hit a wall in the Islanders. The Islanders slowed them down. It was just such a bummer of a series, and I'm resentful against them, and I just don't like. And Lou Lamoriello was with them. Lou Lamoriello ruined the Flyers. That Flyer team should have won a cup in the late 90s.
The Flyers won 3 overtime games in 2020 in that series and lost the series. Yeah, and Lou obviously ruined our childhood. At least he ruined the Leafs too. I guess.
That's true. That's true. I'll take that. If one franchise is more miserable than us, it's the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I almost feel bad for them.
Almost.
If they weren't the center of the hockey universe, and I would kill to have what they have, but it does have to hurt that since original expansion, since the Flyers joined the league, they have not won the Stanley Cup. And we just talked to Bernie Perrant, who won it 50 years ago. What were they? 12 years before?
It's been a while at that point. And now it's been, I don't know, a lifetime?
8 years or something before that. So I do feel a little bad for them, but not really.
Not really. I don't feel bad for anybody else in the hockey world at this point.
No, it's really hard. It's really hard to.
Buddy.
It would be one thing if we were still perennial contenders but underachievers in it every year, but just kind of heartbreak happens.
Yeah.
But now it's just bad stuff happens and nothing good ever happens. Oh, we're gonna beat Washington this weekend and be first in the division, be the hot team. Oh yeah, guess what? COVID.
Wah, wah. Yeah, that was
All right,
a bummer.
so it's Calgary, St. Louis, and then Columbus, our next 3 picks.
Who we got on the board right now? Who's interesting on the board?
That's a great question.
I don't know. Fiddler. I know that name.
Yeah, Fiddler's
Ravensburgen.
there. Ravensburgen, obviously. Just
I just
checking
love
out.
that name. I love Ravensburgen.
Justin Carbonneau, the Lyndon Lakovic, I really like.
Bill, can we pull up the best names that we talked about? That we're supposed to
I
talk
do
about
think
in
we
first
have the
show today?
names list somewhere. Logan Hensler, the D-man from Wisconsin. Cole Rezhny's really good. Oh, we do have the best names list right here on the monitor.
Yes.
Who's left from the names list? Looks like all the first rounders from the names list are gone. Is Riker Lee. Now Riker Lee, 33rd maybe. That's just the consolidated rankings. We have some early second guys left in Lee, Vansagi. Bomidian he's got a first round grade.
I will say I love that there's a Radivojevic in this draft.
It's pretty cool. It's
Branko
Broncos kid.
Radivojevic, one of those great names.
One of the, if not the best hockey name of all time.
Absolutely great hockey name. Evan Passmore is one of my favorite names here because it immediately, I want the Flyers to draft Passmore because everybody in the upper levels can just scream it in the entire game. More like shoots more. It's right there. It's perfect.
I just, when we did the list, my joke was, I just hear his high school coaches calling for a line change, pass more, calling him to the bench.
Okay,
and
coach.
Everyone on the ice, it's just chaos. Pass to who? What are you talking about? And now it's a 2-on-0 the other way because of blind passes.
It's,
I don't think anything comes close to Mons Goose.
No, Mans Goose. Is it Goose?
I think it's Goose.
It's definitely not Mans Goose, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, because that'd be unfortunate.
There's a Vigo. There's never been a Vigo to play in the NHL.
Vigo!
There was a Vigo drafted last year, but there has never been a Vigo to play in the NHL.
If you combine Vigo and Mangoose, you have Ghostbusters 2.
The reason he makes the list, and the Vigo last year also made the list, was so I could make Vigo the Carpathian jokes.
Yes, Vigo the Carpathian. This is why this combination works.
I think people love this combination. I'm going to be honest, Steve.
And, the people love it. The people crave more of it. That's where we're at with this. I'm looking down the list. I'm trying to see. I like Riker Lee because it just reminds me of Rikers Island, which everybody loves Rikers Island.
I wish he was a shutdown defenseman so we could call him Rikers
Island.
Like Quinyanamo Bay.
Yep. And
all right.
Good ones.
Kelly's making announcements right now. Is this going to sound terrible if I do the reads or should I wait? All right. Let's hit our next ad break. All right, let me tell you about Rothman Orthopedics. That's right, it's our friend at Rothman. And let's talk about getting you back to what you love. Whether you're a weekend warrior or just trying to keep up with the kids, you know how tough it is when your body doesn't cooperate. Well, that's where Rothman Orthopedics comes in. Whether it's pain from playing your favorite sport, an old injury, or just age catching up, Rothman's team of experts is here to help. They're here to help with evidence-based care and a mission to restore your mobility. They'll get you back on your feet and back to doing what you love. Do not let pain hold you back. Visit rothmanortho.com/PHLY to schedule your appointment today and get back to being your best self. While we're here, you know it's time to talk a little bit more about TrueMark Financial Credit Union and that Greenlight app. That's right. Summer's here. You know those kids. They're out and about. They're hanging out and maybe even getting their first summer job. Well, if that's the case, it's the perfect time to set them up with something that teaches real-world money skills and gives you a little bit of freedom as well. It's that Greenlight debit card and money app. If you're a TrueMark Financial member, you can get a free Greenlight account for your kids or teens. It's a simple way for them to manage their own money, whether it's from a job, allowance, or just birthday cash. They'll get their own debit card. They can set savings goals. They can track their spending, learn how to budget, all while you stay in the loop from your phone. So you're still in control, but they get to learn how money works in the real world. I wish I had that. I wish I had that now, quite honestly. So before the summer rush kicks in, this is a great way to help your kids build smart money habits that'll stick with them long after the season's over. Head over to TrueMark.com/Greenlight. Get all the details and sign up today. Don't miss the chance to set your kids up for financial success. You don't want your kid ending up like me. Teach them about money. Get them the Greenlight app.
Perfect ending there, Bill. Lanny McDonald.
I think they like me because I think TrueMark likes me because I'm like the cautionary tale.
You're real. You're a real one. One of the elite mustaches in NHL history is up on the screen right now. Lanny McDonald. We love Lanny McDonald.
Lanny legend making the pick here for Calgary. Kelly doing raffle giveaways in the background.
We'd love to hear it.
We certainly do.
There's some great raffle stuff.
There is some awesome items here. Again, we love our YouTube audience. Thank you so much for joining us live. Thanks if you're listening to the podcast after the fact. You're watching the show after the fact. Comment. Hit that like button. I haven't demanded enough likes yet from everybody. We need some freaking likes. Whatever it is, it's not enough. I can't see the total, but I know it's too low. We love you, though. But if you're not at this party, I mean, I'm sure there'll be pictures and everything of all the giveaways and raffle items, all the fun stuff everyone got to do. Meet Bernie.
I put a lot of stuff up on the FLYERS Instagram today.
Mark it down for your calendar a year from now when we're doing our 9th draft party.
We want you.
You can't miss it. It's
we got K-Red.
We got K-Red here. What's up, K-Red?
He said we love you,
Stephen Bill. I think they love this combination.
It's a good combination. It's a winning combination. Cole Reshney, who I heard some very good things about.
Yeah, another guy.
Goes 18. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not loving this straight up.
Man, that's the.
It's a bummer.
Like if Prokhorov is still there at 22, it's like, what did you lose?
What did you lose? Like
it's just,
again, you must have loved Nesbit. Like there has to be something they really hope.
I really hope this wasn't. Well, we think he's going to stick at center and he's big, so we have to get him.
Just like a romantic comedy. They pointed at that man and said, "I can fix him."
Now listen, they said this about Jet last year, where they were like, we watched him, we loved him a year ago, and as we watched him in his draft season, we were just like, we're not going to be able to get him. He's just going to go too early, and nobody had him in that range.
Yeah.
They scouted differently. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but it doesn't look like a bad pick right now.
I mean, look,
we'll see.
Time's going to have to tell with that one.
It's going to take so long to know.
I like the height, if I'm being totally honest. And
I want bigger players. I want to be able to push people around. I want to get in on the forecheck and inflict some pain. I just think better players may have been available.
I agree. And I also just, I think with 22 and 31, you can still get a big boy, and then you can get a goalie or a defenseman or something, because they need defensive prospects. Like, they've got Bonk. Who else? Like, they don't have a ton of other guys in the pipeline for defense, so you got to start building that up.
No, I'm really shocked that that's one of the things. I just loved Aitchison. That was just my guy.
Aitchison, I mean, that's the kind of guy you want, right? He's scoring goals. He's hammering dudes. What more could you want in a defense?
That sounds exactly like what I want to see.
That's Bill Matt's hockey right there.
That's exactly the kind of hockey I want to watch. So maybe this is just a stylistic issue and it's a personal bias. Maybe everyone in the chat absolutely loves Jack Nesbit and I'm just being a downer.
No.
I don't think that's
the vibes on the floor.
Yeah, the vibes on the floor. This room, from Porter Martone to the trade to BG, was on fire.
Like, we were this close to doing a White Stripes chant out there going, like,
the vibe has deteriorated. It's still a great party.
It's still good. We're all having good times.
The open bar for the there's still what?
The VIPs.
For the VIPs, there's another 15 minutes left in the open bar.
Hit that up, VIPs. Yeah. You're probably not listening to because you're here, but hit it up.
Maybe someone's got the headset in, like the old guys at the baseball games.
I love those guys.
Who have the radio on. Maybe someone down there has the show on.
Now, thinking of Nesbit and the big boys, you were doing an ad read, so I think you missed this. But the Anaheim Ducks have already loaded a large gentleman, Roger McQueen, onto a helicopter. They found a helicopter tall enough for Roger McQueen where it wouldn't give him a haircut from the blades. And they're flying him to Disneyland, which is so weird. It's so weird.
All right, so that leaves now St. Louis is next at 19, then Columbus, then Ottawa, and then it'll be Pittsburgh with our former 22nd pick.
That's not going to make anyone salty, Bill. I mean, I'm kind of, at this point, all I have to live for is the hate.
I'm just trying, because we started the show and I was talking to Kelly about assessing Danny Briere. And he hasn't, he's not Howie Roseman in my mind. And how could he be, Exactly. Where if I were to start scrutinizing something he did, I'd be like, look in the mirror, you're an idiot.
Have they
But
considered starting Danny Briere in an office in the back corner of the Farg?
In the last 6 months, Briere, maybe they should for a little bit, and then he can learn the job and come back.
Howie Roseman!
No, but in the last 6 months, Briere has really started to earn a lot of the benefit of the doubt for me. And I didn't love the draft last year, not just the first round pick. What they did after that, there was just some questionable stuff. Off season, not a ton of moves. Go into the year, wasn't great. But from the Farabee Frost trade on, I really appreciated his ability to make tough decisions and his ability to stay patient and use his patience to an advantage. Like Scott Lawton, we all criticized. What are you doing? Trade Scott Lawton. And then it all worked out. Pretty damn good return for a fourth line player. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. We all love Scotty. Scott Lawton can play for my team any day, but his role depends on how good my team is, and if it's good, he's on the fourth line.
Absolutely. Scott Lawton's great, but if you're getting a first-round pick and a prospect for him,
his ability to wait out that Trevor Zegras market, because I heard the report that they were in on Zegras when they traded for Drysdale with Cutter. It was, let's make it a bigger deal, kind of like the Kevin Hayes thing was supposed to include Sanheim and Krug, and there was going to be way more pieces, and then they just stripped it down. There was a chance that the Cutter-Drysdale thing also included Zegras and a whole bunch of other stuff, and the price was too high, and Danny said, I'm good. And his patience, listen, maybe it doesn't work. Maybe he's just not that guy, but they got a really high upside player for Ryan Paling, a second and a fourth. So he's really started to earn my trust. And then when he goes Porter Martone, one of the dudes I was dying to see drafted. All right, so I guess maybe I have to step back and you know what? He did 4 out of 5 things I liked. A bunch of his moves in a row I enjoyed. And this one with the 12th overall pick, I didn't love.
Right.
We'll see how it works out. But I think there has to be a little bit of all this other stuff we liked. Maybe there's a benefit of the doubt here, but
I think he's overall had a great week.
Yeah.
But that's a tough pill to swallow, especially if Pittsburgh reaches for 2 guys here, I think we're going to swallow this pill a little easier. And they reached for the first guy, so it's very possible. Right. But if Pittsburgh gets 2 studs here, or at least, we don't know if any of these guys are studs. But,
here comes Gary. The St. Louis pick is in. They are at 19. Then Columbus is at 20. Then Ottawa at 21. Pittsburgh at 22. And then we are into our final 10.
Oh, here we go.
All right. Gary making the pick or throwing it to some celebrity or something as we speak.
Maybe it's John.
Is Mike not it?
No, it's Nikki Glazer.
Oh, it's Nikki Glazer. Okay. Nikki Glazer making the pick for the St. Louis Blues.
4, 2.
It's Big Head Bill. Ava Graham has showed up, and she has showed up with my big head, which was a part.
Hey, everybody!
These were.
Hope you're all doing good. I am.
The story behind this, which brings it full circle, my 30th birthday was here at Chickies, and these were the decorations.
It's beautiful.
All right, Nikki.
I finally feel like Bill Matz.
Well, what's up, baby? How you doing? What do you think about Jack Nesbitt at 12?
I think they waste all of our time.
Outstanding. All right. Who are the Blues picking here at 19 as we make our way into the 20s here?
I hope it's Gord Gordonsby.
Oh, that would be outstanding. What if someone just took Charlie Conway? He's there.
Dude, he is there.
I don't think he's eligible anymore. He's got to be 45.
But he knows the triple deke.
He does know the triple deke, one of the more complicated moves.
Gordon Bombay taught it to him. One of the legends.
That man would have had one hell of a career.
He would have, but his trick name.
Those Minnesota Waves jerseys were sick.
They were sick.
It is Justin Carbonneau, the
Carbonneau.
winger out of the Q. Justin Carbonneau goes 19 to St. Louis.
Justin Carbonaro, one of the great meals.
Yeah, an excellent sandwich at Quiznos. Big fan of Quiznos.
It is a great hockey name. Justin Carbonneau is
I was always a Mesquite guy, but my friends were all about the carbonara at Quiznos. I miss Quiznos like you wouldn't believe. I ate there like twice a week in high school.
Toasty.
Remember
We're not doing an ad for
the little
Quiznos.
moon rats? Remember those guys? We love the sun.
Oh my God, I forgot about those things. Those things are terrifying. I'm going to have nightmares about those things now.
I'm not late for an ad, right? I did the 41. Okay.
The Quiznos ad is any second now.
I probably shouldn't, but like, there's no Quiznos around here, so it's not like
California now.
It's not like anyone can complain that I'm advertising for anyone when there's none in this. Trust me, I've looked. There are none. You can tell when we start talking about Quiznos. There's
a reason they sub me in at 20.
Yeah. There's a reason it's
They're
me
like,
and you.
all the serious stuff's off. It's Steve time.
But
Get him in there.
All right, so say this is. Now, maybe they use some of their seconds to get back into the end of the first or something. Say they take Joshua Ravensburg. Then maybe we have a different view. But based on it now, Flyers are done for the night.
Yeah.
How you feeling about Danny's week?
I'm feeling good about the week overall. I mean, Martone at 6 is awesome. Like, I love Martone. I think it's a bummer it's not a center, but, like, that guy's a stud. That guy's going to be in your top 6. He's probably a top liner. And he's going to be awesome with Matvei Michkov or Travis Konechny or Tyson Forrester or, any of those guys they have up there in the top 6. They got some talent. So I feel great about that. Nesbitt's such a wait and see. I don't feel great about it today. But, look, I mean, he's a big body. Maybe you can teach him a lot. Clearly, there's a reason they thought they had to jump up and get him. This one's a frustrating one. But I think in, like, a couple years, like, maybe we'll feel better about it. Oliver Bonk, we felt better about. We felt better about Jet pretty quickly. And the Zegras move, I feel great about the Zegras move. That is such a buy low move. If you're mad at that, what are you even doing still watching?
That's there are certainly, it's not a surefire 10 out of 10, oh yeah, he's going to be a stud for us. He's going to reach the potential we all thought he had, his first 2 years in the league when he's on the cover of video games, doing the Michigan, going to the All-Star Skills Challenge, looking like he's going to be the face of at least American hockey, Yeah. Maybe he doesn't reach that. But it's worth what they paid. And I think I just have to keep reminding myself that there was so much more good than bad in the last week and in the last 6 months with Danny.
You're looking at one move that is frustrating.
I don't agree with, and I'm not a draft expert.
I'm not a draft expert either, and I think and nobody is. But the guys who watch a lot more of this stuff than I do seem pretty annoyed about it, so I'm kind of going off that. Personally, again, it's like, look, I see that height and I'm cool. Like, okay, I like that. But I'm also looking at the fact that, like, Blake Fiddler is available, who I really liked. And I, again, don't know anything. But Blake Fiddler is a big mobile defenseman who I love that combination. So Fiddler's out there. Horkoff's out there. Prokhorov, as you said. Cullen Potter. Like, there's some good names out there based on what I've been told. And, the unknown, I think, is going to really bother us here.
Yes.
And these Pittsburgh picks,
this
I
might
think,
not
are
be
going to
something
be
we know about for a long time.
Yeah, but these Pittsburgh picks are going to be a dagger, and as annoying as all the Booyam chatter's been for the past year, that's how annoying these Pittsburgh picks are going to be for the next 2-3 years.
Yeah, that's the fact that
it's Pittsburgh.
Okay, we give them 22 and 31, cool, if we get a guy we think is going to be a star for us. And it's like, do whatever. But now we reached, and now they have those picks. That's very annoying.
Yes. Can we talk about how much the NHL's been dragging this whole thing on? Everybody's talking too long.
I said that right at the top. We could knock this out in 30 minutes. But that said, my fantasy draft,
everybody's talking way too much.
6 hours. So I get it.
That's true. Fantasy drafts do take a while. It's always, you got the missus sitting there going, what the hell are you doing on the computer?
Special rules in yours?
I do 2 leagues. One, I do a standard snake draft. The other one, we do an auction league.
Oh, that's way too much work for us. We could never figure that out.
It's an auction league with 2 QBs, my friend. It is a giant pain in the butt.
Oh, we are just straight snake draft, PPR. And
That's my regular.
there's our one special rule. If you take a player from the NFC East, you take a shot.
Okay,
You
I
have
like
a choice
that.
between
Yeah.
Jameson or tequila.
We don't have that, but I've been trying to get this group together to do it in person for years now, and it just hasn't worked out. It's got to happen at some point. I love that rule. I'm into that.
I always take NFC East guys early.
I get
And it
birds all the
worked out
time.
for me once. I took AJ and then Jalen in the rounds 2 and 3. I was hammered by the end, but I won.
I had Saquon, like, I think second round last year, and it was just paid off.
Oh,
amazingly.
second round.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
It was either late first round or early second round, but it
Speaking
was.
of seconds now, let's try to stop talking about fantasy football because our,
Yeah, this is
our
a
hockey
hockey
audience
show.
is still watching.
Ay,
It's
ay,
not just
ay.
me and you BSing. I'm allowed to say bullshitting. That's right. We're not on Roku.
Oh, we're not. That's all. I wish I'd known that.
I don't think I've taken enough advantage of the swearing, the lift on the swearing ban for one night.
Son of a bitch.
I was all for trading all those seconds. Now I need more high upside swings.
Yeah.
And I don't know who the hell's going to be available in the second. We'll talk all about it tomorrow. We got another 4 hours coming to you tomorrow.
4 hours live from Atlantic City.
Yeah, from Atlantic City. It's going to be a great
Atlantic
time. I'm told we're going to have some very special guests. On top of, I know Alex Appleyard will be joining us. I'm fairly certain Broad Street Hockey's Thomas Williams will be joining us.
Thomas
And we're
knows
going
what
to
he's.
have-
He knows a lot
you know,
about
this is a
draft.
good time to tell you all about the Die Hard sale going on right now. $36 for the year, and guess what? Die Hard's in the Discord. I'm dropping the link for the show. We are going to have your live reaction, sports radio call. You can call in, talk about Martone, talk about Nesbit, talk about Zegras, talk about what you want them to do in the second round. We're going to have you on, I believe, between the third and fourth rounds is when I'm going to do this, but this might just go like 2 hours. Who the hell knows?
Who knows? But hey, call up, and every time you call up, say, "Hey, Bill, first time, long time."
Yeah, it's gonna be outstanding. So make sure, and if you're not a diehard, sign up right now. $36 for the year. You get all of the benefits of being a diehard. Discount on merch and events, access to that Discord, obviously. Access to all of our premium content from our all-star cast of writers. I started putting together a thread of all of Charlie and Alex's draft content today, and I got tired of it. It took so freaking long. I got to June 12th, and I was like, I'm done. I'm not hitting another page of content.
Best in the
That's
business.
how much we've pumped out, and we obviously cover all the sports here in town. Sign up, allphly.com. Take advantage of that discount while it lasts.
You won't regret it, my friends. You won't regret it.
All right, so Columbus is here. Earlier on, they took Jackson Smith at 14. Now they are at 20. We are at commercial break now. When we come back, we'll probably get the pick quickly. Some pretty good names still available. Do wonder, maybe this is where they go defense here. We've seen Aitchison come off. We've seen Mertka and obviously Schaefer, but none of the other defensemen. Maybe this begins the run here.
It seems like a good time for a run on defense, and this is where I'm a little jealous because I really do think the Flyers need to refill the defensive pipeline. They've got some good guys in there. I like the current defense, but I want to see more guys in the prospects for the future because
Absolutely.
Sanheim, while he's in his prime right now, you know, when you're looking at these guys, like really the younger guys entering their prime, you're looking at Michkov, you're looking at our new shiny Porter Martone, right? When these guys are entering their prime, they're going to need guys on the backside, like, you know, keeping the defense, right?
And that's, you look at the youngish defensemen they have, York, Drysdale, Bonk as a prospect, Hunter McDonald as a prospect, and Emile Andre. Just feels like there's not a top end there. And honestly, I don't expect all of Andre, York, and Drysdale to be a part of the team 3 years from now.
No, I definitely don't. York's such a fascinating one. I know he's buddies with Zegras and Drysdale. Columbus's pick is in, by the
All
way.
right, Columbus's pick is in. We will see who goes 20 as we get to our, well, we're now in the 20s.
We are in the 20s now. Hooray. I was supposed to come on a 20. Kelly's like, I'm out. I'm done.
I'm done. Yeah,
She saw me. She's like, thank God.
I know she was very worried about who was going to run the raffles and everything.
She could just trust me, but I'm incompetent.
This is her baby, and I understand.
It is. I
Like
understand.
the draft party, as much as it is PHLY and Broad Street, Kelly has kind of been on top of this since 2017.
Yeah.
Here we are now, all these years later. It's like me and Charlie's career. It's a crossover with where we used to work. she wants her level of control, and very much understand. I wouldn't want anyone else controlling it.
She's
I
best in the
sure as
business.
shit
Come on.
can't do it. Mike, if I was in charge of planning the draft party, it would be in the parking lot.
It'd be a tailgate.
And not even this parking lot. It would be in the driveway of my home.
It'd be in Jetro.
Yeah.
Come down to Jetro. We're going to have a draft party.
Can we get Dylan on the phone? Like, tell him to unlock M-Lot for us.
That
Phil
sounds fun,
forgot
I'm
to
not
make
gonna lie.
plans.
Like, I'm in on that. Dylan's
Outside
great.
of the lack of Wi-Fi and ability to do the show, it sounds
Pronounce
like
this
great.
name. A goalie was
But-
taken.
Oh, it's wow.
Alex mentioned him as a second rounder today.
Piotr Andreanov.
Pietro Andreanov.
First goalie off the board, and it is not Joshua Ravensbergen. That is an insane pick.
Quote the Raven, you're not the first round pick.
Is he the one with the contract till 2030? I feel like he's the,
I hope so. I mean, Columbus, what's the timeline there? Who knows? They made the playoffs this year.
Goalie. I'm on my running list. I'm just writing goalie Piotr.
Goalie.
Goalie, not Josh.
I don't know why my mock typing is just like I'm on a typewriter in the 1930s. Like,
That's how you got to do it. Yeah.
Pietro, stop.
That's wild.
That is wild. They Ravensbergen,
was-
I've been told over and over again,
Ravensbergen
is the
and
number
no
one
else.
goalie. Yeah.
But we have heard if you don't fear the Russians, maybe there's a little bit more there. But I do want to just get.
Your Philadelphia Hockey Flyers do not fear the Russians.
It is very funny hearing our jokes replay because
I know.
There's a little bit of a delay between us and what the people below us hear, and we can hear it very loud. And I'm like,
It
wait,
was very much throwing me
you
off.
just said this joke, and it
Echo.
was the echo.
Echo.
All right, Andrea, is this the one? There's 2 or 3 Russian goalies, and one of them is signed till 2030.
I love Russian Guyevich. He should have gone first. He's a stud. I know this. You're going to find it, Bill. And
Contract till 26, 27, so he's not the one. No,
that's not
There's it might have been Frolov. I'm not sure. There's 2 or 3 of them, and I don't. Come on.
But when we talk about
But this is
goalies,
just
as
an
we were saying
insane-
before,
yeah.
you don't see goalies for 3-4 years, which is why they never get drafted in the first round. In 3-4 years, it's being generous. It might be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
So this is a hell of a pick at this point. Columbus, I don't know, man, but I don't know.
Number 20, a goalie comes out, and that wasn't a huge stretch. It didn't seem for Ravensbergen. It was maybe the Flyers could get him at 22. Maybe he's still there at 31. But for a different goalie to come off the board first is a major surprise right now.
I got Corey Pronman's best available up right now, and it looks like Ravensbergen was 19th.
There is nobody better than Ava Graham,
You're the
my
best
wife, delivered a couple of tequila shots.
Oh, God, I do bad
to
with
Steve
tequila.
and I. Just pretend it's water.
Yeah, okay. That'll do it.
As we track into the 10
Well,
o'clock
cheers.
hour.
Hell of a show, my friend. Oh, boy.
I've got to remind you that it's never ordinary. No, that was terrible. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365, one of our stupendous presenting sponsors tonight. If you haven't got in on any of their NHL draft action, you can still bet tomorrow's. You can see, okay, well, Ravensbergen falling. Where do you think he's going to go? You think you got that inside track? Check out Bet365. And, of course, the outstanding people at Philly Sports Trips. Love them. They took us to Montreal this past season. It was one of the best sports trips I've ever been on.
I'm so
and I've
jealous.
been on quite a few, and nobody does it better than Philly Sports Trips. I'm going to tell you that straight up. And right now, you can place a $99 deposit, fully refundable, to make sure you have a spot reserved for our big Flyers trip this year. Now, once again, you've been listening all night. You know I can't divulge what this trip is. But if you want to boo a former 5th overall pick who maybe told the Flyers he doesn't want to play here anymore, this is maybe going to be the trip for you. That's all I'm saying. If you are a Disney adult, this might be the trip for you.
Like Roger McQueen.
Exactly. If you maybe want to, I don't know, check out the West Coast, maybe this is the trip for you. I can't give it all away,
Come
but
to
I
the
can
coast,
tell
have a few
you,
laughs.
$99, fully refundable deposit. Reserve your spot for our huge Flyers trip. Montreal was great. We are going to blow this one out. It's going to be a ton of fun. There's always surprises with Philly sports trips. When that schedule gets announced, we'll have the actual details, but I think you can probably piece together what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can read between the lines here. Yeah, I'm obsessed with them showing this journey of Roger McQueen to Disneyland in the background. Like, are they going to show him on a roller? Is he too tall to ride the roller coasters, Bill?
He might be.
He might be. He might
He's
exceed the size
6'5".
limit.
I gotta believe 6'5". You can
You must
7
be this
feet.
tall to not ride the roller
7
coasters.
feet. You're probably too tall, right?
I think so.
6'5" is
Poor
it's
Dikembe
not
Mutombo.
normal, but
He
like
just wanted to ride roller coasters and he wasn't allowed.
I feel like text RG. Can Ryan Gilbert get on?
What is this button?
Oh, it's the trade button. There's a trade. So Ottawa will not be
The
picking at
tequilas.
21. It is now Nashville at 21.
Nashville. Smashville. What do you think about them getting Brady Martin?
You know, I
sure
said
was
the
a
other
pick, Phil.
day, I'm shocked we didn't hear more because he just felt like a Smashville guy.
He's putting the smash in
He
Smashville.
seemed linked to Utah, Philly, and Boston, and I was like, Nashville's right there. He's the hitter guy. Why isn't it? Why aren't they linked to him? And it ends up he goes. So
They play tough hockey, Bill.
it's their way.
Their way.
All right, so Nashville moves up. I assume, yeah, they moved. They were at 23. Now they're at 21. Ottawa moves down to 23.
You been to Nashville before?
I have.
It is a hell of a hockey town. Like,
It's.
I
I
was
love their
walking around,
setup.
I couldn't believe just how many bars had Nashville Predator stuff. Like, people love to talk trash about like hockey in the South. It absolutely worked in Nashville.
It's very cool.
And like,
I was
my
there in the
favorite
off
thing-
season.
My favorite thing, I went to Martin's Barbecue, and they had a giant cardboard cutout like height chart for Hal Gill. Flyers legend Hal Gill.
Oh my God!
I got a picture next to that.
Hal
I'm doing
Gill.
like this face, like those guys.
Hero of the Rangers series for the Rangers, Hal Gill.
Tough to play against, Bill.
Eric Gustafson, if only. Oh, OG Gus Bus.
Oh, you know,
Not the poser
No.
Gustafson. Original
who's
Eric
still in the
Gustafson.
NHL.
Yeah, the one who's still playing. No, it's the one who's like, screw you, I'm just going back.
just going back.
Yeah, Nashville, we spent one night there on a road trip, and it was enough, but it was really fun. Acme Feed and Seed, if you're looking for hot chicken, that's the spot.
I went to Bolton's. Yeah, and Bolton's was very good. It was in this like concrete shack of a building, which is when you're looking for like hot chicken, that's kind of the place I want to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I on a couple of road trips that I went on, like developed this theory. Go to the place everyone goes to, then walk 2 blocks and make a left. And you will find the actual best place.
When I was in Key West, we were down there and we said, all right, we want to get the best Cubano sandwich. And we asked the desk, where would you send like a non-tourist? I don't want to go where the tourists go. And said, okay, go up the main strip and then walk like 5 blocks this way.
Good Phantoms jersey on my man over here.
I complimented this guy
Original
earlier.
with flex shoulders. The Nashville pick is in.
White Phantoms jersey.
Just if you're planning a trip to Nashville, I will say, even if you hate country music like me, there's something for everyone. There's a little something for everyone.
I went to Martin's and this band played grunge the entire night.
I stepped out. Me and a couple of friends went to a line dancing bar just to see what the hell it was. And it was really fun. Funny.
Funny,
I
yeah.
didn't line dance. That's not happening. But walk out, and I cross the street, and there's just a dude on an acoustic playing Nirvana. I was like, is this happening?
Is this real life?
And I was like, well, I'm going to stand out front here, have a cig. And then he went into Sublime. Wait.
Beautiful.
Okay, so it's just great live music. But here we go. Nashville, their pick is in for the Preds. They traded from 23 to 21. I wonder if that cost them 26 or maybe a second rounder.
looking right
'cause they
now
had
at the-
multiple picks.
I'm looking at Corey Promise.
They had
best players
3 like the
available.
Flyers did.
We got Cameron Reed, Sasha
Boumediene.
Boumediene. There you
Yeah,
go.
one of my favorite.
Caucasian.
Yeah.
Blake Fiedler, Lyndon Lakovich, Malcolm Spence, Milton Gastrine, Logan Hensler. The list goes on.
Maybe they should take that big center, Jack Nesbitt. He should still be available.
Oh, yeah, Jack Nesbitt should be there at 21. Blah.
Maybe Cullen Potter here, I wonder. Who's their celeb now? Oh, is it Frank Wycheck?
Oh, Archbishop Brian's Frank Wycheck. Sorry, I went to Archbishop Brian.
George Kittle.
George Kittle.
What?
Niners suck.
He is such a media whore.
Oh, yes.
He does all the appearances for every wrestling company. He's not loyal to any of them. And now he's showing up. Like, there's a team. I guess San Jose's not technically in your city, but like, they kind of are.
Novel written on the Forsberg jersey in his background.
Oh,
That's like the Homer Simpson like napkin where it's like, Marge, you got a butt that won't stop.
Cameron Reed, defenseman from the Kitchener Rangers.
That was that was the second best player
points
available
in 67 games for those Kitchener Rangers.
Like a good pick.
Cam Reed is the 21st pick, as we now have 11 remaining in tonight's first round of the 2025 NHL Draft.
And you want to talk about a franchise that knows defense? I mean, it's the Nashville Predators.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
You got a communications education like I did.
Oh, I sure did. TU,
So
baby.
does this? Oh yeah, T for Temple U, man. Bleed that cherry and white all day. Yeah, fight for the cherry and the white. Chris over here went to Maryland.
Maryland.
Did you go to Maryland? Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. Anyway, I really don't remember where my train of thought was going now.
Kelly Hinkle distracted you.
Kelly Hinkle.
We were talking about communications majors.
Oh yes. So 2025 is how you say it, like 1994. Does it drive you nuts when someone says 2025? Because it grates on me like you would not believe.
Does it?
It is one of my major pet peeves.
It doesn't hit me that hard, but I never say it. I never say 2024. It's too wordy.
1,996. That's the year I really fell in love with Boy Meets World.
Let's talk about the year 1984.
It
the
just
year I was
drives
born.
me.
You remember that Van Halen album, 1984?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's so asinine to say.
It stinks. I hate it.
But Jeff Marek now, when he talks about like the aughts, will go 207 for 2007, and that also is insane to me.
I hate that.
If you want to go 2007, I can accept it. I don't love it, but I can accept it. 2007 is just very easy to say.
Very easy to say. Why are you making things more complicated to say?
But 2025, I get mad. Like, legitimately makes me angry. And I have no worry. Maybe I just don't have enough worries in my life.
You are a Flyers podcast.
Yeah, maybe my life is just too easy that this is the only thing that makes me mad. It drives me freaking insane.
No, I don't like it because I don't like using too many words in those situations. I don't like it at all. Not one bit, Bill.
I gotta find my next round.
I love that you said Frank Wycheck, by the way.
It's Nashville. They're talking about a great tight end. I just assumed Frank Wycheck.
Music City Miracle, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Through the
Frank Wycheck went to my high school.
Did he really?
Yeah, Archbishop Bryan, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Northeast Philly Catholic schools there, baby. All about that. No, I love that Titans team because of that two Philly guys.
Yeah.
Frank Wycheck and Eddie George.
I love that Titans team because I hated that Rams team.
That too.
And my dad was the biggest. Goddamn, who was their coach?
A bandwagoner?
Who was the Titans coach?
Oh,
he was
Fisher.
Fisher.
Which was
he loved Fisher because he was obsessed with Buddy Ryan.
What was
no,
he
my
obsessed
dad
with? He should have taken over Buddy Ryan. Because my dad was too.
My dad is fake WIP calling. That's. No, it doesn't matter that even now that they won a Super Bowl with the #1 defense, nah, man, the Reggie D was better.
The Reggie D was better, you know.
It doesn't even matter.
Buddy Ryan never won a playoff game. Ever.
I think, did he get one?
He might have got one.
I don't think he got any. But
yeah, Bowl was BS.
So I love that Titans team because my dad did. I bought him hats from lids of the Titans that year.
I actually had an Eddie George jersey from that year. I gave it away
Eddie
at some
George
point, but I had one.
Yeah.
It was great. Now, the Penguins are on the clock with 22.
Penguins now on the clock at 22.
So the haters are getting ready to hate big time right here.
That's if they... What's the worst case scenario here? Ravensburgen?
Ravensburgen, I don't know if that's the worst case, but it's not great. Ravensburgen would be bad, especially because that's a franchise that doesn't really have a set goaltender, right? I don't know anything about the pipeline, but Ravensburgen's bad. I would be really mad if it's Fiddler, because I wanted Fiddler.
I like Fiddler.
I've heard Gastrine's an interesting one for them here. I hope he doesn't get him.
I liked, when I thought his name was Jack Murtaugh, I wanted him. But now that I know it's Murtagh, I don't care.
Is it Murtagh?
That's what Charlie told me.
I thought he was getting too old for this shit.
That's what I wanted to do, the jokes. Yes.
Good. Okay, good.
I wanted to do those jokes, and then Charlie was like, no, it's Murtagh. I was like, well, then I don't care.
There's been a couple times where people have just crapped all over my dreams of pronunciations here. Because I also found, like, Denoye, right, isn't pronounced Caleb, it's like...
Caleb. Kelly said it earlier because she speaks great French. Denoye, how do you say his name? Column.
Cow.
Like DJ Column.
I don't like it. No, sir. I don't like it.
I don't know if this beer is mine, but it is now.
I think it's beer o'clock, baby. Somebody bring me a beer. Who wants? I need more beer.
We're down to the final, I guess, 11, but really 10 picks. The pick is in for Pittsburgh at 22.
Kelly, get one
Let's
of the
see
goons
how
to
they
bring me a
F
beer.
us. Lyndon is Lakovic still available?
Yeah, Lakovic is still available.
Yeah,
So
I
here's
wonder if that's where they're going.
Prominence best available: Ravensbergen, Bormanil, Fiddler,
Hensler?
Lakovic, Malcolm Spence, Gastrine, Hensley. So we'll see who they go with. Pick is in, so it should be any
Pick
second
is
now.
in. We'll see.
I hope he reached. I hope it's a second round, like Bill's on it or something. Big Z.
Yeah, give me a William Horkoff here.
Murtag.
Something asinine. Just do something bad, Pittsburgh. Just keep doing bad
Just do
stuff.
bad stuff. Kyle Dubas sucks. Come on.
Yeah, he isn't good.
He isn't good. He's done a bad job there.
Like, he hasn't.
Sidney Crosby's putting up 91 points.
And they can't
And that
make the
team's not
playoffs.
sniffing the playoffs. Like, come on.
They stink.
Is Letang and his kid doing every one of their, like, get somebody else.
All right, the pick is in. There's some little kid reading it.
It's a Letang Jr.
He's got a center part.
They have the same hair. Actually, he doesn't have the center part, but.
It is Sonnen. You called it.
Big Z. There we go. I'm sorry you are stuck with a lifetime of French fry and coleslaw sandwiches, my friend.
What is that? Like, why?
For
Why is that their thing?
It's gross. It's a small town. Everything shuts down at 8 o'clock. Not much to do. Let's never plan a trip there. I don't want to do it.
When we went for the stadium series, it was like me and like 5-6 guys, and we're like getting ready to go out, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, they're keeping the bars open for you guys this month." I was like, or this week. I was like, "What? It's like 10 o'clock. What do you mean?"
I was out there on.
There were like 2 places open.
I was out there on Thanksgiving a few years ago, and then how in Philly, Thanksgiving Eve is the biggest party day of the year. And everything.
Oh yeah, baby.
In Pittsburgh, I was just walking around, confused Travolta style, going like,
I feel like
What's
it's
going
not
on?
that big of a deal in Pittsburgh because everyone there is a townie.
It's
so
a
who the
dead
hell are
town.
they catching up with?
it's a dead town.
Like,
There was nothing going on.
There's my ex-wife.
Nothing going on.
Who still lives with my parents. Like, who are they catching up with in Pittsburgh?
Oh, Jerome Bettis, that's it.
Jerome Bettis.
The bus.
And he's from Detroit. There's no way. He's from Detroit,
The
right?
only guy who can make these picks. Where's the bus?
It seems like they, especially for these, like, oh, Pittsburgh wasn't going to have these picks. Like, they kept E around because he was in L.A. And it was like, oh, the Islanders have another pick. Make that too.
Where's Jeremy Piven can make these picks for him.
Jeremy Piven.
I don't know what he has to do with Pittsburgh, but bring back Jeremy Piven out.
Why? That would just be funny.
PCU's own Jeremy Piven.
PCUs. Have you ever noticed the number of people I run into who can reference PCU? That his career, full circle, PCU and old school.
Yeah.
He did both.
Wow, that's true.
He did both.
That's true. He got out of the dumpster.
Yeah. Jeez. I have a friend, and it's funny because you're Steve. And I have greeted you like this before. I have a friend, though, Steve Gallagher. Whenever I see him, Steve!
Fantastic.
Every single time.
I love it. I'm totally into it.
We got like 40 minutes left. You're not going to get much analysis.
I mean, I'll read the old school script if you want. I'm cool with that. No, it's fascinating. The first time I saw PCU was Comedy Central.
Yes,
used
absolutely.
to run. What was it called?
Nobody our age. The midnight movies.
No, it was like never. It was like something theater, but it was like.
Was it like the Never Ending Summer or something?
It's something like that, but it was like nobody's ever seen these damn movies theater. Like something like that.
That's pretty cool, actually.
And it was with PCU, and I was like.
I remember I loved what they would do late night. They would play like the South Park movie at 2.
Yeah.
Because they could not censor it.
And I was always up for that shit.
But
I am a night
they
owl.
would still censor the nudity, which 14-year-old me got real mad about.
You idiots. I'm so furious about this because I'm 14
Yes.
and fired up. And I'll leave it there.
Parents have goddamn search blocker on my computer. Sitting here like a pilgrim.
This is what you do. Like, this is pre-phones, kids. The kids and their phones. This is pre-phones.
Yeah, you don't know what it's like.
You don't know what it's like. When you
Pornography at your fingertips 24/7.
come on, you have to log on to the dial-up internet and wait your turn.
Obviously, the second half of this draft did not go the Flyers' way.
No. And the Flyers were picking, the conversation would be nothing like this. The Flyers aren't picking.
No, but it's over.
No. Do you be there at the
If
one
they
computer in
trade
the
back
house?
in now I'm going to be mad at them.
Nobody else could use the
No,
phone.
I've already personally, like, mentally checked out. And
you'd
if
have to
they
look over
trade
your
back
shoulder.
in, I'm going to be furious with Danny.
You'd have to look over
Me
your
and him
shoulder.
are going to have a personal issue.
Nobody else in the house is around. I can do whatever I want on this
Now
computer,
I'm just
right?
entertaining our producers, honestly. Their laughter continues my nonsense.
Listen.
I am like a little kid. Like, don't laugh at him.
Don't laugh.
Like, just don't encourage him.
me.
Yes.
Okay? They let a gorilla into this, and he's just turning things over left and right.
So the Ottawa Senators are on the clock, and Martin Havlat's going to make the pick, hiding from the Wells Fargo Center penalty box still. He's been in there for 22 years.
Oh, wow. How about that? Martin Havlat. This kid
Kids haven't seen him in forever.
I'll tell you what, the only way this could be entertaining for me is if a bunch of Flyers came out and fought
Vince is
whoever
coming
was
to
making.
reprimand me to tell me I've meant, because I
Donald
said I mentally
Brashear,
checked
I
out.
want Donald Brashear to come out and fight whoever is making the pick
No,
for the
they have
Senators
to
here.
jump Brashear, start a fight with someone else, wait for him to jump in, and then jump him to get him kicked out. So, and then send Zdeno Chara, who's 7'5", after like a midget.
Bill,
I don't think we're allowed to say midget anymore. I'm sorry. Little person.
Bill, can we do an episode this summer where we just break down that brawl?
Yeah.
Like scene by scene?
It lives somewhere, but I'll never be able to find it. We did on BSH, the pod feed one year for like Christmas. We did a Christmas special when it was Flyers history, and I got bombed and did a oral history of that fight.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And it might still be the favorite thing I've ever done.
That's awesome. I love that.
All right, while we are waiting for this Ottawa pick.
The pick is in.
It's freaking Ottawa. Yeah, whatever. What is it? 10:20.
I care a lot.
So I need GLAT. Okay, let's take our next commercial break. If your hairline's been slipping and you're thinking about doing something about it, you should listen up. Hair transplants aren't just cosmetic. They're real surgery. And if you're considering flying overseas to save a buck, stop thinking that. Think again. Think it all. At GLAT Hair by Morgenstern Medical in Bala Cynwyd, you're getting care from board-certified surgeons with over 30 years of experience. They follow strict U.S. safety standards and deliver results that can actually last. If you don't believe me, take a look at Johnny Marks. You interned for Johnny
I sure
10,
did.
12 years ago?
Oh, it was more than that. It was 2007, my friend.
His hair looks better now than it did in 2007.
True.
And it's thanks to our friends at GLAT. And here's that best part.
Tom Green is announcing the Senators pick.
That's amazing. You can text GLAT a photo of your hair right now, and their team will take a look and let you know what options make sense for you. No pressure, just expert insight. Skip the travel, skip the risk. Get real care from a trusted local team. Take your photo or call 610-980-4000 or visit GLATHairMM.com. That's GLAT Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Let's get that hairline back in the game. While we're here, got to tell you about Monarch Money. That's right, it's Monarch. Listen, we all know finances can be messy and confusing. I am a great example of that. Monarch Money acts like your personal CFO, giving you full visibility and control so you can stop earning and start growing. It's like Sirianni said, it's like a flower. You got to grow it. It's more than your average budgeting app. Monarch Money is a complete financial command center for your accounts, investments, and goals. Don't just manage your money. Start building wealth with 50% off your first year for our listeners. That's right. I have learned so much from Monarch Money. It pays for itself, quite honestly. If you can learn how to make your money work for you, which is one of those things people with money say that I don't understand. But once you start learning it, you'll realize what it means. You got to get control of your overall finances with Monarch Money. Use code PHLY at monarchmoney.com in your browser for half off your first year. That's 50% off your first year at monarchmoney.com with code PHLY. I need all the help I can get when it comes to finances. Our friends at Monarch have worked with me, and I know I play a character, but I actually have it under control. Don't worry, I'm not going to live under a bridge. I have a wife, really. That's what
You
it comes
do.
down
She
to.
actually
Yeah.
controls all the
Yeah. Which is great. She just brought us shots.
You're not going to pay the troll toll?
All right, so the pick is in for. Has this pick still not been made?
No,
Oh,
it's made. Logan Hensler.
Okay.
Tom Green announced it.
His
His bum is on the pick.
Tom Green just
That is a weird reference for people that like millennials get, but
Makes
Gen
so
Z is
much
like,
sense.
what is a Tom Green? They shouldn't know because Tom Green's one of the weirdest comics of all time.
I mean, ageless comedy.
Sure. Freddie Got Fingered. What a film.
Remember the new Tom Green show? It was a late night show that he had on midnight at MTV that I loved. And he had Andrew WK on it, and Andrew WK announced he was putting out a second album and would call people if you bought it. It came with a little insert, and you had to leave a message, and then he'd call you back. And I got a call from Andrew WK. Highlight of my life.
That's
highlight of my life.
And you're the #1 proponent for Party Hard being the Flyers goal song of all time.
When the Pens stole it, it kind of ruined it.
I know. And I was the guy who tried to get it, tried to make it one. There
song
it is.
be now. Like
I'm one of the few guys who likes the Van Halen.
I like it for now. I think while we are what we are, go back to your roots. Absolutely, play some Van Halen's one of my favorite bands of all time. I've seen them
I
live
freaking love it.
twice.
I love it.
I've seen Van Halen with both singers.
It's one of my great regrets I never saw Van Halen. Without Eddie, it's no point.
The day of the first Phillies playoff game in 13 years, 07, they lost to the Rockies. I went to that game, walked across the parking lot, and then saw Van Halen with David Lee Roth. And it was fucking amazing. Controversial opinion.
But they're out
like
on
Hagar better.
1,984.
I like Hagar better.
Oh, you're a Van Hagar guy.
I like Hagar doing Roth songs.
Okay.
That's what I want.
Interesting. I don't know if I've heard
singer.
this.
I don't know what else to say.
Oh, Roth's
just
the
more
hot
interesting
mess.
looking.
He's all about
Yeah.
stage presence. Did you ever hear the story? I think Bill Hader told it, which is like a secondhand story, but oh my God, I'm trying to remember the guy's name, but
Nashville still has pick 26. So what the hell did they pay to move up? Just a second, I guess.
I guess so. I mean, hey, keep on keeping on right there, right? Oh, it was Henry Rollins. Henry Rollins was coming. He was going into a morning talk show. David Lee Roth was coming out, and he had like a big trench coat on, and Henry Rollins was like, "How's it going, man?" And David Lee Roth opened up his trench coat. He's like, "You want a beer, man?" And he had just beers all over the trench coat. And Henry Rollins is like a sober guy, so he's just like, "No, I'm good." And he's like, and he goes, "What do you got? School tomorrow?"
Yes. I feel like I just saw this story on an Instagram reel.
You probably did. That's where I saw it.
I mean, that's rock and roll.
That's
what I love about Van Halen.
What do you got? School tomorrow?
That is just party music. That is the one thing I will say Van Halen lost is him just talking in the middle of a song.
Yeah.
Hey guys, you'll get some leg for sure. Like that. Like, come on. That
was
the
so good.
That's the '80s, baby.
It was so good. I mean, Hagar can party though. He's got
come on. Yeah.
Cabo Wabo. He can't
My
drive
favorite
55.
tequila. Unless a tequila company wants to sponsor us, in which case you will be my favorite tequila.
Can we do a breakdown of I Can't Drive 55 sometime? Great video.
So the Kings are on the clock. We're at commercial break at the draft right now. They have picked 24.
So
we are nearing the end of this first round with about a half hour left. They got to get through, what, 6 picks or so?
Yeah.
8 picks?
Yep. I'm glad Pittsburgh at least, kind of reached a little bit with their last one. Hopefully. I don't know. I don't really care. I just hope he's mid. So if we look over at Corey Protman's best available, Ravensburgen, Sasha B, Blake Fiddler, Lyndon Lakovich, which is a hell of an alliteration, Malcolm Spence, Milton Gastrine, Henry B, William Horikoff, Jacob Wozniak, and Prokhorov.
That's
any strong the only guy I have strong feelings on is Fiddler. I would love Fiddler, but it's not going to happen.
Here we are. I mean, maybe
I could trade up, right? Because thank you, Kelly. What a queen. My queen, Kelly Hinkle.
I got a beer still.
My queen. She's the best.
I'm all set.
But
do you want to jump back on? There is another headset, Kelly. We can have all 3 of us.
Yeah. Do you want to jump back on, Kelly? All 3 of us.
There is another headset. We can finish up all 3 of us together. Steve can leave. It's not like he.
No, I'm enjoying
needs
this.
to be.
I'm actually trade alert.
Trade alert. Is it us?
Oh yeah,
Does
brother.
Happen? Fucking Pittsburgh.
Is it Pittsburgh again? Oh my God, it's Pittsburgh again.
Wait, which way do I go?
So Pittsburgh's getting another pick here.
I'm gonna scoot, Brenna.
They traded 31 and 59 to get to 24 from the Kings. The Penguins are on the clock.
Penguins doing stuff.
The Penguins are, in fact, doing stuff.
Penguins are doing
I
stuff.
don't like when they do stuff. I'm
No.
gonna be quite honest with you.
I
makes
like
me
when
upset.
they do stuff and it's bad.
Yeah, that's true.
This, though, I don't like, especially using our ammo to do it.
Yeah. This is going to make a lot of people cranky, seeing the Penguins do so much in this draft.
So far, Pittsburgh has drafted, where do we go here?
Where did I put my thing?
What was their first pick? There it is.
Right in front of my face. Hello.
Benjamin Kindle at 11. And where did their other pick go? Bill Zonin at 22.
Billy Zane.
Now they are at 24. They've traded for this pick. The number 31 that the Flyers gave them, as well as 59. So a later second-round pick to get here to 24. Huh. Maybe
Curious.
they go defense here. Logan Hensler just came off the board, so maybe not that.
So
So, again, looking back at the Pronman, we got Bumana, Schindler, Lakovich, Spence,
Is that what you're
Gastrin.
saying, Bomidian?
Bumana.
Fair enough.
Listen, I'm Steven Jacot, so I can go, Bumana. Get me some wine and cheese, I'm good to go. I'm not a big wine guy.
Blake Fiddler is a fun name.
It is.
Fiddler.
I don't want him to get him.
Lakovic has to come off the board soon, one would think.
Yeah. Double L.
Look at that list of dudes who I definitely know.
Those guys, those are all their previous draft picks.
Yeah, those are guys.
I don't think I know any of those guys.
901.
Well, there's a reason it's not going well there.
Yep.
Like Fenway's already like, you know what, Mario, you want this team back?
You want this team back? It's not going good.
So Sid has like a few years left, and then what?
And then what? What are we
We
going to
got this
do?
dork from the Leafs, and he's somehow worse
He
than Ron
wears
Hextall.
glasses.
He's not even going to bring Mitch Marner in.
So no one's taken the goalie yet, eh?
No, they took Nashville
Maybe
took
they
the
go
Russian goalie.
Ravensburg in
Russian
here.
goalie?
They took the Russian goalie.
Yeah, Pietor, a whole bunch of.
We're all authorities on
So
this draft.
Ravensburg.
The Russian goalie.
Maybe this is Ravensburg in here with Pittsburgh. They have had goalie issues for like a decade.
It's true. They missed Flower.
I was gonna say they need their next mark on.
Really,
Fleury.
since they were like, oh, we're moving on from Flower because we have someone better. It's like, it's been a disaster ever since, which I can identify with.
That was the greatest thing that ever happened was them getting rid of him because it has not worked out.
I will say having him in net in 2012 was pretty nice.
Yeah. Oh, what a series that was.
You still get, if you search gifts for a certain thing, Danny scoring the beach ball over Flower.
Yes.
Which is very funny.
An all-timer right there.
All right, Pittsburgh's pick here at 24 is in. Let's see if they go Ravensburg. And I have a feeling that. So
I've had enough
Letang's
of
kid I'm
Christopher
done with.
Letang's kid.
Christopher Letang, Doc.
This
How
kid.
much do I have to look at Christopher Letang's kid?
I like that he gave his old hair to his kid.
He sure did. He does look exactly like him.
With the 24th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select from the University of Michigan, William Horkoff.
Horkoff.
There you go, Horkoff. Someone I know Charlie hated. I have a tough time hating anyone named William.
As we all know, 99.9% of Williams are good. Unless they give themselves douchey nicknames.
Like Cutter.
Then they're bad.
Then they're bad.
Like, Cutter. Why?
Pittsburgh and then Nashville, 25-26 coming up. William Horkoff, another player mocked to the Flyers late in the first round. I saw him a couple of times at 31.
6'5", 203. That's Flyers boy if I ever
Big
saw
body.
one.
That's a big boy.
Yeah.
That's a big
Just,
boy.
looks like a Flyer, as apparently Jack Nesbitt does too, Hinkle.
Good flow.
How's the vibe? So you've been
Yo.
away a little while, and we've been talking, like, the lead up, a lot of fun. The group out front was, before the party even started, I couldn't believe the line.
Yeah.
Flyers on the board at 6. When Brady Martin went, might have been the loudest this building got.
People were
because
excited.
he's off the board.
Yeah.
Then they go Martone. Everyone's pumped.
Yep.
Trade back. You get 12. You get it off of Pittsburgh. Everyone's excited.
People were excited.
And then Nesbit happened instead of like Aitchison or
Yeah.
Carter Bear or Jackson Smith or Victor Eklund. And It seems like some of the air was let out of the building.
You could say, yes. I will say that the people continue to be in high spirits. Everyone's still having a good time.
The party is still a great time.
I heard a lot of like, I don't know who Jack Nesbitt is. I guess we'll see. Like, it was a lot of that. I mean, because here's the thing. Everyone likes to pretend they're a draft expert.
This is why I say out front, I don't know.
I don't know.
No one in this room, none of the hundreds of people in this room have watched more than 27 minutes of Jack Nesbitt, and that's a high estimation. I don't know who Jack Nesbitt is. You know who does? Danny Briere. There's a whole host of people whose job it is to know who Jack Nesbitt is.
The player Jack Nesbitt becomes is a complete unknown. Maybe he becomes a fucking 1C. Who the hell knows?
Who can say?
But
he's a big boy.
Just based on every projection, there's a really good chance he was there at 22, and you didn't have to give Pittsburgh 2 more picks.
Not going to pretend anyone thinks it was the best.
I will say,
It was a curious
you only gave them one
set
more.
of moves.
Right, they
You
moved
didn't
back
give
and then
one.
another.
Let's put it in
and then
perspective. We only gave them one more.
That's fair, because they moved back and then an extra on top of that. It's
But
not as if you gave them 2 picks.
We gave them another first-round pick to move up.
Yes, which they did.
That is a pretty high price.
I'm going to be right back.
All right.
I was told
I'm going to miss you.
talk about the trips.
We talked about trips.
Oh, you talk about trips?
We've been talking about the trips.
Everyone says talk about the trips.
I'm saying,
All right.
People are excited
one
about
of the
trips.
biggest regrets of my life was not
And
coming
if
on the
you
Montreal
want to have a
trip.
great
You gotta
trip,
come to Anaheim.
you got to find
Trips.
the mushrooms. And no, I'm not gonna. No, we're not allowed to do that.
We going down
Pretty
to
sure
Kennett
that's-
Square?
Pretty sure that's still illegal.
Kennett Square. We get delicious mushrooms there. That's what we're talking
I
about.
keep moving my arm back here, and then it
Hey,
looks like I have my
buddy.
arm around you. Like, oh, I've had 3 beers.
Aw, that's what best friends do.
So William Horkoff, who, son of an NHLer, big
Yeah,
guy,
big
Pittsburgh
guy.
gets him. I would, if I'm Pittsburgh, I would just be taking so many more high upside swings.
Because what do you have to lose? You're going to lose Crosby in a couple years.
And that's the thing is you have to start over at some point anyway.
Right. You might
Who
as well
cares
just
if you
get
have
some
like
swings.
you have a high floor guy for your third line?
Yeah.
Like who cares?
Who cares? I don't understand their strategy really. I mean, again, I also have no idea. Well, okay, so according to ESPN right here, his NHL comp is Lawson Krause, which that doesn't seem like much to write home about.
No.
No,
Like-
doesn't seem great.
A guy who I remember the draft analysis of Charlie being like, please no.
Everybody
Please
thought he
don't
was
do
a
it.
fly. Like you talked
Yes.
about all of the Brady Martin chatter with the Flyers this year, and Lawson Krause was like the first version of that, where everybody assumed that was who the Flyers were going to draft just because he was big, and they didn't. Now you can debate whether it worked out that much better for them in the long run, but hey, they didn't draft Lawson Krause like everybody thought.
Is Ottawa at 31? Just trying to keep up with,
Yeah.
get a little ahead of this
Let
here.
me see if I can get. So right now we have Chicago on the
The
clock.
Tankathon thing is not keeping up with the recent trades, so their draft order's out.
I'm using a website of.
I had many open, and I just have so many tabs I can't deal with it.
I'm tethered to my phone right now, so I have the limitations of whatever the phone internet is giving me. But
It doesn't really matter. Pittsburgh takes Horkoff. That makes their draft thus far Benjamin Kindle and William Horkoff. It does feel as if Pittsburgh's reaching a little here, too.
I mean, it feels like Pittsburgh's reaching. Kyle Dubas, known to be incompetent,
Fair enough.
at least according to Leafs
Fair
fans.
point.
Fair point. No. I mean, Kyle, I don't know. I mean, you want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Like, there's a reason they're picking these guys where they are. But if you look at the consensus, it feels like they're reaching on all these guys. So I hope they are. I hope Pittsburgh has nothing but 100 years of misery after all the misery they caused. We were having a chat the other day at BSH Slack, and some people were saying,
I got to get back in the Slack. I miss it.
we'll invite you in. It's a great
All
time.
right.
But we were having
Everyone
a
who
talk.
pays for the PHLY Discord is like, no,
You idiots.
you need to be a
hate
part
you.
of this thing because we're diehards and we want to talk to Bill. Do you really? Like, you hear from me 5 times a week at minimum.
Hear from-
I don't have any other opinions.
He doesn't. You're hearing them all. I know this because he would text me otherwise, and he doesn't. So I don't know. I mean, so we were talking about the other day, though. We're talking about teams we hate, right? And a couple of people were like, well, I don't know if I hate Pittsburgh that much anymore. And I'm like, you hate Pittsburgh forever. Okay, we all hate Pittsburgh by being fans of the Philadelphia Flyers because don't forget the misery that they caused us back between 07, 08, 09, 10, 11. You had those Richards and Carter teams that probably should have won something, and they would go up against that buzzsaw every year that was just handed to them with Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, Christopher Letang, Doc, and Marc-Andre Fleury. And every year, you'd go, well, maybe they can win the Eastern Conference Final.
Positive his name is Christopher because he spells it with a K, right?
He does.
His name could just be Chris, K-R-I-S.
I think it's Christopher, but I'm going based off of the fact that
it's Pierre, yes.
It was Pierre, Doc.
If anyone knows, it's Pierre.
We miss Pierre.
All right, the pick is in here for Chicago.
Talk about a franchise I wish nothing but misery.
It's just, they've had, good for them. It's over.
It's over.
Gary Mahar has been running in the league.
Shut up.
I don't care, Gary.
Shut up, Gary.
Announce the pick and let's go.
Oh, my God, this is brutal. What do you think about this font? It's too fancy. A little cursive. I don't like it. It doesn't feel hockey.
They feel like they've fancied this up a little this
year's Impact.
Did Kelly tell us where she was going?
I don't know. Probably to the Upside Down.
Damn it, she's lost. She's like,
well, we're going to have to get the Christmas lights out to communicate with her. I mean, she's got a Diet Coke. I don't know what she needs.
Yeah, her Diet Coke is here, so. I don't care where you grew up. Make the pick and let's keep going.
Shut up.
We're at the end of the first round. The Flyers are done.
Oh, who cares? Yeah, get the number right, old man.
Okay, you played for the Blackhawks. I get it. Oh, Nestrasil goes here.
Okay. Do you think he had to practice pronouncing that name like 20 times backstage?
I know I absolutely would have.
I would have.
A potential, I've seen him, Nestrasil potentially, when the Flyers were at 31, maybe there. Maybe he would fall to the second round. But here he is going 25th overall to the Chicago Blackhawks. And now Nashville and then Washington will be on the clock.
6'6", 185, big boy right there. A lot of big boys in this draft.
This does seem like the perfect draft for where we are as a league.
Yeah.
Where everyone wants big guys and there's suddenly a ton of. I feel like everyone was 5'11" for 3 years. And now everybody is just like, oh, Florida has a stranglehold in the league. Good news.
Good news. Guess what? Good news, everybody. Sam Bennett has influenced the rest of the league.
I don't know what Sam Bennett weighs now, but his listed weight is like 183.
And
he is not like a big guy.
No, he just plays aggressive. Man, what about that Lumberjacks jersey?
That's not bad.
It's not bad. It's a little much. I mean, he's got flannel.
But that's kind of what makes it cool.
Yeah.
Like, it's simple, but...
I love the minor leagues.
Oh, all right. Now that we are waiting on pick 26 from Nashville, why don't we take our final commercial break? For the past 30 years, Golden Nugget Jewelers has operated out of the very same location down at 8th and Chestnut in Philadelphia, the heart of the city. But customers from across PA, Jersey, even Baltimore and NYC, they all come to Golden Nugget Jewelers to find that perfect engagement ring or wedding band. And it's really simple why. It's because their staff is highly trained and dedicated to providing a personalized shopping experience. I have been on that ring hunt before, and guys, I'm gonna tell you, it's really scary. You have no idea what you're doing. You're about to drop a ton of money on something you do not understand at all, and that's why you need the experts at Golden Nugget Jewelers. And not only do they have those engagement rings and wedding bands, they have a vast selection of other high-end watches, fashion jewelry, sparkling diamond necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and so much more. And when you get that engagement ring, you'll receive a final cleaning and written appraisal with every purchase. Golden Nugget Jewelers, they've been a family-owned and operated business since 1987. You know you can trust them, and that's what it comes down to, knowing you can trust them. You deserve an expert, and you deserve the best price. Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. Visit goldennuggetjewelry.com to learn more today. While we're here, you know I love me some Shady Rays. I wear my Shady Rays every single day. But you know, I tell you all the time, the crystal clear optics, we know about those. Even the polarized. You look at like a screen or something, you know, that can kind of mess with your eyes. Shady Rays, whatever reason, doesn't happen for me. Something I don't know if we've spent enough time focusing on Shady Rays. That moment, the one where you realize you left your favorite sunglasses at the beach or on the roof of your car or at a gas station or at Denny's or wherever, we've all been there. But then I found that Shady Rays, and I found that they changed the game with their amazing coverage. These sunglasses, they're made for real life. They're seriously good looking, polarized, durable. You know all that. They're not all that expensive. But the crazy part, if you lose or break them, even on day one, Shady Rays will send you a brand new pair. No guilt trip, just replacements. So now I actually wear my favorite sunglasses, and I wear them without fear. Oh, I wear them on hikes. You know I don't go on hikes. But I do wear them to concerts. I wear them to the beach. I even put them on. I don't take them off when I go in the ocean because I know what's the worst that can happen. I get a new pair. Wherever I go, I wear my Shady Rays. Shady Rays is eyewear that has your back. And we've teamed up with Shady Rays to bring you an exclusive offer. Head to shadyrays.com and use code PHLY for 35% off polarized sunglasses. Try for yourself the shades rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people. All right.
Get some Shady Rays.
So
I gotta get them.
Nashville took Riker Lee at 26.
Rikers Island is on
Rikers
the loose.
Island is someone got free.
Rikers Island is locked down by the Nashville Predators.
Now it is Washington and then Winnipeg, our next two. The two teams that battled for the President's Trophy all year. And I don't think anyone believes either to be an actually premier team.
No. You know, I've got inside intel here that whoever is going to be drafted by Winnipeg doesn't want to go there. That's what my sources are telling me.
Would it really be that bad?
I think there was an athletic
Can
poll.
Winnipeg actually be the worst place in the world?
I don't think so.
It doesn't seem like it. Like it seems like, I don't know, a regular Canadian place, just a little colder.
Let's see what Winnipeg's current temperature is.
Winnipeg's current temperature, it's going to be like 8. But that'll be Celsius, and I don't know what that means. So
Celsius doesn't count.
It's
when I went to Canada for the first time last year, and they were all using Celsius. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You're talking fake numbers right now. It's actually 72. It's quite nice. 72 Fahrenheit.
all right. As we await the final, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks of this draft, just want to remind you, Philly Sports Strips. That's right, Philly Sports Strips. They're one of our presenting sponsors tonight, and nobody does a better sports strip than Philly Sports Strips. And right now, you can put down a $99 deposit on our upcoming Flyers trip this coming season. I can't tell you where it is, but I bet you if you want to boo a team that quacks, you're really gonna want to get in on this.
Quack.
Exactly.
Quack.
Exactly. And we just saw a couple, we might have just seen a couple of stars of that movie make a pick for the team that we're going to go visit, but I can't tell you anything for sure.
One of
All
their
I
picks
can
might
tell
have
you
taken a helicopter ride tonight.
Philly Sports Trips absolutely rules. And Bet365. I've been telling you long enough. Bet365, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary with Bet365. Make sure, if you haven't already, download that app and get in on the action for tomorrow's draft, because this is where the money's to be made. You know, all the sharps, they know who's going to get drafted in the first round. The second round, that's where you hockey nerds can make your money. Go to Bet365. Let's do it. Yeah, those are our presenting sponsors for tonight as we wait upon our final few picks of this draft. Washington coming up at 27.
Sure are. Let's see who's available. Let's see what we got at this point. Go back to the Pronman list. So let's look at Corey Pronman's best available.
Do you think Ravensburg goes in the first round?
I'm hoping he doesn't, because maybe the Flyers can sneak in and get him early second round.
That would
get you a little bit. That's a little bit.
Let's
of spice
say they
right
get
there.
Ravensburg in at 36. I think that's their first pick of the second round. Does that kind of wash away a little bit of the Nesbit reach as we see it right now?
It might, yeah. But I mean, I think getting anybody that slips at this point would be really nice. But I'm also like, I don't know. I don't feel that bothered by the Nesbit reach just because I'm so happy about Martone. Like,
That's
I
we
feel like
have
we're
to
all
put in
freaking out.
perspective that Porter Martone is fucking awesome.
Right.
Like we got to remember
great
that.
use of the non-Roku time, but we're freaking out about like guys who knows what their NHL projection is going to be about these late first rounders, these mid first rounders. There's some good players, right? Like if you look at Eklund, for instance, like I wish they gotten Eklund. I wish they gotten who was it, Aitchison? Those were good
Eklund or
players.
Aitchison, we are honestly the show's probably over because I'm down there celebrating. So maybe
Absolutely.
this is best for my career that they didn't get those guys.
But those are good guys, right? But we
Brenna,
also
you're ready. You would have been ready to host the whole second half of the draft,
I
right?
want to see Brenna host. I think she'd knock it out. Brenna's the greatest in the game. But
She did a great Bill impression on Musical Chairs Day.
I need to hear this so bad. But here's the thing. We're freaking out about guys that we don't know what their upside's going to be. It's all projections and BS at the end of the day. Martone's the guy that we are excited for. Martone is the headliner here. Like you're okay, we want to bring it back to Van Halen, right? Van Halen's the headliner and you got a bunch of crappy openers and you're upset about the openers? No, be excited about Van Halen. Okay? Be excited about Porter Martone. I had him, a baby.
I think the first time I saw Van Halen, I saw the opener literally get booed off stage.
Oh, I've seen some terrible openers.
It was
Terrible.
Like, I think it was Silvertide. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, I know.
I think they're from here, and they got booed relentlessly.
The first concert
Like
I
the
went
lights
to,
were still on. It was a shame.
the first concert I went to was Aerosmith, and you know what their opener was? Monster Magnet.
I saw Aerosmith, but the openers were Run DMC and Kid Rock.
Oh my God.
And
Run DMC.
Kid Rock might be my guiltiest pleasure.
Oh, baby.
I'm not saying it's good or that he's a good guy.
Oh, what the
I'm just saying some of his music kind of slaps.
I mean, listen.
American Badass rules.
American Badass.
That's the
what you bring
greatest
up.
music video of all
It's not
time.
balling with the ball. It's American Badass. There we go. But here's the
Anyway.
thing. Going back to Martone.
Yeah, sure.
Martone's the headliner, okay, at this concert. You want to be excited. You're going to have lasting memories of the headliner. You're not going to really remember the opening acts at the end of the day. Okay. And hopefully we do remember Nesbit as one of the great opening acts, if that's what comes down to. Martone's what we should be concerned about. I'm thrilled about Martone. They took the best available. They took somebody who should be dynamite, who should help their top six.
All right, Washington, pick us in.
Capitals.
The Washington Capitals are proud to select from the Moose Jaw
Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Finally, Lyndon Lakovich comes off the board.
LL.
Fell maybe the deepest dive of this draft. Victor Eklund.
Eklund was a big one,
certainly,
too.
But Lakovic as well.
Moose Jaw.
Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan.
Can you imagine being from Moose Jaw? Where are you from? I'm from Moose Jaw.
It's a line from Slapshot that me and I think Frankie's still here. We say Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan all the time. This party has really emptied out.
I mean,
It
for
is
good
also
reason.
like
Kelly
11
Hinkle's
o'clock.
back, folks.
It is 10 of 11, so it makes sense. The open bar for the VIPs ended 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, the VIP.
So,
Sorry,
boozing
Brenna.
flowing. I'm out of
I'm
here.
the worst.
you're fine.
You ever see?
You didn't miss anything.
Anything about Moose Jaw?
You ever see Empire Records?
Yeah.
Yes.
Come on.
You
Come
I
on.
have the Snyder hockey money in my pocket. Remember when what's his face goes
my God.
to Atlantic City and he puts it all in black and then he loses it. I'm not gonna do that,
Where are you going tomorrow?
But you could.
but I'm just saying.
Where you going
I
tomorrow?
was thinking about
We
it.
are going to Atlantic
We're
City
going
like
to Atlantic
now.
City. But also, thank you guys. Thanks everyone who came out here.
It's an unbelievable crowd.
Amazing night.
Raised the most money for Snyder that we've ever raised before. It's
That is
awesome.
absolutely
I'm so psyched
incredible.
about it.
And really, that's what it's all
You guys
about.
are the best
Can we
people.
just take a minute and talk about how great Snyder Hockey is, too? And
Snyder
it's
Hockey is
an unbelievable organization.
They
an
do the best
organization
work.
and a cause that it honestly means a lot to me.
This is
I
such
think
an
sports are really
expensive sport.
important in a kid's life. Like I don't know
hockey
where
is
all
so
my friends.
expensive.
And
Hockey
hockey's
is the greatest sport,
insane.
and it's the most expensive sport.
Yeah.
And to help kids play hockey and get to play this game and just do what Snyder does for them is awesome.
It's so
I love
cool.
supporting.
Whether it's street hockey out front of my house with all the neighbors that I still am friends with 36 years later, or growing up playing club hockey, I don't know where any of my friends would have come from if not for sports. And now, like, it's my career. Like, I know you guys. Like, I've known
All
Kelly.
of my friends.
I've known Kelly Hinkle now for like a decade because of sports.
Because of the Flyers.
And it's I just think it's a really important thing as to get kids involved in this awesome game that is prohibitively expensive.
Yes.
Thanks, Mom and Dad. I don't know how you afforded it either, quite honestly.
A quick cheers to Kelly Hinkle, too, for doing everything she does for this party.
Another amazing draft party, Kelly Hinkle.
I mean, Kelly just
we
rocks.
appreciate you very
You
much.
guys are the best.
Kelly is just fantastic and, like, one of the hardest working people in this business right
I'm
here. And just,
uncomfortable.
I think you deserve
BroadStreetHockey.com. Go there.
Pretty nice things about me.
But Kelly's fantastic.
Kelly smells.
Stinks, smells bad.
No, she doesn't. Because
Smelly,
Amando.
Stinkle. That's true. Amando.
Amando might not have got my full attention during that read.
My balls
because the
do
Flyers
not
had
smell.
traded for the pick.
Phil, I was trying to
tell
chant
you,
Mando
is
down on the floor.
Get that Grundle loader on. Get some.
Get the Grundle bundle today.
Yeah.
Everyone's
Get that
Grundle
Mando.
is fresh at this table.
We stay fresh on this
I have
table.
been sweating since about 7 a.m. today, and I don't think I smell that bad.
Same.
So,
Not a
Same.
set, not a smell.
Cheers to that as well. Kelly is the MVP, absolutely.
100% Kelly is the MVP of the draft party every year, and it
Every
continues into 2025.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a reason
2025, of course.
Here's the thing. There's a reason BSH is still around. It's Kelly Hinkle, okay? It's that simple.
Everybody's.
Yeah.
All right, so Carolina's on the clock. Did Winnipeg make their pick?
No.
Sasha's
They're on the
still
clock.
on the board?
See, it's there on the TV, but
Oh,
we got a TV with the
I
draft
just saw
coverage right there.
Carolina. I didn't see Winnipeg.
He's got Carolina on his mind.
Okay. So Washington
Just
takes
did say that.
Lakovich,
That was
and
good.
now
I like that.
Winnipeg, then Carolina, then San Jose.
Can't wait.
Someone has to take Ravensburgen, right?
Ravensburgen, no.
Ravensburgen.
It's going us. Second round, Ravensburgen.
If they can somehow
I'm doing all the Poe puns.
36 and 48 get them to Ravensburgen, I wouldn't mind.
Trade up. Let's do it. Trade one of those second round picks.
Always
Trade up.
be drafting goalies.
Always.
Oh, and here
Oh,
is
there's that dork.
He did.
He's
get
gone
on
to
a freaking
Disneyland.
helicopter.
This helicopter.
Roger McQueen. If you're not watching along,
Dork.
yeah, it's 3 hours earlier there. This is
glad we
probably a
didn't
while
get him.
ago, right?
Great
Time
A
zones,
dork.
man.
My
So
God.
they took Roger McQueen via helicopter to Disneyland, which may or may not be somewhere you can visit if you go on this Philly sports trip with us.
I got to see
Get
him
that
next to Groot.
$99 refundable deposit down right now.
Disneyland's got that the Guardians of the Galaxy ride, right? I got to see him next to Groot.
All right.
Let's get him next to
See
Groot.
who's bigger?
Yes, he was bigger. Just like when we get Ryan Gilbert and Gritty back to back.
I love how we talk about a guy who's 6'5" as if he's Joel Embiid.
Oh, he's Joel
Like,
Embiid.
I'm
He's Dikembe
7'2",
Mutombo.
right? Yeah.
Manu Pole. I'm just listing tall guys now.
I
What's
gotta
Archie?
say,
6'7"? He's the biggest human being I've ever been around.
Gilbert.
Yeah.
Big boy.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He's like 6'7".
He's 6'7",
I think he came in at the same height as Gritty, though. We did him back to back
We
at
did
last
do a
year's
back
party.
to back with Gritty.
Yeah.
Him and Jordan Mailata. Both just
Oh my
mountains of
God.
men.
Mailata's ridiculous.
All right, the Winnipeg pick is in.
Whom's will it be?
Shut up, Gary.
All right, I don't know who this. Who's the celebrity?
Oh,
there?
it's
Famous
Gord
person from
Gordonson.
Winnipeg?
There's no famous people.
That's
from
got to be a
Winnipeg.
hockey player.
This is
Just
one
who
of the
else is
extras
Winnipeg?
from Schitt's
Yeah,
Creek.
this is just Kyle Connor.
Nice Ace Ventura
Oh my
hair on this
God.
guy.
Oh, it's
Eric
Eric
Comrie.
Comrie.
Okay.
Oh, it's Eric Comrie. He's
Eric Comrie looks like a cartoon.
kind of freaking me
I
out.
have no idea what anyone looks
Look
like.
at those Terminator eyes.
A cartoon face.
Yes, he looks like someone drew him.
Yeah.
Maybe not necessarily all that well.
Done. Oh, it looks like Eric Comrie. Alrighty then.
There's Dominion finally
Dominion.
comes off the board. Sasha with
Goofy-looking
the
child.
annoying extra
God
S
bless.
in his name.
I love to make a
Sascha.
Dienne sauce.
All right.
It's got mustard.
I like a good Bermudian on my steak.
Oh, yeah. It's mustard and
Great.
champagne, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never heard of whatever the hell you're saying.
We just made
We're
it up.
making it up.
Okay,
It's all fake. Fake news.
that's fine then.
Yeah. This guy's from Boston, huh? Finland to Boston.
He's from
That's fake.
Finland. All these kids are going to college now.
Oh, that's nice. You're learning something.
I didn't think any of them could read, to be quite
I
honest
still
with you.
can't, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, what's reading never got anybody?
I mean,
reading's
do you even
overrated,
need
kids.
to
You know what
anymore?
reading gets you? More reading.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
more you know.
I got a whole college degree in reading. What did that get me? Nothing.
Sasha.
A lot of these kids are wearing three-piece suits, I've noticed. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, it's a real dork behavior. A lot of
We
dorks.
haven't been talking about...
I just don't know what the
Wardrobe.
difference between suits are. I just look at a
Well,
suit.
there's like the-
I look at a suit and go, I don't want to
Make
wear
it
I
a
hate
vest.
that.
The vest makes it the
Ah,
three
okay.
pieces. So a lot of them had the vests on,
See my vest? See
which
my
is
vest?
different. I feel like the I don't know what the youth. I was gonna say I feel like children are worried. I'm like, well, I don't know what they're doing. Youths.
No,
I don't know what they're
kids
doing.
at this point are like old enough, like they could
Chris,
be
are
my
youths
kids.
wearing 3-piece suits now? Is that what you people are doing? The youths, 3-piece suits.
You want to talk about that?
3-piece suits.
I'm 41. Yeah, that could be
How
my
old are
age.
you?
So.
You are? Oh, forget it. You don't know anything. I thought you were gonna be like 22.
Get out of here.
I was
So
looking
it's
for a child.
Bomidian off the board here.
Bomidian.
Where did Charlie have
in the world?
Bomidian? I feel like he really liked
I
to.
don't know why you let me back on the show. We've gone off the rails now.
The show's been off the rails for an
Off
hour.
the rails as soon as you got off.
Oh, okay.
So I took it way off.
They get
and
him
then
at
I drove to
28.
Disneyland to hang out with Roger McQueen.
I mean, hour 4. What do you want from us?
Winnipeg gets Bomidian at 28. Charlie had him at 23, so I guess it's not a huge drop for him.
Yeah.
I just thought he had a higher grade than that.
Bomidian.
Boom.
So let's look at Corey Proudman's best available.
I love you too. I love you, baby.
Let's go Flyers! What do we got? Who we got left?
Danny is
Danny's
speaking basically when this ends.
Okay.
Follow
Charlie
Charlie
be there?
for the notes on that, because I'm going to AC and getting hammered.
Yeah, man, I gotta get in the car.
We got to be up at like 11 tomorrow. I have a very limited amount of time to get as much alcohol in my bloodstream as possible.
Oh yeah, we're gonna straight to the bar.
As soon as we get there. I'm gonna wash my face and go to bed.
Let's go Flyers!
The few who have remained here till the very end of this draft party have begun a "Let's Go Flyers" chant. I think they just want us to rap. But
they're like, we gotta hang out with these guys.
She wants to clean up and go.
I know
We gotta
Brittany's
drink
like,
40 beers.
I gotta break all this shit down. When are we getting out of here? Flyers
got
aren't picking
3
again
more.
until noon.
Wrap it up.
I mean, like, just
You're on the clock,
they
Tulsi.
finished picks like 2
Let's
hours
go.
ago. Let's go.
Don't we have interns to do this sort of work for you now,
Come
Brent?
on.
Like, where are those in?
What are we doing? What are we doing here?
While we're here, they're at commercial break, I do have to thank all of the people who made tonight possible. Obviously, our superstar producer, Briere, first and foremost. Vince Pellegrini, our amazing boss.
The best.
Chris Frezza, our outstanding social media guy.
Also the best.
Ethan, our outstanding intern. I'm
Additionally
almost
the
positive
best.
that's your name. I guess. Everyone behind the scenes, Julia Hoff, one of our producers here. We have some of the best producers I've ever worked with, honestly, in this business. Like I've been it forever, but I have worked with quite a few producers in my life, and I haven't met any better ones than the ones we have here. Everyone who arranged this, obviously Kelly Hinkle, who made this work, Philly Sports Trips for bringing it all together. This has been a great freaking night, and I wish I could have participated a little more in the party. I wish they hadn't traded those picks.
Right now? Kelly,
I wish they hadn't traded those picks.
Get out. Go
out.
hang.
I got this.
Now
We're
I've come
gonna do
too
a
far.
detailed breakdown of film from here. So.
Now I've come too far. We gotta get through these last couple of picks. Carolina, San Jose, LA, and I think Calgary rounds it out.
Dr. T.
Let's look at the best available according to Corey Proudman.
Me and you.
Corey Proudman has on his board right now.
Will.
We got Ravensburgen. Okay,
Friend of the
Ravensburgen's still out
blog,
there.
Eric Tulsi.
And I think
Select.
Calgary has the last pick.
Blake
The
Fiddler,
29th overall pick.
Malcolm Spence,
Just announce them.
Milton
Yeah, dude.
Gastrin.
We're done, obviously, with all the. They brought Eric Comrie. There was a few in a row there where there were no.
Who's famous from North Carolina?
Oh, you know, James
South
Taylor.
Carolina?
James Taylor.
North Carolina.
Both.
They're in Raleigh. I think they're North
My
Carolina.
dad?
That's North Carolina. Your dad.
Yeah.
Here to announce the
Michael
pick.
Chico's famous from South Carolina.
Well, there you
Michael
go.
Chico.
Yeah. He's like
Cam Newton.
he's hanging out. Yeah, Cam Newton. There you go.
Wait, who was that really funny football player that went to their first ever hockey game? They were right on the glass, and they took
I forget, but I know what you're talking
he's like
about.
from North Carolina, and he plays for the Panthers. He was very excited about being at a Canes game. It was very endearing.
Oh, that's
if you're in the chat, you know who I'm talking about.
Jake
Go ahead.
DeLone.
Oh,
Swap it
D'Angelo
down
Williams, outstanding professional wrestling career.
Dude
Only a few matches.
that
He killed it,
plays
though.
For the
Rod
Panthers.
Brindamore. Rod the Bod.
Isn't it wild
Just
that
end
he's
this
still?
commercial break and announce the goddamn picks. This
You think
is
it's weird
ridiculous.
that Rod isn't in the Hall of Fame yet?
I think
Is he a
so.
Hall of Famer?
You know,
Yes.
I've got questions about the Hall of
He
Fame.
won those cups with the Hurricanes.
In my definition of the Hall of Fame, where you kind of emphasize fame and not so much the
It's like
greatest
famous
players,
nose.
I think he's in. But hockey is kind of exclusive.
I
You
don't
talking
know.
about the Sam Bennett extension yet?
8 years, 64.
We
Oh
did
yeah,
talk about it a little bit
taxes,
at the
yeah.
beginning.
We got all day tomorrow. Let's not waste everything
I
in
don't
the
have
final
all day.
5
I'm
minutes
just looking
today.
for something to talk about the final
Yeah.
5 minutes here. Come on. You
gotta-
want to talk
I gotta
Ghostbusters?
say,
You got the
Steve.
Exo Cool. Come on.
You know I could talk about Ghostbusters. We could do another app.
I'm glad that Florida did it
Vigo.
because I don't think that Sam Bennett's going to be that. Like, I feel like this was an aberration.
I think this saved, sadly, a
Save
bunch of
somebody
other
from
teams.
themselves. Yes.
This saved the Maple Leafs from making an $11 million
I was worried about the Leafs.
investment
I
in a
worry.
player who's not worth $11 million.
Johnny Pajamas for 4 more years.
I can't
Very
wait to see what the
interesting
Leafs sign Marchand to, though.
Frederick does. So they do finalize that 8-year deal. It's
That's
only
insane.
it's just like Frederick.
That's
It's
an
when-
insane contract.
if I am Connor McDavid,
Trent
I see
Frederick.
Connor.
I see that
Got you,
contract
bud.
and go, no, give me the 20%.
Yeah.
Nope, I need the max. You are clearly
mean-
going to misspend the money that I save you,
Yep.
so I'm not saving you any money. Give me the
Connor.
20%.
If I see you signing Trent Frederick to that contract, I'm going, okay. So I'm just going to go someplace where they don't sign
Connor, my
Trent
guy.
Frederick for 8 years because that's bonkers.
We got the Liberty Bell. We got roast pork.
No one
Rocky.
puts French fries on a sandwich here.
But here's the thing. Most importantly, we have Matvei Michkov. Don't you want to play with Matvei Michkov? Come on. Come on, buddy.
I'm told people like Rick Tocchet.
They seem to.
People love Ricky Talks.
How has this pick not been made yet?
How
We're
is
into
it
the
still
11th
not
Why do you
happening?
hate us, you
Rush
sadist?
it along.
Somebody bring me some cred for us. Come on.
Eric, make
Chickies
your
gonna
pick.
kick us out of here at some point.
What are you laughing about?
Like, you play a video game where you get out of play, too.
Leave.
Yeah.
We got to plug in our Dreamcast.
I do appreciate that Dr. Tulski's war room appears to be like a college classroom.
It's just a
Very
lecture
on brand.
hall.
Dr.
Yeah.
T is teaching class.
All right, we are still awaiting the Carolina pick at 29 for some reason.
How many times do you think Bucci's mentioned chicken parm tonight?
Too many.
Too many.
This bit is so dead.
It's dead. It's killed.
It's all, like chicken
All of
parm.
his bits are dead. Chicken parm
Chicken
rules.
parm is delicious. Chicken parm is absolutely delicious. There's no question.
Oh, there's no doubt
It's
about
the
it.
most basic thing, though, right?
Yeah, it's
There's
like-
nothing
but also,
more
you're
basic than a chicken
Basic
parm.
person
Chicken
if you
parm, the
order chicken parm in an
guy.
Italian restaurant.
Chicken parm, the guy, also rules.
Is that Ray Ferrara?
Ferraro, yes. He's like the best.
Does he go by chicken parm?
Racist.
Yes, back in the NHL Tonight days, for some reason, they called Ray Ferraro Chicken Parm.
He
That's
spilled
where
it
the
on
chicken-
himself, I think, before
NHL.
show.
Tonight.
Yeah, that's where the chicken parm came from.
Oh, wow.
And for some reason, it's become Butchergross's thing, even though Ray Ferraro is chicken
I guess
parm.
he gave him the nickname.
I think he might have.
Chicky parm.
Can they just make the? I can't. There's still 4 picks left.
I don't know how.
What
this
are you
is
Out of
doing, you
control.
sadist?
The
I see
NHL
zeros.
is unhinged.
There's zeros on the clock. Why aren't we?
It
Where's
has been
Donald
zeros
Brashear?
for a minute.
I want Donald Brashear.
Make the goddamn pick. They traded to Chicago.
Oh,
Well, Chicago will be
Chicago.
making this pick at 29.
I might just be skating.
I want to go home.
Gary, could you just? Are you going
Gary?
home first? Or are you going right?
No, I'm going right
Okay,
there.
yeah, same.
No, we have our car packed for.
Same.
We are then on Saturday going to Sea Isle because we have a house for a week.
Oh.
So we have the car packed for the beach.
Are
Eva's mom rented the
you
house.
off all next week?
No, I'm going to be coming back Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday, the shows are remote.
Outstanding.
Yeah, and then Friday's 4th of July, we're off.
William Barrow.
Just to let everyone know a little inside baseball there, because I'm out of things to talk
I
about.
love inside baseball.
If people are still watching right now, they're here for the inside baseball.
They're sick in the head.
Who's that
read
fan?
We love you so much.
We love people that are sick in the head. Look at that racetrack. Is that fake?
Did they not? Oh, it is traded. Okay, there we go.
Jesus Christ.
So now
That was a lot of work to say there was a trade.
it's
Gary-
Chicago. Chicago should not be on the clock. It should be they made the goddamn pick. You traded
had
for it for a
20
reason.
minutes between the last pick and this one.
This is hell.
Sasha Boumediene was a day and a half ago.
We're not gonna get. Can you even check into a hotel at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I have no idea.
I don't
We'll
think
see.
Yeah, it's too early for early check-in. Oh, goodness. Think like Billy Corgan's gonna say what this pick is? Maybe Eddie
I
Vedder.
don't care what the trade is. Just tell me who they took. I want to get out of here. We are well over 4 hours now.
What are we doing?
Oh, there's super chat. Yeah, let's do the goddamn
Let's do the
super chats.
Super chat.
Let's get
Super
out of
chat.
here. You can look up on the internet who made picks where.
Chat.
You don't need me for that.
The last 3 draft
need
picks
you to
are
read
the
them. They're
friends
in-
we made
yeah.
along the way. I hope we get. Oh wait, this is from Iavane. He super chats us a lot. First of all, why do the YouTube names have ats on them now? I don't understand what's happening. Okay. I hope we get Carter Bear so we can have a power play unit of Bear, Brink, Bump, Bonk, and Barky. Oh, Dream's dead. Sorry.
Dream is dead. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, it's not him.
All right.
Sorry.
We got Austin
People are encouraging
Mancini,
me 'cause they're just out here
9287.
not complaining over the
Not Martin
loudspeaker.
at 5. Sick face, Caleb, O'Brien, Martone, or Hagens. Well, that's all.
Martone, we got,
They got
him. Let's roll.
Martone, and we do need to remember they got Porter Martone.
Porter Martone.
And
This
that's
is my
the
zoom in.
headline.
My old man zoom in is the phone camera.
G Blaze 87.
Anyone but Brady Martin, please.
Anyone but Brady
Well,
Martin.
guess what?
It wasn't him.
It was
Dreams
twice.
do come true.
2 times. Anyone
I'm going to
but Brady
Disneyland with Roger McQueen. All right, this one's from G Blaz
Martin.
87.
Steve.
In the words of Pearl Jam, the waiting is driving me mad. Hurry so I can see Danny's selection.
The waiting drove me mad, Steve.
Yeah.
You're finally here, and I'm a mess. Okay.
You're finally here and I'm
Bill,
a
why do you
mess.
think all of a sudden
Why
That
do you
was
all
speech
of a sudden have a speech impediment?
Impediment.
I say a lot of stuff really weird. I think I've always
Have a speech impediment.
I go
He
a
said
lot.
Mitsubishi
I
correctly
said
every
Mitsubishi
time.
correctly today.
Every
What do you want?
time he said Mitsubishi correctly.
February, I'm still unsure on.
Listen, you have an alternate pronunciation. And I think
It's been a while since he did the.
I cannot
been
see
a
that.
while since he's done his non-regional diction. Come on.
JWNO.
I got this. I'm gonna zoom in. Enhance.
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 All right, so we've got
Enhance.
6'3", 208 pounds. Did Philly draft the one guy that could play in the NHL next year? I know everyone always says send him back, but yeah, let's bring him up. Who cares?
Is that,
No
is
one
that
ever
Martone,
got.
the 6'3", 208?
But
Yeah, no one ever got overcooked. That's the. I don't think sending anyone back ever hurt
You know
anybody.
how I feel.
But I would really like to see guys in the NHL because it's fun.
yeah, why not?
If you're an NHL hockey player, you're an NHL hockey player.
So so Martone, Zegras, Michkov.
Yet another Team
Yep.
Canada junior.
Okay,
Captain
so
assistant to Philly.
Martone
after Lutton, Richards, Coburn, have to wonder how much they weigh that.
I do think leadership probably comes into it.
I think that I can see.
I think
Briere
getting a
and
letter is a
Jonesy.
big deal.
I think that they probably value that.
Chicago's pick is in, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
finally.
Great.
All right, so
40 minutes later.
JWNO Tube said
All
praise
praise
Briere.
Briere.
And that was after Martone.
These are clearly pre-Nesbit.
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 We must have 40 of these.
I'm very excited for the Nesbit ones.
Oops. I'm not
I got
gonna
this.
pretend.
Enhance. Jack Nesbit was successful on the power play.
Let's
Big body in front of the net. Scores a lot of goals in front of the net. Philly doesn't have that now.
Okay. See, I like this.
Mason West is picked by Chicago.
He is
Center.
the quarterback.
Into it.
Mason West
Baby.
is a fake name.
Mason West.
Mason West sounds like a location, like a school.
Yeah.
I went to Mason
I went
West.
to Mason West. We were the Tigers. Our floor
I think we
hockey
got
team
this
was
Jack
sick.
Nesbit one.
Okay.
What do we got now? All right, the same guy. They could trade back into the first. Still.
Yeah, well, they didn't.
Probably Dreams
Listen,
instead.
not now,
Hey,
but
we got
I'm
three picks,
tired.
but don't do it.
Don't
I
don't
guess
do
they
it.
still could. If they do and
All right,
we're not
this
paying
one is
attention,
from-
I'm sorry.
This
It'll
one
be
is
real
from
funny.
Panero, which I'm assuming is Pa De Niro. Ugh. But do you guys think they're over creating for size?
I guess they probably meant correcting.
Correcting.
Maybe.
A little, but they do need to get bigger. I just don't know if that was the place to do it.
Yeah.
Pa De Niro.
You probably get bigger in the second round.
Yeah. Size.
Perhaps. Could have got
All right, this
Provoral's
one is
now.
It's not
from
about the size, Steve.
the Flyers, man.
It's about the skills.
I drink from my PHLY mug every morning.
I don't even have a PHLY mug. What the
Yeah, I want one.
Either.
Come on,
You did.
why can't us? What a guy.
There's like 40
This one is
Chris's
from
office, though. We could easily
Obi-Wan
take them.
Kabloomy.
Hey.
All
Hey.
right.
Hey, bud.
What's up, dude?
Thanks for hanging.
Thanks
This
for-
one is from Corey P. Norris. I'm just glad Danny didn't settle on Jake O'Brien, a.k.a. Morgan Frost 2.0.
Really wanted him to be Morgan Frost.
Yeah, I said that, and I think I poisoned
You
the water.
infected the
Yeah.
you poisoned the water.
The
for that.
poisoned the well. I'm sorry.
There's something in the water. All right, what we got now?
Hi.
What we got now?
How many of these do we have, Brett? 2 more. All right, great.
Oh, great. Okay. Can you?
We're done after this.
All right, I got this.
Love me some.
Love me some PHLY, but shout out to my favorite Flyers podcast, Fly Family.
Hey!
Where else do you get some Kill Bill discussion with the Flyers? My guy.
I've never seen Kill Bill, and it's because of the title. The title.
What? That's crazy.
It's a threat.
Quigley and I are actually going to have a whole episode this summer just debating Kill Bill 1 versus 2.
Overcorrecting.
that's
Do you
a
think
good
they're
show.
overcorrecting with players who are big? Feels like a missing formula. I bet
I bet they're small, but still.
like
Okay.
Martone is awesome. That's the
Martone
thing.
is good. Yeah,
But
like, let's
Nesbit
not pretend
feels like
he's
a reach
just big.
because of he's going to stick at center and he's 6'5".
I do like the formula has an R at the end there, like it's English. Like,
Yeah.
oh, it's formula.
All right, that is it, and that is all the time we have for you. We have to keep going.
Oh my God, Briere, you're
Why?
I'm reversing my fist pumps.
It still says the pick is in for Chicago. It's been Mason West for a day and a half.
It's Mason West, and then San Jose is going to pick some guy, and then LA is going to pick some
Bring
guy,
this up
and then
in the contract negotiations, William. That's all
Yeah.
I'm gonna say.
They know we have
very
to do
bad for
4
my
hours
brand.
again tomorrow, right?
Can I bring
What?
Quigley on now? We can start the Kill Bill
Are we
discussion now.
going to talk about?
I have no idea.
Quigley, get here. Where's Quigley?
We're going to kill Bill when I dive off of this balcony.
Oh, this is good.
The crowd is gone. There is no one there to catch me anymore.
Everybody's like, I missed Bill,
All right.
and now I'm mad.
So we had this discussion earlier, Hinkle, and then they drafted Jack Nesbitt. Danny Briere was building my trust. Has he lost any for you?
No. And the Carolina football player was Xavier Leggett.
Legit.
It's very funny.
Oh.
Anyway, okay, so
I'm still here too. They won't let me leave.
They won't let us leave.
I'm a prisoner here.
Bill's got so many friends. It's embarrassing.
San
Who has
Jose
that many
is
friends?
on the clock at 30. There's a minute 30. There
Could
should
not
be
be me.
no. Just take a guy. Just pick a fucking player and then let LA do the same thing, and then Calgary will do it, and we all get to go home. Who
Pick
cares?
some fucking guys, dude. Pick them
These
out of
are
the
not
hat.
the
I don't
Flyers.
care.
I don't care. If they trade,
Let's see. Listen,
the Flyers are going to trade for pick 32. That is what is going to happen. Chris is nodding like it already happened.
Well, I sure hope somebody from Tech picks for
If they
San Jose.
trade for
On
32,
the television.
when I get my sit down with Danny, I might challenge him to a fight. If they trade for 32,
Who do you think would
I'm
win?
dropping the gloves.
They gotta.
I
They
think
gotta.
Bill would win.
Oh,
He's scrappy.
He got size.
He's got the leverage. He can get.
He would do something
He's
dirty.
looking pretty good.
You know,
yeah. This
he
is
would
that Dick Delorier fight that we talked about on the other
do
podcast.
something dirty. He would kick you in the balls or something.
Oh yeah.
While you weren't looking.
never fight clean. You
He'd
win.
have his kids come in
The
and ambush
object of
you.
a fight is to win, not to be honorable.
You'd start the fight, and then he'd be like, "Kids," and then the kids would beat the shit out of
San
you.
Jose's pick is in. We will see now who it is. They just traded for Askarov, so it won't probably be Ravensburgen here. Is he going to be on the
Ravensburgen.
board in the second round for the Flyers to maybe
be.
nab?
Straight up, let's do it. I'm into it.
What
Pick is
about
in.
Vansagi?
Bailey
Charlie
is
likes
back.
Vansagi, right?
How did they keep Bailey around this long?
Oh,
She now has a belt.
They're
She
probably
didn't have the belt earlier.
cold hard cash, buddy.
He has the same belt as us.
Woo!
The belts are very cool.
Hey,
belt-
geez,
So
geez.
Bailey's back.
Rock.
Bill's lost it, folks.
And for good reason. He's been doing this for like 16 hours.
It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes.
And you did one this afternoon with me.
Do you think Bailey could pick you up and throw you?
Yes.
I think so too.
Guys, you hit that like button yet? Hit that like button.
No, they're not proud.
She picked a
They're
guy.
running out the clock.
Yeah, they picked a guy.
Ravensburger, wow.
The
The
dream
one
is
team I
dead.
did not think would draft him
There
because
he
they
goes.
all right.
Maybe they trade us
Ravensburger.
off now.
2 goalies in the first round.
Oh yeah, they have Askarov, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can trade for one of them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Give them all our seconds for Ravensburgen.
goalies don't turn into goalies until they're like 26.
Yeah, that's the thing, is no one knows until they're already in their prime.
Right.
40 years old, you start your first game in goal.
Who was that? Tim Thomas was like 28 when he
Oh my
finally
God,
made the
Tim
NHL.
Thomas was so old.
Goalies
If he
don't make
plays-
any sense,
crazy.
Sam.
If Tim Thomas plays one game of that series in 2010, we never make our comeback, right?
Probably. Flyers like
Thought.
rumored to trade for him at some point.
I think so. I think he was definitely like, when they were transitioning to Rask,
Yeah.
it was like, yeah, well, the Flyers are in on Tim Thomas.
Did you
Yeah.
hear the Uka Pekka
Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen?
The rumors are kicking up again. I know that's
UPL, baby.
Yeah.
If it's, listen, as much as I would like to take the chance on Demko,
I'll take
I
Luka.
do like just having a younger guy in UPL.
I do love the South Philly pronunciation of Thatcher Demko, though.
So stupid.
Lukinen.
Hey, you guys know the Flyers got
Uka.
Thatcher Demko?
Uka Pakalukinen.
I went to Delco Steaks and I heard about Thatcher Demko.
Danny's speaking right now, so they won't be trading for 32.
Yeah, that's good.
God.
That's good.
Wonder what he's saying. Follow Charlie on social media.
Yeah, follow Charlie for anything pertinent.
Stage, you jerks.
We got another super chat here. Someone has to read it to me. The camera's in the way.
Cross 1776. Loved the party. Very awesome.
Hell yeah.
Hey, thank you
We
for
had
coming.
someone come and leave and do a super chat.
That rocks.
That's kind of cool, actually.
I love everybody who
I'm
came to
actually
this party,
not
by the way.
miserable. This is a joke.
Everybody, I'm not trying to mean. Love the big boys. We love the big boys.
We love the big boys.
Who doesn't?
Some people do love the big boys.
Hey, love you guys.
Thank you so
Love what
much.
You do every single day. I listen every single day.
Hell yeah.
Love the big boys.
Love the
Who
big boys.
doesn't?
3-hour open bar. See what y'all missed?
We love,
Love the big boys.
love the big
Let's go
boys.
Flyers, baby. Let's
All
do
right,
it.
we got LA on the
That guy
clock at
gets
31, and then Calgary at 32. Kings, just do it.
Love
Just
them
take a
big
guy.
boys.
It doesn't even matter if he exists.
Big beefy boys. The Flyers are drafting on
That's
the
another
big beefy
another
boys.
rule we have. It's if you take someone from the NFC East, you take a shot. And if you you say I'm taking someone who's already drafted, you take a shot.
Are these this fantasy
Football, yeah.
Okay.
Serious stuff.
Again,
We should just have everybody
we're
come up and do
closing
a
in on
drunken, like,
420 here.
shout.
Oh, now I kind of want the show to be exactly 420. We got 2 minutes here.
20, let's do it.
All right.
LA really needs to pick up the
All right,
pace.
pick it up, guys.
There's no way we get
We're
in a
trying to
minute.
do
There's
a
no
bit
two
here.
chance, baby.
Hell.
We're trying to do a bit.
God damn it. Now, the Ducks just, you can't do orange, guys.
Jackson looks great.
He looks
Joshua
great.
Jackson
I would.
looks no older than he did in 3.
Don't do it. Here's our drunken buddy was just like going over the fence.
Oh, no.
I really hope he didn't jump.
Yeah.
Buddy, be careful.
It's
Jumps
only
the
like,
team
what,
tonight.
20 feet? It's probably
Might
all
as
right.
well jump.
You'd break a leg.
What a dork. Oh, he's with Lightning McQueen, Pool Beans.
This is like, he was probably praying not to be taken by the Ducks just for this. Oh, so I got to pose with the fucking car.
You want to hear
Like-
something that Danny Briere said?
Yes.
What'd he say?
Briere says, Martone is a really good player already.
Oh, hell yeah.
He's pretty close to being ready. I'm not sure he's going to play for us this year, but out of this draft, he's pretty close to being the most ready out of that group.
Baby.
And that's per Charles O'Connor of
yeah.
PHLY Flyers.
I hear he's good.
I've heard he's the best in the business,
He's all
actually.
right.
He's no Alex Appleyard.
No, you got that straight.
As my dad said, that English guy knows what he's talking about today.
I still don't know where Alex is from.
Oh, wait. I got more Charlie.
More Charlie.
More Charlie O'Connor.
Because we didn't get to jump in at a center at 6, we wanted to get a center who was a difference maker. Jack was going pretty soon after our pick, so we made the trade. We tried to get quality over quantity with that pick. So I
So
guess
the Red Wings were going to get him.
somebody was going to take him, which I mean, makes sense.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's awesome. Who the hell knows?
I mean, like,
I'm not going to kill it because they got Martone, and that's the most important thing.
I agree with what Kelly said earlier, where
Is that a super chat? Hope Bro's got a ride home.
I don't
'Cause
think
that's
so.
funny.
I think it's just I think it's just worth
I
saying.
hope he does too.
I hope he does too. I'm sure he does.
He seems to have friends.
2025. There's
Listen,
got to be
he gave me a
Ubers.
fist bump.
An
That's good.
Uber.
Take the taxi crab. We are at Chickies in South Philly. And
Taxi
thank you
crab.
again to our friends at Chickies in South Philly.
Chickies.
Dude,
Shout
Chickies
out my boy
rocked it.
Felix, the absolute best restaurant manager in the game. Grabbed me a beer before the bar opened. It's been all downhill from there. But Chickies in South Philly, absolutely outstanding, as is Bet365, one of our presenting sponsors, and Philly Sports Trips.
Philly Sports
Love you,
Trips.
Philly Sports Trips. Make sure you get down that $99 deposit. It ain't going to last. It's just for draft weekend.
Do it.
24 hours. Get your deposit down for our Flyers trip this upcoming season. I bet you're going to like it. If you like where Roger McQueen just was, I bet you're going to enjoy where we go.
Play 2, by the way, amazing.
Play
venue
2
for
is
this.
awesome. This
Play
is
2
a
is
great
sick
venue.
over here.
This is our eighth draft party, right, Hinkle?
This is the best one.
Is this the coolest venue?
This is the best one.
And we've done it at Chickies before. We were at Bookbinders
Where
last
the
year.
other one, yeah. No,
This
that's the
is the
best.
coolest
this is
venue we've had.
Coolest space, I think.
It's
Highly
awesome.
recommend.
Everybody's like booth had TVs.
Yeah, like it's big and open, lots of space.
The Henry B guy, whose name it's too many.
Bruce
There's a C in there.
Brucevitz.
Brucey. Oh, Brucey's gonna be mad.
He
about
goes
it,
to
I
the
guess.
Kings. Now
Brucey.
Calgary is on
Brucey.
the clock with the last pick.
Calgary, I beg of you.
We're gonna get a lot of puppy kisses.
Move it along.
Henry B. The Beezer.
I'm Henry B. This is Sports Rise. That's my buddy Mike used to make fun of me because I never watched Sports Center. I only watched, at the time, Comcast Sports
Oh,
Net.
yeah.
And he'd be like, oh, this is Billy B. You're on Sports Rise. I was like, oh, yeah, Sports Center is so professional. I think you're so much better than me because you watch ESPN.
Oh, you
Sorry,
think
you're
you're
a
better than me?
Bulls fan, Mike.
Think you're better than me because you watch Sports Center?
All right, come on, Calgary. Do the thing.
Calgary.
Sassy molasses.
What if you're just like, we're good?
Calgary.
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 Calgary Bettman.
I do want to go to Calgary before the
Calgary. Glenn Ross.
Thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you.
Bye, buddy.
Let's
Are
go
my
Flyers.
Universal friends still here? Because that's hilarious.
Yay. Bye.
Toodles.
Yo,
Porter
Martin.
I really want to go to Calgary. Calgary.
I want to see
Calgary.
the Saddle Dome.
Me too.
It
How
is
do
a
we
cool
make
venue.
this happen?
Well, I think you got to make a trip with
Philly Sports Trip.
Philly Sports Trips. What's up, boys?
Send me and Kelly and no one else to Calgary.
That's it.
Charlie will get there on his own.
I'm in.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Yeah, Steve can go.
Yeah, I don't want to go.
We'll make some content.
We can go
over
see
there.
our old, Morgan Frost and Joel Farabee play there.
Oh, pals.
Yeah. And Jacob Pelletier, who I
One more time for Brenna, who has been here just as long as I have and is not complaining. Not
always
being
say,
a pain
Bill-
in the ass the way I am.
Brenna's been here longer than all of us, actually.
I always
Yeah,
say,
she's
like,
not here at like 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Brenna makes this so easy
I
because she's
showed
so
up at 10
good.
to 6, like, oh, I'm here.
She's just unbelievable.
Literal best.
I'm always like, Brenna makes this just like as easy as anything.
Truly.
I thought the pick was in, but they're still showing
Still
LA's.
showing
No, we have to
Henry
go
B.
into
What
the-
could Calgary
the
possibly
room.
be waiting on?
Should I hop on for the last pick here?
You have had 4.5 hours.
Let Brenna talk. Brenna, give your unedited thoughts.
Who's excited tomorrow?
You gonna hit the slot?
Brenna, how do you feel about Porter Martone?
Great pick.
I'll say.
Prospect profile, check it out.
What are you gonna hit in AC? What are you gonna do?
Get a full 8 hours of sleep.
Hell yeah.
See, that's why that's
Still
like
got
my
time.
girl.
Still plenty of time.
Hit that
for the
hotel
full
pool.
8 hours.
Hit that hotel
That's
pool.
what's most
Me and
important.
Brenna are checking
Does Hard
in,
Rock have a pool?
washing our
Is that
faces.
something we can do?
Indoor pool. We're
Ooh.
so disappointed.
I like an indoor pool.
No, I like an indoor
I
pool.
love
It's
that
temperature
chlorine
controlled.
smell.
It's a great chlorine smell. It's temperature controlled. It's all good stuff.
It's so chlorine.
You ever been to a Best Western?
Just a heads up. We're not going through round 7 tomorrow. Whatever the time is, that's what we're doing, and that's that.
Ryan Burke loves
the
round
Flyers
7.
don't even have a 7th round pick. We're not
You
doing
never
that.
know what's going to happen, Bill.
I
never
do
know,
know
bud.
what's going to happen. None of those players are going to play in the NHL.
I want them to trade up for
It's a
Brooks Koepka,
Flyers
who's
show, not
available
a
tomorrow.
fucking Reading Royals show.
Ooh, I
What
love
if
the
we
Reading
get
Royals.
Hill
And
Fatty to
they
hang
have
out
great
with
gear.
us?
Would
for
never
all
disparage
7
the Reading
rounds?
Royals.
I was talking to a couple of wonderful listeners earlier today who were from Westchester and go to all the Phantoms games, and they were
I like
great
that.
to talk to.
I love the Phantoms, but it's just such a pain in the ass to drive to.
I-
Actually, what it is, it's a pain in the ass to drive home from Allentown.
Yes.
Yeah.
It seems to have taken twice as long to get home as
Yes.
it did to get there.
I
Yes.
did
And that doesn't mathematically
I don't
make sense.
understand how
I need Charlie to explain the math.
This isn't Allentown, but I did a Flyers alumni game in Reading at the Royal Stadium, and it took forever to get home from that.
It's just,
'Cause there's like one way out of town, right?
Yeah.
And everybody's leaving at once.
I cannot wait to pee, quite honestly.
Bill, just go.
Bill, get
Tell
fucking
me
out
I
of here.
got this.
Leave now?
Just go.
That's just a failure on my part. If I
are
leave
done with
now.
you.
You got like 4 cups in a bottle.
That's fair.
Nobody can see the bottom.
We
of
have
this.
HR now, and
Hey, HR, I'm complaining about Bill Matz peeing
I
live
have a
on
real
camera.
job. I can't.
F around Friday is so back. Yeah, this is like peak F around Friday.
This is.
We've gone so far off the rails.
Taking next week off. Calgary, just make the fucking pick. This
Next
is out
year.
of control.
Next year,
How is it 11:30 and you haven't made the 30-second? What are you waiting for?
next year,
But,
Bill
like,
Matz
you've
is
had
getting
4
off this table.
hours.
University. Fight
happening?
for
What are
the
we
cherry and the white.
What's going
Cherry
on?
and the white.
What is
fight,
this?
Fight.
What are we doing? What's happening?
Temple Dean.
The Temple fight
Fight
song,
song.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't go
You
there.
mentioned it earlier. Yeah, you didn't go there.
Most of the
go
people in this room went there.
Yeah.
We got a super chat.
Super chat.
chat.
Do we still call Michkov Mike now that Paling's gone? He is still Mike.
That's what the locker room calls him.
Yeah, I just think they don't want to say Matvei. Like,
nice.
this is hockey. You're not getting more than one syllable unless there's a Y at the end.
Still like
Mike.
Matty Mitch. Matty Mitch.
Matty
I
Mitch.
just like Mish. I think that's good.
Yeah, Mish is good.
I kind of like calling him Mike. It's funny to me.
Mike
It is funny. I like Mike.
Simply because they gave him that, not because, oh, Michkov kind of looks like Mike.
No.
No, it's because he's got a thick neck like Mike Tyson. The pick is fucking in.
Let's
Oh
go!
my God. Calgary. Make the pick.
Release me.
It is well past his bedtime.
Is that Lonnie
McDonald.
McDonald?
It's Lanny. Lanny McDonald.
Still with the mustache.
I can't believe he's still awake.
Commitment to the
Release
bit.
me.
I guess they're in LA.
Yes.
Ooh.
I don't care what you have to say. Make the pick.
I
Lanny
played
Dyer's
hockey in
mustache art.
1989. You know, you could have fun back then with the game. We didn't have goaltenders, just cardboard cutouts. I was also in the Old West.
Lanny. It's the last
They
pick,
called
bud.
me Six Straw Lanny.
Motherfucker rode a horse to the Stanley Cup final.
Saddle Dome, baby.
It was 1989. For some reason he was still riding a horse.
Back in 19 Dickety-Doo, the
People are
Calgary
riding
Flames.
horses in Calgary.
Calgary.
It is like
The new
kind
Stampede.
of southern there,
Lanny,
right?
shut up.
The Stampede does look awesome.
It does look
Stampede
fun.
does look awesome.
They have great wrestling there, I hear.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, it's where Brett's from.
Oh, that's right. Jeez.
Lanny,
He's
Lanny.
going to drop
He's
dead
saying it.
before he makes this pick.
Lanny.
It's your mom.
Your mom's
The
been
friends
kicked.
we made along the way.
Deal with it, dicks.
Is that even real?
I don't know.
Potter.
There we go.
Cohen Potter.
Cohen Potter is the final
Super
pick.
chat.
One last $1 for every
$100.
Bill F-bomb. $100. I don't think I saw that much.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Way to go. Hell yeah, man.
Burner.
That's incredible. We're done. That's all the time we have. Thank you for listening. Thank you for hanging out. I'm Bill Match. That's Steve Jaco. That's Kelly Hinkle. Talk to you tomorrow. Be excellent to each other.